This House is in standing Finance Committee. Just let me say that we intend to finish this head by 11 o'clock, and this time includes the wrap-up from any other questions and also the wrap-up from the Honourable Minister. Proceed, Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Minister and team. Now, I only regret slightly not having been able to benefit from the momentum of the last session that we had on Monday, in which the Honourable Member for St. James Central posed some questions. Now, he posed his in perhaps a far more elegant and highly stylized way than I will. So forgive me if I end up asking the same thing. I tend to be a person of practical affairs, so if I wasn't able to glean everything from what he asked and therefore your response, and if I'm causing you to have to repeat, I apologize. But there are just some things I want to understand, but also to be able to give you an opportunity to perhaps stay or restate more clearly for the people of Barbados to understand where we are. Now, you did mention in your opening, Minister, the nationally determined contributions, where Barbados, like every other country, has indicated to the UNFCCC, that body that is responsible for climate action, how we intend to address the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions that is so harmful to all living people and to the planet. We've said over and over that Barbados is, like most countries our size and with very little industrial activity, we are not major emitters, obviously, as a small developing nation. But we've, in solidarity with the rest of the world, made a commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Now, in that NDC, that document that we call Nationally Determined Contributions, the commitment that we made was 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The people of Barbados often hear quoted this idea of being carbon neutral or fossil fuel free by 2030. And I think, Minister, that I have heard you clarify, as has the Honourable Prime Minister, the member for St. Michael Northeast, that target is, I think your energy policy calls it aspirational. Practically, the commitment that we made was 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and I think that perhaps you may want an opportunity to be able to speak to that relationship, idea of being carbon neutral, and the issue of 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, because I would not want it to be a source of mischief or misunderstanding or miscommunication with the people of this country. But further to that, your national energy policy says that commits, for example, that by 2023, you will have 295 megawatts of installed renewable energy and 80 megawatts of energy storage. I think I heard UPS say that you had 250 megawatts in solar PV approved, so that 2023 target is not likely to be met. Likewise, there's an implementation plan with a series of actions that involve the erection of charging stations for decarbonization of the transport sector. It is a mammoth task. And my question is, are we on track to meet either of those goals? Given that you have indicated that you have an exercise beginning in a few days to be able to rationalize what it takes, what do you now see as the targets and the goals that you are likely to meet, and what is required? And the member for Christchurch East Central, the Minister in Finance is here, so you might want to talk a little hard, as we say at Haggett Hall. But what is required to meet it? Because, you know, we have these commitments that we've made, and I want to be clear as I wrap up my first question, that this is not just about international commitments. This is also about a path to make sure that, that Barbados is able to benefit from this transition. So given that we are already off target, where are we to meet the 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions? How does this rationalize with this notion of being fossil fuel free by 2030, which are separate? And what is the plan, therefore, to make up that gap?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. This is going to be, I think this is an excellent question, and it actually is the central body of work that this ministry is very much leading on at this very moment. There is no doubt in our minds that sometimes there is a conflation attributed to a 2030 target and what that may mean in terms of fossil fuel free, and how that doesn't necessarily coincide with what has been outlined with a 70% reduction in our emissions by 2030, which has now been updated in our NDC. Our targets. So I am going to share this question between myself. I'm going to just give a brief overview of what we're doing, why we are where we are in some instances, where we hope to be able to get, certainly within the next 7 years, and then what our longer range planning is going to be. I'm going to ask Mr. Brian Haynes to speak specifically on the issues relating to what we have as installed capacity and the questions that you raised as well. And then if there are any other follow-on questions, we can respond from there. But let me start by speaking to the net zero emission pathways that we are working through in the first instance as a ministry. We have a Barbados National Energy Policy, which was 2019 vintage. I believe the Minister of Energy at the time was the Honourable Wilfred Abrams when that body of work was started and then completed. That then continued under my predecessor, the Honourable Member Minister Kerry Simmons, or Senior Minister Kerry Simmons, when he was Minister with responsibility for energy, and the implementation would have started in 2019 and continued up until, well, it continues up until now, and the baton has passed to me. And so what we have started to look at as a baseline has been that very document. What did that document determine? And one of the things, for example, that we speak about was that there was no mention in some of our earlier incarnations about things like hydrogen, the utilization of newer forms of energy like hydrogen. Here, among this team, we currently have the National Petroleum Corporation, and that would be the third person that I will segue over, because the question of a bridging fuel that allows us to use natural gas as a means of using cleaner forms of energy to meet those targets is very much a part of our planning. And so there are a couple of key things that we've been looking at as a ministry. One, what is minimum access to affordable forms of energy for Barbadians and for the Barbadian public? How do we ensure that there is integrated resource planning? And that is the 2021 IIRP, which is also in need of updating, even though, as I mentioned on Monday, we are in 2023, not so far out. On the supply side, we are working also on looking at what our energy mix is going to be. What are we supplying to be able to fuel our industries? We're looking at grid, renewable energy, yes, so that is there. We're also looking at what are the existing fuels that we're using, including encouraging partners to transition over to fuels like LNG and even potentially even LPG, which are cleaner and less expensive forms of fuel. Then on the demand side, which would be our manufacturing partners, our industrial partners, our householders, what does that look like? How do we encourage the mix between renewable energy sources for householders and for commercial clients and creating that balance? And so the entire ecosystem, as we described it in 2021, has evolved. More so even what we described it in 2019. That then says to us that we are not necessarily on track to meet the 2030 targets in the way that we would have envisioned 2019 because of a range of circumstances, including falling behind on the installation of additional systems on the grid, and then of course the issues that we have raised about the amount of storage that is there. We were aiming to have, was it 45 megawatts by 2021, and we have 5 megawatts in 2023. And so there is very much a lag that has to be filled, and it has to be filled aggressively by the ministry in collaboration with our partners in the commercial sector, but also that brings us to our international partnerships. We had the option of looking at the Barbados National Energy Plan, looking at our national determined contributions, looking at the IIRP, and making the determination, honourable member, that we are a small island developing state. We're not likely to be able to meet the targets, and so we're just going to throw our hands up in the air and say, well, you know, we tried, but it didn't happen. But that's not the Barbados way, certainly not under this administration. And so our aspirational targets, we have put action to that. And it is on that basis that we reached out to the UN Special Envoy for Energy to be able to have an entity that is representing the United Nations, that is the custodian of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, supporting countries to work directly with Barbados to look at those instruments, look at those policy instruments, and make recommendations for Barbados on what needs to be done to meet the targets that we have set for ourselves as a nation. It may simply...
Honourable Minister, you have 1 minute to conclude your response.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. So what we're hoping to be able to do as well with that is to rationalize what level of investment will be necessary for us to be able to accomplish those goals in the time frame that has been set. It may mean that we may need to have far more aggressive investment attraction targets in order to be able to accomplish those goals. But I will hand over at this point to Mr. Brian Haynes, followed by Michelle Smith from the National Petroleum Corporation on bridging fuels.
Good morning, honourable members. My name is Brian Haynes. I'm Chief Project Analyst in the Ministry of Energy and Business. The National Energy Policy was developed in 2019. Since then, there were a number of iterations, changes that occurred within the Barbadian energy landscape. Coming out of that work, one of the actions that we were tasked with within the ministry was to develop the Integrated Resource and Resiliency Plan. The additional R in there was resiliency. Life isn't a straightforward thing. It is a very unfair game sometimes. In that regard, we worked at looking at the mix within the IRP, and that work showed that by 2023, we should have hit 52 megawatts of RE onto the grid. To date, we are at 84 megawatts, 108 million kilowatt hours of electricity was sold to the grid from those 84 megawatts. The challenge that we had is that of storage, and the grid, making the grid harden to take variable, increasing amount of variable electricity. In that regard, we have, with respect at the distributive level, met, and in some cases, the uptake was significant. It is at the utility scale that is where the challenge is, and we need also now to diversify into other technologies. So the Integrated Resource and Resiliency Plan, which I had mentioned in my previous round, identified that we would have put in place a set of actions that would mean that we would remove 2,758 million tons of CO2. So by 2030, that work is ongoing,
Officer, you have 30 seconds to
That
wrap
work
up
is
your
ongoing.
response.
Thank you, Chair. That work is ongoing, and we are looking now to integrate other technologies in which we believe will help to accelerate the pace. I thank the Honourable Chair and members for my indulgence, for indulging me.
Good morning. The National Petroleum Corporation recognizes the strategic placement it has with respect to the island moving from one specific activity of fossil fuel.
Could you share your
Oh, I'm
name,
sorry.
please?
I am Michelle Smith. I'm the Acting General Manager, National Petroleum Corporation. Good morning, Honourable Speaker. The National Petroleum Corporation recognizes its strategic placement in respect of the country move from fossil fuel dependence to a more renewable energy option, and as a consequence recognizes the challenges that are faced currently in respect of meeting the specific timeline. As a consequence, we are ready and poised to provide the necessary support necessary to our ministry and to the people of Barbados to ensure that we provide any support necessary to get to the stage of us getting 100% renewable. And NPC is also working within its parameters to move into a more renewable energy option for gas provision as well. I thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Andrew Giddens, Permanent Secretary. I just want to add one point to the question raised by the Honourable Member in relation to where we are in terms of reaching our targets. And while we cannot say specifically where we are, because obviously it's a dynamic process, there's one mail I would say that in terms of solar, like I indicated on Monday, we've really done very well in that, and we've exceeded expectations. As a matter of fact, we believe that, we get a lot more than we can, the demand is almost more than we require at this stage. But the biggest challenge we are having in terms of this policy, and that was indicated again, is storage, and that is being addressed. We spoke to that on Monday, and we don't want to repeat, but just to suggest that there are other things the ministry is doing to try to deal with that issue, such as vehicle to grid, which is a potential storage in terms of the electric vehicles on the road, and that is the work we're doing at this stage. And the other issue we're looking at this time is a virtual power plant, which really speaks to the ability for the utility through information technology to have access to all the storage that exists across. As it is right now, all the vehicles that can store energy, they still don't have access to that. So we're working on developing a virtual type of power plant, which will be more or less a software type of intervention that will give the utility access to the power that resides in the batteries and cars. And let me just say, it's not a case where the utility can just go and pull it and take it too. It is something where you have to agree to them, well, okay, we're prepared to give you our access to my power and that type of thing. So I don't want anybody to go away with the idea that, the utility out there can come and grab the power from me, can't drive it. So these are the issues that we're working on. But the biggest challenge we have is a government, and we think that will create a hurdle for us reaching that target, because I think that is still not insurmountable. I think we're doing pretty well. Like I said, last week we have over 200 megawatts approved. The challenge is to get on the grid because of storage, plus 85 that is already on. So we are out, based on the projection that we did in 2019, out by about 20. The challenges, as indicated, is storage. As the Minister correctly indicated, we only have 5 megawatts on the grid when we think we should have out near 45. That is the challenge. But our biggest issue relates to the transport sector, which as an end user accounts for close to 4% of power we use. But what are the challenges? The challenges have to do with things beyond our control, which is supply. Notwithstanding that the government would have made provision for concessions for electric vehicles and things like this, we are still obviously having a challenge that the demand for electric cars and things like that is much more than we can accommodate at this stage. Additionally, the matter of biofuels, because the policy speaks to transition to cleaner fuels. It don't only have to be electric, but it can be a biofuel. But what is the issue there? That demand for clean fuel across the world is much higher than we even anticipated. So this would be the biggest challenge. Technology, this is beyond the government's control, but it's something that we believe we will have to relook at as we transition, because I think this will be the biggest hurdle that we have to cross as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. You know, sometimes we tend to think that we have to paint a beautiful picture of how we've done, but I feel strongly that if you don't say what you need, you won't get the help that you want. And in that regard, PS, I thank you for being very honest about what the challenges are. And what I do hear you to say, Minister, and your team, is that we are a small island state that is in many ways leading the world, not only in the ambition of our NDC, because there are not many out there that are promising 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Some you can barely get to commit to very marginal reductions. So I want you to take courage that you are on the right path, but I would also encourage you further to, I think that my theme for this year is probably fine work, because I find myself saying that a lot, but that you continue the fine work, the underlying work of making sure that you understand what is required and that you have a practical roadmap to get it done. Because targets are one thing, but we have to make sure we can deliver. I have a follow-up question that relates to the storage issue, which I have to confess gives me some regret is a strong word. But I do recall having the conversations with the previous ministers about the issue of storage years ago in my former dispensation in the cabinet, and making the point that it was something that we had to solve then, or at least begin to address then, because there was no way to move the sector forward without addressing the issue of whether you're looking at centralized storage, whether you're looking at decentralizing at the household level, what is the technology that you're going to use for that, the buy-all, sell-all model of the utility, all of these issues needed to be addressed. And the lag that we're experiencing is because that we regrettably created that lag in the way that we approach the sector. But I wanted, I know that the issue of tariff setting for storage is one that you're dealing with. But I wanted you to give you the opportunity to address those small and larger investors who are receiving approvals but cannot move because of the storage question. What would you say to those in the sector that they can expect in terms of having these issues addressed and what they can look for?
Thank you very much. On the question of the rate setting for storage, I'm going to defer to the FTC. However, just to be clear, the FTC is in the process at this time of addressing that issue, and I'm not certain that they would be in a position prematurely to.
Just to clarify, the question, having established that the FTC is in that process, the question is not just that. The question is, let me put it another way. Once that process is complete, are we satisfied that we will be able to proceed full tilt to be able to have investors who have received approvals? Is that the only obstacle to have that rate setting complete? Or are there other storage issues that we need to solve?
I think the honourable member, we remember in the heart of COVID, where as a country, we were navigating the challenges with procuring supplies to help the nation navigate the pandemic. And the issues related at the time to procurement and the global supply chain. That continued for several months, if not years, during the course of the pandemic. For energy storage, procurement and the global supply chain issues remain current to us. And so we could have had today a decision issued on the question of rates by the FTC. But then we still have globally a wait time for the procurement of much of that storage, certainly if we're talking about battery storage, of between 18 to 24 months. Then you have the challenge of scale. A country like Barbados, which is in principle looking to procure a cumulative amount of 240 megawatts, but which we are not going to be proposing to do that all at once. But even if we were attempting to do 240 megawatts all at once, it is still comparatively small when put up against other economies in the world. And it puts Barbados oftentimes at the back of the queue. And so those are things which are outside of our control in terms of procurement of storage solutions. But what that has meant for the ministry, and this is one of the things that the FTC did speak briefly about on Monday, and they didn't go into a lot more detail, but perhaps they can speak about what some of the options are in addition to battery storage. The technology has been so fast moving, Honourable Member, that whereas we would have been speaking initially about battery storage and lithium battery storage in the last few years, now there are other options which are available on the market that would allow Barbados to map out its investment portfolio over time, 1 year, 2 years, to be able to get to the level of storage that we may need, because there are those in the industry, in the sector, who believe that even 240 megawatts is insufficient. And so the country has to be able to go well beyond that. And so procurement will be the starting point, but I'm going to ask the FTC to speak about what some of the additional options are for storage. And also perhaps I'm going to segue then to PS to speak about what any additional challenges would be. But at this point, we're dealing largely with supply chain issues. And that has been affecting things like transformers as well, simple things like transformers.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Dr. Marsha Athley-Akechi. I'm CEO of the Fair Trading Commission. I do appreciate the question, but if I can go back a little bit, just to give you a background. We do recognize that storage is a critical component for us to be able to get to where we need to get to, because invariably what we have are variable forms of renewable. And with that, it means that generation only takes place within a relatively short period of time, especially as it relates to solar PV. Wind would do that on a continuous basis with some lulls. With that type of technology, then, if we are moving to rely heavily on that, we have to have storage for those downtimes when there's no generation. The other forms of renewable, firm capacity, for example, would be things like biomass, waste to energy. We speak in terms of the Barbados National Energy Policy of having the policy being technology neutral. What has happened in our particular scenario is that solar PV has been the technology of choice for investors, for obvious reasons. It is relatively competitive, it is easy to install, those types of things. I think one of the things that we need to look at, and look at closely, because it also calls for diversification of the mix. If we are to do that, that then speaks to the whole issue of resilience, because we have to look at this through a wide lens. We have to then begin to encourage investors to look not only to what has been the convention, but to look to the other sources. Although at the end of the day, they are, at this point, more expensive, we have to be able to diversify that mix to ensure that we meet where we need to be in the long term, and to do so in a viable way. Storage is critical. Going back to the issue of storage and the FTC's contribution towards getting that, we are responsible for setting rates relative to storage. We have that project is ongoing. We initially anticipated that we would be able to deliver on that by the end of this month. We are on the 1st of March. That does not any longer appear to be feasible. We expect to be probably like a month or so delay. And I will tell you why that is the case. When we are setting rates, in the absence of local information, because we want the rates to be reflective of local market conditions, we have to use proxies. In this instance, we sought as much as possible, as we did with the last set of feed-in tariffs, to seek to get that information from the potential investors, those that have indicated have applied already for IPP-type facilities, recognizing that they will be required to include storage in their projects. That information has not been forthcoming. And for a number of reasons. In some instances, they had not contemplated that, and they've indicated that to us, and they're going back to be able to get that information to provide for us. But in most recent correspondence, they've said that information will not be available until the end of March. So those are some of the things that, although we have a policy, or we have legislation that speaks to us, gathering that information from IPPs, if they do not have it, how do we acquire that information? We can go directly to some of the suppliers ourselves, but that relationship
Officer,
is very
you have
different.
15 seconds.
I don't know how much I can do in 15 seconds, but I believe I've given you most of what you need. Yeah. Thank you.
Last question from me, Mr. Chairman. Minister, and thank you very much for the explanations. You see, there's one thing you said that is very, very, very true, which is the dynamism that you're facing in your sector. That dynamism is also felt on the side of the investors. And so we're often grappling with some of the asymmetry of information, right? That they need to understand, well, what is happening in the sector that is stopping me? And I wanted to give an opportunity to address that fully. Minister, in your earlier remarks, you talked about the issue of just transition. The member for St. James Central, in his question in the last session, also made reference to it from the point of view of this notion of 30% ownership. My last question is very simple. Is the notion of 30% ownership more than just a notion? Are we seeing that kind of breakdown in the sector, in the projects that are coming before you? Do we have the appropriate platform or investment vehicle or mechanism to make that real? Is it real? And related to the notion of just transition, is also about the pathway to lowering the cost of energy. The transition is only just if it gets us to the point, not just of cost savings at the macro level of the government, of having to spend on fossil fuels, but if it also translates ultimately to the consumer, which is all of us. Years ago, when this energy conversation started, the theme at the time in the UN spaces, the UN halls, and the conversation was about affordable energy for all. That's where this conversation started, you know, affordability. So in your just transition targets, Minister, are we seeing the 30% ownership that we have targeted? If not, what will it take to get there? And what is the pathway really practically to lowering the cost of energy for Barbadians?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Let me start by saying that the just transition has to be central to everything that we do. It's fine for us to talk about lofty ambitions and what 70% may look like and 30% targets and what is a right to renewable energy, but that has to translate into the people that you are representing and the people on whose behalf you serve. And so certainly from this ministry, there are going to be a couple of things that you are going to be seeing coming out of this ministry while I sit in this chair. I, too, am a woman of practical means, and I do like the fine work. And so we have to make sure that what we say in presentations like this translates into actual actions on the ground. And so when we talked about, on the business side, for example, community literacy and financial literacy, there has to also be that engagement at the community level about what a just transition means. And I believe that the former Minister of Energy and the Minister with responsibility for the Minister of State of in Foreign Trade and Business started an initiative last year which then took the renewable energy conversation into the community. That is going to continue this year, albeit in a more expansive way in partnership with the business community, because we have to be able to take that to the people. The National Petroleum Corporation is here, Honourable Member. Let me give you a practical example. There has been a lot of conversation, obviously because of the discomfort of repaving roads in certain communities. My Lord's Hill in St. Michael is one of those areas that the MPC has been laying mains and doing work, replacement work, and the road has resulted in some disruption and some discomfort, regrettably, to the residents who live around it. The repaving of that work, of that road, was supposed to begin this morning and be completed on Friday. It didn't start this morning, and why? Because the MPC, and I want the representative from the MPC to speak about that, they will tell you that there were applications which were received for residents in that area to have access to lower cost fuel by natural gas and to have their connections done. And so they had to opt to prioritize access to lower forms of energy for natural gas for the residents in that community and not start to repave the road today. And so I'm going to ask Michelle Smith to speak on the work that is being done to ensure that communities have greater access to natural gas. Those are the kinds of things that are being balanced in this ministry and the agencies under this ministry to ensure that people have access. Now, the prime thing that we're speaking about a lot of times when we talk about access for people is also fuel prices at the pump. What does that mean in terms of gasoline for cars and diesel and what the fluctuations will look like? That is a matter that is actively engaging the attention of the ministry, and we have just completed at the technical level a proposal on what that could possibly look like, and we will be discussing it with the relevant teams over the course of the coming days and no more than a few weeks or so. But that is the kind of stuff that we're doing. Finally, before the chairman tells me that I'm out of time, finally, the question...
1 minute.
The question of access to jobs. One of the things that we have started to do in collaboration with a university out of Aberdeen in Scotland, as I mentioned, will be to look at how do we then create an energy services sector, on the one hand, where new jobs are created that empower people, all of those installers, all of the people working on roofs, and all the way through the entire ecosystem. How do we create more empowerment and opportunities for people to gain employment as part of the just transition? But I'm going to pause and ask Michelle Smith to speak about MPC specifically.
Thank you, Minister. You captured the essence of what I'm going to say beautifully. What I can continue to say is that the MPC understands the mandate of the Ministry of Energy in respect of providing a low-cost source of energy to the residents of Barbados. And as Minister indicated, the MPC had plans to have the Mylarsal area and other areas paved during the course of this month, last month. But due to the requests from prospective customers, we wanted to ensure that we did not proceed with any works until we'd actually capture their needs. It doesn't mean that we're going to go and have the roads open indefinitely, but we recognize that when the customers are making those requests, we want to honor their requirements appropriately. In addition to that, we are doing some additional works in other areas, specifically Bridgetown coming up, as well as other areas in Christchurch Rendezvous and Maxwell Coast Road, Maxwell Main Road. So the idea is that wherever we find opportunity to provide a cheaper and more affordable form of energy for the residents of Barbados, we'll do our best to facilitate those needs accordingly. I trust I answered the questions that were posed in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are all the questions from me. What I hear the Minister and the team to be saying is that while there may be less control currently on the prices at the pump, and there may be less control in the short term on energy prices, that the ministry is seeking to do what it can to create affordability where it can through, for example, NPC, through, for example, HOPE, and renewable energy at the individual level, and we look forward to continuing to seeing those kinds of initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central. Thank you, Minister and team. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is going to be a short question because the minister, I think, started to speak to it just now. Minister on, well, when it was the last time, Monday, gave a very comprehensive explanation about just transition as a concept. The question I have relates more directly to work, and that is where the minister started to address just now. And I'm asking it from the perspective of the upcoming International Labour Conference, including on its agenda a matter of the just transition in the world of work. So it is from that particular perspective, Barbados was instrumental in getting that on the agenda for this year. And the question for the minister is, or has to do with, what are the plans or the opportunities, given that the matter of just transition is obviously a cross-cutting matter, across sectors, across different disciplines. What are the plans for engaging beyond energy? You started to speak to the engagement with business, and I'm also thinking about education, I'm thinking about labor. What are your plans to, as you drive the idea of just transition in all of its forms with respect to work, how are you planning to engage with these other sectors and maybe sectors outside of government to achieve a situation where workers can believe and can have the reality of being winners in this transition?
Thanks for that question, and you've gone probably to where my heart lies a lot of times by connecting the services sector and the services industry and people to sectoral development. And I'm going to ask as well the head of the Smart Fund program to come in, because there's a considerable body of work that is being done under that program, the one which just ended and the one which is going forward, both in the public sector and then beyond. So she will come in afterwards. But let me start by saying, as I said, this is where my heart lies most times, in the services industry, the services sector. We have an opportunity as part of the work that will begin for us on the 6th of March in collaboration with the UN Special Envoy for Energy, and I've spoken with her extensively on this subject. It's fine for us to map out what are the investment needs for us as a country. It is fine for us to be able to map out what will the energy mix be and how does it need to be updated and what does our roadmap look like. But the people who will then constitute the service providers that have to be able, not just as a consumer side, but the service providers who then create jobs, who create new businesses, who create new entrepreneurial initiatives, and who help to drive innovation in the sector, have to be engaged as a part of our priority. And so what we will be doing with Sea for All, for the UN Special Envoy for Energy, is looking at Barbados's energy mix, looking at PV, looking at the various technologies that we are working on, looking at our storage mix, and looking at our policy agenda, and projecting over the course of the next 10 years what will be the new skills that Barbados will need to drive this industry. We've done it historically in projects funded by entities and international partners like the Inter-American Development Bank. Honourable Member, as you would recall, the Skills for the Future project was implemented that looked at the services sector more widely. And we've had versions 1 of that, versions 2 of that. We've had labor market surveys that said where are there shortages and what skills now need to be developed. And specifically for this ministry and for this sector, we are going to be projecting the growth of this sector and what job opportunities based on skills can be created. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, the beauty of the construct of this ministry, where you pair energy with business and commerce, is that we then have to create a framework where not just individual service providers are created, but that Barbados becomes that place that creates the largest number of businesses anywhere in the hemisphere, and perhaps even more broadly, globally, in the renewable energy sector, that thus empowers people and creates for us to even become an exporter of skills globally in terms of our trade agenda. That's where we're going next, Honourable Member, in terms of this service economy that we are building out, and the combination of energy, trade and commerce, and business. And of course, at the heart of all of that will be skills development for our people. I hope that answers your question, but I'm going to ask the head of the Smart Fund program to weigh in at this point. Keisha?
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Keisha Reed. I'm the program manager in the Ministry of Energy and Business. I'll speak a bit about the Sustainable Energy Investment Program, which we call Smart Fund 2. And this program, it comes on the heels of the original Smart Fund, which established the fund under the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited, which we've now expanded to include fund access, so we can target more SMEs in a more practical way. But it also comes on the back of the Public Sector Smart Energy Program. But this fund, when it was first established, and one of the key things for this fund that we recognize over the years is the establishment of smart fund partners. When we first started, there were very few businesses in this sector. There were a few suppliers. And from the time it was established, you found that it was a catalyst for companies to come into this space. We started with 2 smart fund partners, which were companies who would do the energy audits and the assessments for the companies applying for loans and grants. And we've now expanded, and we have more than 10 smart fund partners. And we've seen these businesses grown, in some instances, from one-man shops to be more established businesses. So it created that opportunity for businesses in this new sector, this new sustainable energy sector. But on top of that, this Smart Fund offers not just grants, but it offers loans for businesses to be able to not just do renewable energy, which we know, but they're also able to do energy efficiency. So a number of businesses have already invested in new refrigeration, lighting, and a number of these companies have expanded over the years because of this intervention. And one of the things we've included this source was for electric mobility. So companies can now transition their fleet of vehicles with resources. To date, since we've recapitalized the fund under Smart Fund 2, we have approximately $2.9 million in loans approved as of last year, and we have just over $200,000 in grants. So it had a bit of a slow start, but since we launched in March last year, we've seen an increase, especially coming into the end of last year, and we expect that trajectory to continue. But one of the things on this Smart Fund project that I like to call the low-hanging fruit is not just encouraging businesses to retrofit. The program also is going to finance government buildings. So we've done a number of government buildings over the years, but under this program, our target now will be 100 government buildings. We will be assisting some SOEs. We'll be continuing that work, and some, general government departments, for example, schools, etc. But under the third component, which I think is one of the most critical, is where we have our capacity building and our institutional strengthening. And we have a comprehensive training program with not just for the public sector, but for the persons within the sector as well, within the public. And another new initiative we have under the program is called the Young Entrepreneurships Program. And I'm sure the members of Parliament will be interested to hear about this. We'll be selecting young persons from the community to not just train within the sector, but to also place them in jobs, clean jobs within the sustainable energy sector. So that's what the Smart Fund 2 is going to offer over the next few years. The project is expected to end in 2026. But as I said, we also have the Public Sector Smart Energy Program, which ends this month, actually. And that project, I know we don't talk about it as much, but I think we have a lot of good stories to tell, because we've installed over 88% of the streetlights have been changed. We've done 3 megawatts of PV across 21 government buildings. We're currently completing energy efficiency, and that's something that we don't talk about a lot, but we've done energy efficiency in over 15 government buildings, including this building that we sit in, Parliament. We did the lighting and the air conditioning here. So we've continued to do a lot of work with our partners within government, and to also improve ourselves within government in terms of offering training and looking at how we can do things better under these programs. And these programs are both funded by the IDB and the EU, and the Smart Fund project was able to amass a $50 million grant, which was one of the largest grants we were able to get from the EU, and that was a testament to the work we were doing with them, and they were very excited to work with us again. Thank you.
Chair, just one brief follow-up. I thank the minister and the officer for the very in-depth. I hear the connection within the ministry, and I'm just wondering, Minister, how do you propose, for example, when we're talking about reskilling of workers, how do you, as I'm going to ask it more specifically, how are you proposing to engage with the Ministry of Education, for example, with respect to identifying to them the new skills, drawing from the study that you referred to, and having the curricula then develop so that workers who have to transition can do that in a just manner?
Thank you for the follow-up question, Honourable Member. The work we expect will take, it hasn't been completed as yet. That has been incorporated into what we are aspiring to do beginning next week with the UN Special Envoy. So once that work is completed, it is between a 3 to 6 month process that it will take. Once that has been completed, it is our intention to engage with the Ministry of Education under the leadership of the Honourable Minister, the Ministry of Labour under your leadership, Honourable Member, as well as the ministry, the agencies which fall under my own ministry with responsibility for small business development, cooperative building, and so on. And on that basis, we are going to be engaging with our stakeholder ministries as well as with the private sector, and then with our institutions to make sure that Barbados is positioning itself for the energy future that is just and inclusive of Barbadians.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, you have You have 5 minutes to wrap up, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all of the honourable members who posed questions to myself and to my team for their engagement on the issues relating to both energy and business as we would have navigated them over the past 2.5 days. I want to give the assurance to the honourable members, and I want to give the assurance to the Barbadian public as well, that the combination of energy and business is not just a lofty ambition for Barbados to reach its renewable targets on the one hand while supporting small businesses on the other hand, but it is meant to be a pathway of growth for the economy. It is meant to be a transitional pathway for people, in some instances out of poverty into financial empowerment, and certainly through our scale-up program about which we spoke on Monday, we are hoping to be able to transition people from the startup phase into micro enterprises, from micro enterprises into small enterprises, from small to medium, from medium to corporate. And we then want to be able to work collaboratively with my colleague minister in the ministry on the foreign trade side to be able to ensure that we can start by establishing many of those businesses all across the CARICOM region first, and then even globally in both energy and in every other emerging sector. One of the priorities that you will see coming out of the energy team, as well as we have mentioned, is that focus, and we spoke extensively about it, is on the just transition. And if I were to make that as simple as possible, it really does talk about inclusion. Inclusion of people who otherwise would have been marginalized, inclusion of people who would not have felt as though they had a stake because they're not talking millions of dollars, but they simply want to be able to enjoy a higher quality of life because they're able to have a lower cost of living and they have more disposable income, and with it, effect growth in the economy. I want also to express my appreciation on behalf of the ministry to the development partners who have been working with us. We cannot do any of this, and the 70% reduction targets are also conditional on international cooperation. We have over $100 million in renewable energy projects with the Inter-American Development Bank. We have grant financing with partners, and it is through programs and partnerships like these and others that we are onboarding as we speak that we will be able to achieve our objectives going forward. Before I close, I couldn't avoid saying that over the coming week, we will also, as part of our energy mix discussion, and PS in his commentary spoke about the heavy concentration of solar PV. We will be welcoming a delegation to Barbados next week to begin work on a wind project in Lamberts among our team and in partnership with the private sector partners as well. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I want, perhaps on a more personal note, to express my appreciation to the members of the team that constitute both energy and business. It has been 4 months and a little bit since I joined this team, and I have had an absolutely exceptional welcome from this team, and we have begun to work extraordinarily well, and I want to express my own personal appreciation to them. We have a considerable body of work to do for this country and in the name of the people of this country, and I am confident that with this team, we are going to accomplish the goals and even more than those we have set for ourselves. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, and thank
Honourable
you.
Member for St. James South.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Mr. Chair, we beg now that Head 92 stand part.
The question is that Head 92 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do now report His Honour the Speaker progress and seek leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 20 after 11. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 20 after 11.
This House is now in standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, Head 86, Ministry of Health and Wellness, in the amount of $265,420,640.
Honourable Member for St. Philip North.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. At this time, I would like to humbly request that you allow the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, who normally sits in the other place, to enter the House of Parliament.
So granted.
Honourable Chair, I also wish to request that the team be allowed in to the well.
So granted. Before we begin discussion on this head, let me first of all advise you of the process, the procedure with regards to how we conduct this session. The Honourable Minister has 10 minutes to give an overview. The members of his team, as you respond to questions, you have maximum of 3 minutes, and you are also asked to state your name and your job title before you begin. Honourable Ministers, you would have 5 minutes to respond to any question asked. Honourable Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, honourable members of Parliament. Thank you for inviting me in. At the outset, I want to say that the Ministry of Health and Wellness is a quite substantial ministry with 34 sub-programs. So I believe that you will understand if perhaps I go over the 10 minutes that you've set by a minute or two, I'm sure you would not expel me from this honourable chamber. Accompanying me this morning, clearly, I can't introduce the honourable minister, she's here already. With me, the most honourable Jeanette Phillips, PS City Ministry. I have Dr. the most honourable Kenneth George, Chief Medical Officer. Mrs. Juliet Sutherland, the Executive Chair of the QEH, Dr. Christine Greenwich, the Chief Operations Officer, Dr. Leslie Rollock, who is the Senior Medical Officer of Health North. Next to her is Dr. Shani Williams, the Director of Medical Services. Next to her is Dr. Ingrid Cumberbatch, Senior Medical Officer of Health South. Then there's Dr. Arthur Phillips, the Senior Medical Officer of Health responsible for non-communicable diseases. Dr. Mariam Hines, the Director of Drug Service, and Mr. David Leacock, the Manager of the Psychiatric Hospital. Mr. Chairman, again, I thank you for the opportunity to present on the work undertaken by the Ministry of Health and Wellness over the past year and to outline some of the plans for the new financial year. At the outset, I must commend and thank my predecessors, Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Bostick, and Minister Ian Goodin-Edgell, and the staff of the Ministry of Health and Wellness for their unwavering commitment, excellent work, and support in leading this country through one of the most difficult times in our country's history, the COVID-19 pandemic. The ministry, in the face of the challenges encountered during the COVID-19 pandemic, ensured that due care and attention remain focused on the delivery of the mandate of our public health institutions. Hence, our estimates covering some 34 sub-programs reflect a transition from acute pandemic care to one where we are learning to live with COVID-19 while recognizing that there are a number of challenges in the health sector to be addressed. These challenges include, but are not limited to, the recurrent issues at the QEH, the scourge of non-communicable diseases, the need for reform of our mental health program, the worrying new and re-emergent infectious diseases, the global threat of antimicrobial resistance, the absolute necessity to strengthen our health information systems, the issues of climate change and health, and identification of a sustainable health financing model. So I'm pleased to report to this Honourable Chamber that despite the challenges faced by this ministry, there have been several initiatives at both the policy and programmatic level which we have implemented and which we'll continue to implement in the next financial year. Mr. Chair, I will now focus briefly on a few of these transformative initiatives that the ministry has embarked upon to deal with these challenges and which can be dealt with later in greater detail. The Queen Elizabeth Hospital, after 3 years of being impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, this financial year saw the return to full operations and the gradual reconstruction of a post-COVID-19 QEH. The pandemic affected the delivery of patient care. For example, patients who needed emergency and urgent surgeries were prioritized over elective cases, which obviously resulted in long wait times for elective surgeries for other persons. Increased referrals from the polyclinics, which were being used, be it in terms of testing or immunization, to the QEH, resulted in congestion in many of our clinics and also in the accident and emergency department. However, in the face of these challenges, the hospital rose to the occasion and in so doing made some positive improvements under very difficult circumstances. Innovations created by the COVID-19 constraints, such as free home pharmaceutical delivery service, now fee-based, and the original help desk, now part of patient relations, have been maintained. A project was commenced by the ophthalmology department to clear the backlog of cataract surgeries, and over 500 have been performed between August last year and January this year. The Department of Orthopedics restarted hip and knee replacement surgery after a hiatus of 10 years by completing a pilot with knee replacement surgeries and hip replacement surgeries during November and December. There's also a reduction in the readmission of vulnerable patients through the Transitional Community Care Project, which I'm sure you will hear more about later. Third, there was also improvements in the efficiency of the operating theater. And to this end, the hospital hired 16 more operating theater nurses as part of the Ghanaian contingent to help with assisting with the workload there. They also launched a pre-anesthetic clinic to reduce cancellations of surgeries and due to patient-related conditions, and implemented an operating theater efficiency project. As it relates to QEH equipment, Mr. Chairman, we've all heard about the issues where people speak about the QEH and the lack of equipment. Last year, the QEH completed a comprehensive 5-year CapEx plan to identify all of the equipment and infrastructure works which will be needed to improve the delivery of care at that institution over the next 5 years. The total has come to just over 130 million, and it is anticipated, we've already started discussions with financial institutions, and it is anticipated that the QH will obtain a loan of 130 million, not to be dispersed at one time, but certainly over the 5-year period, to facilitate the replacement of equipment and infrastructure works that is needed to improve that institution, over $130 million. In addition, Mr. Chairman, there are now proposed 8 capital projects to be funded on the European Investment Bank project. They amount to the tune of 31 million euros, and these include new waste management project for the QEH. We've heard about the incinerator and the recurrent issues of the incinerator and the issues with the nearby residents. A morgue refurbishment, the refurbishment of the Lions Eye Care Center to bring it back into functionality with 3 operating theaters. Also, the supply and installation of operation theater, new ventilation system, the hospital information system, a new hospital laboratory at Enmore, and a multi-story building at Enmore. These are all to be covered under this EIB project. Mr. Chairman, there were also some good news. The philanthropic efforts mobilized over $700,000 in cash and/or equipment, including 2 ambulances from the Maria Holder Trust, which was now increased the fleet of the Q ambulance service from 7 to 9 ambulances. And another ambulance is in train to be added to the fleet in the coming financial year, which will bring the number of ambulances to 10. Grant funding has also been accessed from the European Union to finance inter alia health information system for the hospital. Sir, in the new financial year, the QH will seek to improve on some of these efficiencies and also in service delivery through the following strategies. As it relates to the operating theater, by the end of the financial year, we will move from 7 to 9 theaters being operational. Resources are being sought to maintain these 9 theaters and to move on to 10-day operating days lasting 10 hours. That is, that surgeries could start at 8 and continue till 6 in the evening, as obtained in the past. Getting ahead of myself, Mr. Chair. In terms of, as it relates to the Accident Emergency Department, we plan to complete the refurbishment of the Accident Emergency to completion of Phase 3, which is the completion of the expansion of the A&E. We plan to reestablish a minor cases unit to cover non-urgent cases. We plan to reduce the delays in patients being assessed by other specialties, and indeed to expand the number of beds in the intensive care unit, in medical intensive care unit, to reduce the need for critical patients to stay in accident emergency for long periods of time. There's another project that I'm sure that the staff of the QH should speak about, a new cardiology project which seeks to reduce the mortality from persons who have myocardial infarctions or heart attacks. And it speaks to the utilization of the cardiac suite 24 hours daily, for the establishment of a chest pain unit in the accident and emergency department, and for procedures like cardiac and angiograms and cardiac catheterizations and stent placement to be placed during 24 hours when needed, in an effort to reduce, as I said, the mortality of those who sustain heart attacks. These efforts will continue to improve the quality of nursing care through a nursing communication and strengthening process, the team steps master training, and there are other plans as it relates to improving nursing care. There's also plans to strengthen antimicrobial stewardship at the QEH. As it relates to the IT infrastructure, which was quite in the news recently, there are plans, Phase 1, to be funded by the EU through IADB to strengthen the underlying foundation architecture of the hospital's IT system, and Phase 2 to be funded out of the EIB to purchase hardware and other systems upgrade needed to operate a hospital-wide electronic medical record and related solutions, and the redesign of the business processes to achieve greater efficiency in finance and procurement. And obviously, to develop a stronger business continuity and cyber resilient plan to respond more effectively to cyber attacks or natural disasters, and of course, the creation of an online appointment system. Mr. Chairman, I move now to non-communicable diseases. And in a country where 80% of deaths are due to non-communicable diseases and cancer, and 80% of the population are exposed to risk factors of non-communicable diseases, namely poor diets, not much activity, tobacco use, and the abuse, I can call it, of alcohol, we have to be mindful of the NCDs. Effectively preventing and managing NCDs requires a multi-sectoral, multi-agency approach involving both the private and the public sectors. To this end, the ministry continues to collaborate with many of its stakeholders, including international agencies, health-related NGOs, civil society, faith-based organizations, and other stakeholder ministries and academia. Major collaboration continued with international partners such as PAHO and WHO, and of course the Caribbean Public Health Agency and the Healthy Caribbean Coalition. In collaboration with PAHO WHO, the ministry hosted the Small Island Developing States Technical Meeting on Non-Communicable Diseases in January. And the outputs of this meeting are expected to inform the SIDS ministerial meeting to be hosted in Barbados in June 2023, which will help to set the agenda for the high-level meeting of the UN General Assembly on NCDs to be held in 2025. We, of course, continue the purchasing of specialist services from the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Barbados and the Barbados Diabetes Foundation and the Barbados National NCD Registry. And of course, we started the HEARTS program with the input of PAHO. In collaboration with PAHO, WHO, the Ministry of Education, and the Technological and Vocational Training Unit, the Barbados School Nutrition Policy was completed and launched on the 15th of February. It calls for the implementation of school-based prevention initiatives within the context of the Health Promoting Schools framework. Sir, once this policy is implemented, it has the potential to transform the lives of our young people and place them on a path of improved health and an improved quality of life. This ministry is also seeking to address the chronic use of high salt and sugar in our population. And we partnered with PAHO to host a workshop to increase awareness and stimulate action to reduce salt and sugar consumption and to develop a work plan to implement strategies to reduce the salt and sugar intake. So in addition to the initiatives just mentioned, the ministry will continue to implement the new National Strategic Plan for NCDs 2023 to 2028, the National Cancer Control Plan, which has targeted interventions for the prevention and provision of effective cancer control systems, the completion of a faith-based toolkit to guide elements of the faith-based community. And sir, I'm also pleased to announce that the ministry is in the final stages of completing the Ministry of Health web page, which will not only be for health promotion activities, but for users to submit electronic-based information. Health promotion activities continue, and the ministry will continue to strengthen its efforts to promote individual responsibility and supportive environments for healthy behavior and activities, which include the development of a nutrition policy for non-school settings, inclusive of public food service units and public education. We will also continue our risk communication, public education, and training for the control and prevention of infectious nut diseases and environmental health issues. There will be a continued coordination of larger community outreach activities which are aimed at empowering persons to practice healthy behaviors to reduce their risk of NCDs. And focus, of course, will be placed on workplace wellness programs, both internal and in collaboration with the National Committee on Workplace Wellness. As it relates to primary healthcare services, the ministry is aware of the need to deliver quality services in our primary healthcare setting. We know that primary healthcare is a good value investment, and evidence has shown that countries that have quality primary healthcare available to its citizens save money and improve efficiency by reducing expensive hospital costs. I'm happy to report that all of the core services at the polyclinics and the Lady Mead Reference Unit have resumed, including auxiliary clinics such as podiatry, nutrition, and specialty clinics such as dermatology and mental health. Additionally, there has been an increase in the utilization of services compared to the numbers seen during the height of the COVID-19. This has been observed particularly at the 24-hour service at the Winston Scott Polyclinic. Although not yet at pre-pandemic levels of approximately 3,600 persons per month, last year the average was 3,300 persons. So in addition, There has been a marked increase in the demand for mental health services in this country, and we are seeing an increasing demand being placed on our primary health care services, and visits for these services in 2022 were more than 200% above that in 2019. Obviously, the multiple lockdowns, the issues of physical distancing, job loss, and fear infection, and increased isolation and loneliness and anxiety are all factors that contribute to mental health issues. So in an effort to ensure that our mental health services are fit for purpose, the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with PAHO, recently completed a comprehensive review of our mental health services. And we have in our possession the draft report. And this report provides guidance on the challenges concerning the delivery of mental health, the organization of the health system, with particular emphasis on the integration of mental health services and care, and the main priorities for implementation, and identifies key challenges and actions required to overcome them. We are pleased to announce that the Ministry of the Public Service has agreed to support an expanded community health service with a provision of 9 additional posts in the coming year, comprising of 3 psychiatrists and 6 psychologists. I also wish to inform you that the Mental Health Commission is up and functioning. It had its first meeting in 2 years last Friday. I've given them the charge to oversee improvements in the dated policies and legislation and to work on community engagement, particularly in the areas of stigma and discrimination, and to make recommendations for the better governance of our mental health response. At the psychiatric hospital, through the avenue of philanthropy, the occupational and recreational therapy buildings are being renovated by the Maria Holder Memorial Trust. Sir, I say all of this to indicate to you and the public of Barbados that the ministry is taking the mental health of its citizens very seriously, and we remain committed to ensuring that clients have access to modern and updated services in the coming months. Our national HIV/STI program continued, and I wish to report that during the last 3 to 4 months, the capacity of the lab to do the required tests has been restored. As it relates to the other matters, prevention efforts, including testing services, the condom programs, the provision of pre- and post-exposure prophylaxis continue at the LRU, and this PrEP treatment is now being expanded into the St. Philip Polyclinic and also the Barbados Family Planning Clinic. And the community outreach events are being planned for further HIV and STI screening. Sexually transmitted infections clinic, the screening services resume in April after an 18-month interruption. For the upcoming financial year, the Ministry of Health plans to continue scaling up of these services with an emphasis on an increased number of community-based testing services. The drug service continued its exceptional work, and the drug service has been identified as the agency within the Ministry of Health and Wellness to work with our international partners to have our pharmaceutical industry expanded to meet major international standards. Third, on to geriatric services. The new geriatric hospital facility consultation on the construction of a new 408-bed geriatric facility at the Botanical Gardens, Waterford, continues. The Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. is implementing the project on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and the master plan has been approved by the Department of Planning and Development. And the project is going to be implemented in phases. The first phase providing for 300 beds to accommodate existing services. Phase 2 will provide an additional 108 beds and will also facilitate for wellness and community-based services, subacute and private hospital services. The groundbreaking is expected to occur shortly. We continued our environmental health project to control vectors and diseases, and we've had good success thus far. Obviously, there are issues with climate change and health. I'm in the process of development of a health national adaptation plan. I mentioned antimicrobial resistance, and we are working on this in collaboration with the Prime Minister's office to emphasize the development of an action plan to support an adequate response to the AMR threat. I will not go into further details on that, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Please don't, Minister. You have 1 minute to wrap up your...
That's all I need, Mr. Chair. We will continue our quality improvement at the laboratory service, aiming for the best of standards lab to achieve accreditation, international accreditation. In our human resources, we continue to encourage our staff and seek training for our staff. And of course, I spoke of information systems, and shortly we'll be having discussions with PAHO at the beginning of this month to discuss the way forward with respect to the findings of a maturity assessment of our health information system. Mr. Chairman, I'm obliged for you, and I thank you for your patience with me. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I beg to move that Head 86 stand part.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I am sure that perhaps, like me, I believe you will be in the well for a little while. So you will have plenty time to expand on the work, the tremendous work that the ministry is actually doing. This is a very important ministry. And so we would want to give you and your team the opportunity as much as possible to expand. Also, remind you to be mindful of the time frames nonetheless, but we will operate to suit. Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A blessed good morning to everyone. I want to express congratulations to the health teams. I want to make reference to the former Honourable Minister from the city, Member of the Parliament for the city then, the Most Honourable Colonel, as well as the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central, who has just gone into another ministry, and the other Honourable Member for St. Philip North, who has been there working with him, as well as the Honourable new Minister, the Honourable Senator. And of course, I cannot leave out those officials who would have been working day in and day out to be able to offer services to the people of Barbados, to ensure that the quality of health will be sustained, and therefore I take my hats off to them, as well as the visitors among us from Cuba and Africa and other places. I think that the services, in most of the instances have been outstanding, particularly during COVID, where we know the lockdowns and everything else, and these distinguished workers had to be out there day and night to ensure that the health of Barbadians and others among us would have been kept to a standard. And I thank God for the support that they would have given. I want, so though, to find out from the Honourable Minister and his team today exactly what is, let me recommend, and I know it would have been happening before, particularly when we were children, many moons ago. And I know that it continued while it was in the classroom, where we had community nurses. I know that the numbers of the nurses would have been depleted. Persons, even in the hospitals and the other institutions under the Ministry of Health, they are now into the departure lounge like I would be. And so we need more persons to be able to fill in. And I knew that in a previous administration of the Labour Party, we would have sought to have persons, at least 60 nurses trained every year. I really don't know if that is happening because people are retiring, people are dying, but others are going overseas where the funding is better. And so I would wish to find out how it is possible for us, if we have got a cadre of nurses who can also be assigned to work in the communities, to be doing that on a larger scale, because I speak on behalf of the senior citizens of this country, and there are thousands of them who require care within the communities. And of course, it is difficult for many of them to get out because of comorbidities. Some have high blood pressure, families have abandoned them, they're living alone. Thank God for the National Assistance Board team that have been serving Barbados. And I would wish to know what can be done, if more, because I believe there are still a couple of them going into the system, into the communities, to offer dressings for senior citizens. I know persons who have been discharged from the hospital with an amputation, and somebody has to give them a lift or put them somewhere to get them back to the institutions, whether it be the polyclinic or the hospital, to have that bandage or that foot or that part of the body cleaned up. And I believe that, yes, we're developing as a country, and we need to ensure that our persons, our people who are the nation builders, get those opportunities to be offered the services that they require in order for them to be able to survive. And so, because of this aging population and the home care and the visits they require, even for medication, there are challenges. I would like to know what plans the Ministry of Health has in its budget and in its work plan to be able to address some of those needs, because it is a real situation that we are all experiencing on a daily basis, and people are asking for help. It is a very tedious experience, particularly for the most vulnerable people in this society, whose pensions are nil or don't get pensions at all. And I spoke already earlier, sir, I mentioned earlier about those who have been abandoned by family members. They really need to get some kind of activity going or extended to be able to facilitate such a need that is current. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and I believe you started off on a pet peeve of mine. I was discussing it here with the PS. From the time I entered the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and the first briefing session, I asked about the whole matter of community nursing. I keep speaking, I've spoken about it. I believe they're tired of hearing me speaking about it already. That years ago, Barbados was renowned in the Caribbean and second only to Cuba as it related to community medicine and community nursing, where nurses went out into the community. And it is something that we have to address. Your point is taken. Oftentimes we find elderly people who can't get to the clinics near them for whatever reason, because they're amputees, because they're not very well. And the community nursing played a very important role. The nurses would go out and, as you said, monitor their pressures, do their dressings, and in situations where they were deteriorating, to get doctors from the polyclinics to visit. Apparently, over time, this has drifted, I wouldn't say almost into complete abeyance, and it is something that I'll be working assiduously to start. We have limited resources, and we need to start by training additional nurses, public health nurses. I know that we are looking at about 3 cohorts of 10 every year over the next 3 years to be trained in public health nursing, and we certainly hope that with additional resources in nursing, that we'll be able to do something that I believe is absolutely necessary in our situation, especially with the scourge of NCDs and, of course, the concomitant issues that arise from these diseases. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable
Beg your
Member,
pardon, ma'am.
Thanks for the question. I want to also add, along with the Honourable Minister, what the hospital is doing. One of the things you mentioned, I think, was the delivery of medication to people in the community. One of the things that we had instituted, the positives coming out of COVID, is that we have a home delivery system in place. It's now for a small fee, but there's a home delivery system in place now, as well as the hospital is offering. It's a little different from what you're suggesting, but the transition community care project, whereby nurses the project is overseen by doctors, monitor patients who were recently discharged from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. We are up in it from approximately 687, I think, to 2,000 people as of this year, where when they're discharged, they are followed up by nursing and medical staff, and it has proven to reduce readmissions into the hospital in certain circumstances. In addition to that, we also recognize a worldwide shortage of nurses, and Barbados, the Ministry of Health, has seen to that, as was previously mentioned, by importing, so to speak, nurses from Ghana, in some cases Cuba. The good news on that too is that the Barbados Community College, we are now seeing great successes by way of the passing of the regional exam. So hopefully in the future that will add to the cohort, in the near future, cohort of local nurses that we have. So there's still some good news on that front. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the other question, and the most honorable doctor is looking at me all the time. I just want to be as real as possible, because I live in the community and I'm on the block sometimes, so I know what's happening. And I just want to find out, sir, what the Ministry of Health has in place. Many seniors continue to suffer, as well as persons who are disabled that are not necessarily in that age cohort. And I want to find out what plans are being put in place by the Ministry of Health and the other ministries that will be synergies to be working together. Because being involved in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, every day we saw persons, or we learned of stories of persons who have been abandoned at the hospital. And I would wish to find out what plan the government has and what funds are available in this budget to be able to have some element of release. Because if you're talking perhaps approximately 30 or 50 senior citizens who should have been discharged, but then at the time families call to say, hold her for a week longer, or there's nobody in the house to keep daddy, or the house is so broken down that he or she can't come back there. They are occupying critical beds, and I am not a nurse or any person trained in the health area, but a simple common sense idea would say that too is adding on what is happening with the challenges in the accident and emergency department. And so I would wish to know what plans the government has in this budget to be able to release those persons who are in the institution, meaning the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, occupying those critical beds or bed space when they could be elsewhere. I know that there is an alternative care program, and I'm just trying to figure out exactly where we are. And I want to add, and whether people like it or not, I will say it, I have a tremendous difficulty with senior citizens in the government institutions, not only now in the hospital, but indeed in the district hospitals, whose families do not look at them if it comes Christmas Day, Good Friday, the end of the world day, they do not look at them, but they still receive a government pension. The government is supplying Pampers, or other institutions are offering the Pampers and the different things that the clients would require. But families are taking those pension checks and cashing them, and these senior citizens are in the hospital. I would wish to find out exactly what is happening with those persons who are abandoned, our nation builders, who would work in the plantation and the plantation houses and in the stores in Bridgetown and where animals and so to send these children to school. And then they are taking the pensions and not giving them any services at all. And the government has to underwrite it. I have a tremendous challenge with it. I will speak forever until I see something change, some changes happening. But I want Sir to find out what synergies there are with the Ministry of Health and the other ministries that are doing the social components of things to be able to help them to release those or to have those persons relocated. I'm not even using the word remove because I don't know if you want to do that, we're moving with humans, but relocated to institutions, particularly to the alternative care program, where the pensions can go to the private homes to pay for those senior citizens, because it is really unreasonable, ungodly, and unfair to our nation builders who are suffering day in and day out, where they're not in the hospital. Some of them perhaps will not have even gotten a meal or a shower because families in particular have abandoned them. Would you please, sir, through you, sir, ask the Honourable Minister and his Minister colleague to be able to tell us exactly where we are at this point in time, please.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And again, one of the questions that we've been grappling with, one of the issues in the ministry. There is some good news. There seems to be a little light at the end of the tunnel, because I recognize a lot of what you say is absolutely correct, but these people who were the foundation of Barbados and the builders of Barbados. You hear me? Yes, please. Oh. And who were the builders of Barbados are seemingly abandoned in the twilight days of their lives. It is a problem, but let me deal with the first matter of the interministerial discussions. We have started having meetings with the Ministry of People's Empowerment, and I believe that we are due to have another meeting shortly to look at the whole matter of caring for the elderly. And as you know, Honourable Member, the two, they are intricately related. The matter of the elderly for care and the occupying beds in the QH also is very important to the QH. It affects the ability for patients to be admitted for elective surgery, for persons to move from the accident and emergency who need to be admitted. They can't be admitted if the bed is occupied. And indeed, it also goes to A&E, where persons are also abandoned in the accident and emergency department. Over the last few weeks, I've put in place a committee. I think it's chaired by the CMO, and Dr. Phillips has been involved in this, and also Dr. Ambrose Ramsey at the geriatric facility. And I know that a lot of people perhaps want to speak about this. You're absolutely correct. There's the Alternative Care of the Elderly program. I believe it has in it about $1.3 million allocated for it to make provision for the accommodation of 135 persons in these facilities, in these care facilities. We have done the maths previously and showed that it was economically viable to expand this facility. When I was last in this position, Minister of Health, we accommodated 180 persons in the alternative care. It is now down to 135. But even then, we were not utilizing it. It was simple. You move the persons who need nursing care into the geriatric hospital, and you move the persons who were stable into the alternative care, the LD program. If you have persons coming from the QH and they don't require any major nursing care, they can go straight to the alternative care of the LD program. So it was something that needed to, and we've started reactivated it. I believe that the hospital will also speak, Dr. Brown can speak to and Dr. Shani Williams can speak to the improvements in management and dealing with the elderly for care, as we call it. I don't know if you want to speak first or this year.
Just briefly, I think the public needs to know that the cost of the hospital right now is upwards of $500 per day, which is more than a hotel, to accommodate the elderly in terms of feeding and diaper changes, etc., and if they happen to need any medical care. I think some of the focus, and we have been in discussions with it, is to educate the public that there are other resources that can be harnessed, that can be utilized, so that they can get help for the elderly or social services out there, that there are departments willing to build ramps, for instance, willing to provide wheelchairs. And the matter is really to educate the public on where to go. A lot of them do not know where to go. But as the Honourable Minister said, there are plans in the future, near future too, to see what we can do. And I must add, I also impacted on the Harrison Point institution as well. We recognize that the elderly were also being abandoned there. It is worth looking at, and I recognize discussion within the ministry, and not only this ministry, in terms of seeking help. I think when it was a part of the Ministry of Elder Affairs, your ministry, Honourable Member, through the chair, where we were looking at involving the public, people that were unemployed or at home that were willing to add assistance. This may have been your idea at one point, add assistance in terms by way of helping. But I will let Dr. Shani Williams continue that discussion. Dr. Williams and Dr. George.
Dr. George first. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is a very difficult situation for us. With respect to overcrowding at the hospital, and the unfortunate term we use is sometimes bed blocking, the estimates of expenditure will indicate that we have increased the bed capacity in the alternative care of the elderly program from 135 to 200 beds are available. And our challenge on our end is to make sure that the occupancy of those beds is all over 90% at all of the times. The challenge is that many of the nursing homes can't provide the acute setting care for some of these elderly individuals. So we have come up with a bit of criteria to make sure that the persons who are placed in the alternative care of the elderly program can indeed be managed safely. We have instituted weekly reports on the status of the elderly in the hospital. And there's also a category called Young for Care, who are staying in the hospital for longer periods of time. And these persons are also being considered for admission to the geriatric hospital. We continue to work with the bed manager of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, the senior social worker. We involve the consultant geriatrician and the senior medical officer of health who is responsible for the elderly. And we get weekly reports on the status, and the ministry remains committed to do what it can with respect to its resources in taking care of the elderly in Barbados. Thank you so much.
Now Dr. Williams, Shani Williams.
Morning, Shani Williams. We're welcoming the consideration of having my post. Shani Williams, Acting Director of Medical Services at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Thank you. To follow on from the CMO, the elderly persons who are long stay patients in our institution has decreased significantly since the committee has been stood up. And that's thanks to the aggressiveness with trying to coordinate their relocation to other services and other facilities. We had at one time within the last 6 months as many as 40 persons within our institution, which is almost 2 wards. And that, yes, as Minister Walcott would have said, placed a significant burden on the throughput of patients coming from the emergency department. It, on occasion, may have placed a halt to elective cases being done because we couldn't admit patients from out of hospital to get services rendered if they needed a bed following their services. We have today about 9 elderly for care. Those are older than 65. We have 6 persons also awaiting placement, whether it is in the alternative care program or back home in their communities. So that's 15 persons who are we consider long stay, just awaiting placement, have social unfortunate circumstances. We depend heavily on our social services, our bed management program, to assist with the discharge planning of those patients, because several of them may need not only human resource assistance of family members, etc., but may need wheelchair assistance, ramps, and etc., in order to make their homes more appropriate to accommodate them. Several patients can spend months in our institution while waiting for placement. So with the committee, both interdisciplinary, we would call it, both institutions, QEH plus Ministry of Health and Wellness proper, they're assisting greatly in trying to place those patients at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My final question in this segment, sir, and it is home drums now that I'm referring to. I know that last year in the estimates, there was an amount of funds for the Gordon Cummins District Hospital to be refurbished. It is an institution that is dear to my heart. I was the association's chairperson for more than 16 years previous to coming to this job. 21 years ago, I would have been here. And I have seen it fall apart in a way, Mr. Chairman, sir, that hurts my heart. And thankfully, last year, the residents, I think there were 59 of them, who were relocated to the St. Philip District Hospital, and I believe elsewhere, and the staff too, which was important because I understood that the kitchen and the laundry were inoperable. And therefore, there would have been challenges. But to date, I have seen absolutely nothing happen at Gordon Cummins District Hospital in what we now call the Freedom Village, and has been the Freedom Village for many decades or many years or centuries for that matter. And the residents are complaining. There are residents who live to the back of the structure. They live both sides and so on. The people in St. Thomas have nowhere to go except to Warren's Polyclinic to get their medication, because the clinic that would have been on the opposite side of the street, that too has been closed for repairs. And I understand that there are a number of other critical areas that the government has got to invest in to be able to get it working. Our schools need repairs, the police stations and so on. But I have a challenge because those 59 persons, if that is the correct number, are in St. Philip. Parents and guardians and friends cannot go to see them. There was such a cohesive group there all these years. And now the abandonment of the structure. And I say abandonment because absolutely nothing. President saying the rodents, they're complaining about the tall grass and so on in the area. And you know there are some Barbadians who, having seen the facility closed, will come from all over to take away a stove, to take away a bed, to take away a table, because it seems to be, to my mind, that the culture of other people is being imported in our country for the madness I'm seeing people doing. I really would not like that to ever happen. I would wish to know from the Honourable Minister and his distinguished team, where are we with the Gordon Cummings District Hospital and the upgrades that have been promised, so that at least we can get back the residents who lived in St. Thomas near home, that the families can visit them. It is not easy to get from St. Thomas to St. Philip. And the challenges that the families are suffering from. And I wish to know for sure, or to get a surety as to what is happening this time around, since we are at the end of the financial year and little or nothing has happened. What are the plans for this new year that we are going towards to be able to get that hospital up and running again, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm going to speak briefly as it relates to the clinic, the St. Thomas Outpatients Clinic. I know that there's approximately almost 3 million in the estimates for that, for refurbishment for the outpatients clinic. I believe there was a matter with the tendering process and it had to be retendered. I'm going to ask the PS to speak to that and the plans for the district hospital.
Thank you. Janet Phillips, Permanent Secretary. We have plans to, as Minister said, to refurbish the outpatient clinics at St. Thomas. But because it had been previously tendered and we were given an instruction to retender, so we're now waiting for the reports on the tenders to see which which contractor was awarded the tender, and then that would be submitted for approval to the Cabinet of Barbados. That will be done shortly. In relation to the district hospital, there's no plan to refurbish and reopen the district hospital. The discussions that we've had at the higher level was to provide information on doing a renovation to turn that facility into respite care for persons who are suffering with dementia and Alzheimer's. So we're at the very early stages of having the discussions and getting the preliminary discussions so that we can come up with the concept. The idea was that it's going to be a PPP arrangement and not totally financed by the government, but we're at very early stages dealing with that.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That response has really blessed my heart, but I felt it would have been extremely important, at least the respect be given to me that I know, because we do need respite care facilities, and I want to thank the Most Honourable Permanent Secretary for revealing this information to me, because that too I will push for, because we need it now more than ever, not for St. Thomas people only, but people across the length and breadth of Barbados. When I can receive 100 calls every week for persons with challenges, then it tells you the magnitude of the situation with our senior citizens and whatever ailments or aspects of things that are plaguing their minds and the families. So I am happy to hear it will be a respite facility, but it would have been most honorable if I had been informed earlier so that it could rest my heart from having to bother about my senior citizens who are all the way in St. Philip where they don't belong and know no one. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Thomas. Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions will be brief this morning. And the first is more of a macro level programming question, Minister. When it comes to the health sector, the non-statutory expenditure in these estimates amount to about 265 million. And when I look, for example, at the sub-program for NCDs, which is about 532,000, when I look at the sub-program for nutritional services, which is including statutory personal emoluments, which is just under $1 million, it makes me wonder about the balance of investment, right? The balance of investment between preventative medicine and our attempts to care for people who have already begun to present with disease, especially in the area of NCDs and all that that implies. For example, dialysis, having to outsource those services and really being at the point where we can't catch up with the treatment. Of course, the expenditure for preventative care would not just be in those sub-programs. It would be, I imagine, across other programs. It would be in the polyclinics. It would even be in the Ministry of Education and other ministries and departments. But I wanted to ask you, Minister, about this question of the balance of investment between primary and secondary and tertiary, and really where we are spending our money and getting bang for our buck. You know, I just saw the Minister of State and the Queen Elizabeth Hospital happily announce a return to joint replacement surgeries, which is encouraging, but which I'm also mindful is extremely expensive. You know, and to be able to source the joints, to be able to pay for them, to be able to pay for the surgery, we know that we want to be all things to all people, but we can't. And so I wanted to hear a bit about how are we looking to shift that balance of investment? In 2018, Minister, you recall that there was an idea to start a program that we were calling Wealth for Health, so that we were actually trying to be able to give transfers to people who are compliant with their treatment protocols, who are taking certain action to be able to prevent the onset of chronic NCDs. So how are we shifting that balance of investment towards the kind of investment that would see us not having to spend as much in people's later years for some of this treatment?
Thank you, Honourable Member. You are correct. I mean, I can tell you, I'm just confirming it. The NCDs is a sub-program. I think this is the first time you've seen that. So we're starting with just over $500,000, and the intention is obviously to grow, to increase it as we go forward. And you're right, we have NCD spending in other areas. But as I said earlier when I spoke, that there's need to focus on primary health care. And you can't have a really good health system unless you have the investment in primary health care, which is absolutely necessary. And I think that's why you see that we're trying to increase in some of our programs. And I focused on getting the polyclinics and going. I didn't speak about some of the programs being offered at those polyclinics where we are trying to expand the services. Dental is an issue that we've had. We're extremely short of staff in the dental clinics, and this is something that we're trying to build out. Of course, you might say it's not NCDs, but I will tell you if someone has diabetes, it's connected. And you know, it could be very serious for a diabetic. So all these are cross-cutting. And it is something that I think the mindset has to change. Traditionally, we have focused on hospital care, tertiary institutions. And we need to, as you said, the softer things like health promotion and this thing has a very important role to play. People need to take charge, of their health. And they need to be given the tools to do this, the knowledge, the information. I know the project you're talking about, but I've asked the PS about it. I haven't heard much about it recently. I don't know. Everything was subsumed within COVID. But those are things that we need to do. We have tried, years ago, there was a proposal to give persons benefits to encourage them to do things that would be beneficial to their health, etc. These are things that we have to look at again. Recently, I was asked to look for the cabinet paper and dust it off and bring it forward, that we had dealt with these issues of persons and incentives to take care of your health. While I'm on it, an honourable member mentioned care of the elderly, we thought that it could also be beneficial rather than spending large sums of money on geriatric facilities, that if you could get people, to look after the elderly, give them, persons who are not working, an opportunity to care for those persons in their home. But it is something that we need to focus on. And I don't believe that right now I think it's going to take time, because we need to rebuild the primary health care system. You heard the Honourable Member from St. Thomas speaking about the community health nursing. We need to rebuild that. These are all the tenets of the primary health care system. And regrettably, we have lost some space and some distance over years in this. I don't know if the CMO, this is his area, if he wants to add anything to that.
Thank you so much. Kenneth George, CMO. With respect to, this has always been a push and pull issue with respect to primary care and upstream issues versus downstream issues. The downstream issues will be the chronic disease, the dialysis, and the upstream issues will be managing obesity and making sure your hypertension is under control. There was an innovative project which was led by one of the medical officers of health that cooperated with the Ministry of Empowerment to make sure that we address what we would determine the social determinants of health. Those are the factors around the individual that lead to better outcomes, whether it be issues surrounding housing, poverty, those types of issues. And I think that from where I see it, we need it needs to be a it can't only be the Ministry of Health. Why? Because the social determinants of health indicate that even for NCDs, there are so many other factors outside your realm of health which contribute. For example, if you can walk to work safely, if you have good open spaces. It's a huge discussion. We are certainly willing to be part of it. But I will take the opportunity to let other ministries know that they need to be on board also, because your question is right. The figures don't suggest that we are investing enough in NCDs. Minister made the point that for the first time, NCDs have their own line item. But I'm going to tell you this. We only have 1.5 officers that run the NCD program within the Ministry of Health. And that, I don't think, in this modern age, with what we know, is very acceptable. Thank you.
I also want to ask Dr. Arthur Phillips, who can speak to it. He has responsibility for NCDs. And I spoke of the strategic plan, and perhaps he can speak to how that seeks to address some of the issues you raised. Dr. Phillips?
Thank you. Thank you, ministers, and good morning. The NCD program is, sorry, my apologies. Arthur Phillips, Senior Medical Officer of Health, responsible for NCDs. The NCD program has been, as will be mentioned, populated by one full-time person since its creation in 2004. Fortunately, the program has had a series of strategic plans from that time, and the current strategic plan that is guiding our activities looks at issues divided across risk factor reduction. So that speaks to the sorts of issues that Senior Minister and CMO were talking about around addressing, issues around physical activity, harmful use of alcohol, which technically is alcohol use, certainly if we're speaking about cancer risk, tobacco use, and healthy nutrition. So that risk factor reduction covers those sorts of issues. The issue of improved management of NCDs speaks to issues around clinical guidelines as well as empowering patients through programming such as the Chronic Disease Self-Management Program, where individuals learn about their disease and how they can play a better role in managing their disease. And we have seen individuals who've taken part in that program have improved outcomes. We have pulled out the Childhood Obesity Prevention Program, which is sort of a cross-cutting program, and we've made that a particular area of focus. Again, tying back to the issue of prevention, the issue of bang for the buck. When we intervene early, when we're able to prevent as opposed to remediate or palliate, we are likely to get much better outcomes. CMO would have mentioned the fact that we must have multi-sectoral work and partnerships because many of the determinants of NCDs are outside of the remit or scope of control of a national health authority or Ministry of Health. If we're talking about the affordability of healthy foods, if we're talking about access to physical activity, if we're talking about alcohol consumption and its determinants, if we're talking about tobacco consumption and its determinants, then we're talking about partnership. Partnership, as would have been indicated, not only with other health agencies, whether in the public or private sector, but with other entities in business and in other settings. Resource allocation and mobilization, also relevant to the discussion that we're having now. Certainly the investment case work that has been done has indicated that there are a basket of interventions that will help us to achieve a significant bang for our buck, and these are programmed into the NCD strategic plan. The funding for the NCD strategic plan, without the additional staffing, we're talking about one full-time person at the moment, is in the vicinity of $20 million over the 5-year period. Communicating for health, again, very important in terms of not only communicating with our partners in intervening, but the general public. And then surveillance and research, which helps us to be able to track what we are achieving, how things are changing, where we need to put our focus. So those are the key issues from a high level that we are addressing in the NCD strategic plan. And this is the first year that we have our own budget. We would have been under health promotion at or around $200,000. So we have $500,000 this year. And we would hope to be able to get up to the $4 million a year to be able to implement the basket of tools that we believe will make a significant difference in terms of the burden of NCDs in Barbados. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Minister, we give people incentives to build hotels and install PV panels and all kinds of things, and because we believe we're going to get some payoff on the other side. And therefore, there is a case then to give people real hard incentives to address their behavior, because we know that we will get a payoff on the other side, and that payoff is cost savings in terms of treatment. There are cases, and there is work that I have been involved with that does show a reduction in tertiary expenditure when these kinds of incentive programs are in place. And even programs like doctors prescribing nutrition and not just prescribing medicine, that when I leave your office, I am given a framework for habits and not just take 2 of these a day. It is integrating this in care is important. I'm moving quickly, though, to my second question, which has to do with the Accident and Emergency Department of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And it's really a very straightforward one. When I, as all of us, I believe, do, get a call about somebody who feels they are not feels they're not receiving adequate care and attention in the accident and emergency department. They talk about how long they have been there. They talk about not being clear on what is the treatment they are receiving or what is the kind of treatment journey that they're on. And I wanted you and your team, Minister, to be able to say through this process to the people of Barbados what really happens when a person accesses care in accident emergency. And I'll say what I mean. I gather from some of the reports that I hear that what is happening because of the bed shortage is that people are seen, they are assessed at some kind of triage level, and then something is done, right? But because it is not done in a bed or in a room situation, it may be that something is administered and then they have to go back to the accident emergency to sit and wait. They perceive that they are not receiving care or that they have not been seen. And so I am not at all a doctor or any kind of trained in any medical way, but often there has to be kind of a process of cross-examination where you're saying, well, have you moved from there at any point? Have you received any IV? And then it turns out that they are in fact receiving care, but they are uncomfortable, they're in a chair, they're being seen by a nurse or something and sent back, and so they perceive that they have been there for 3 days and they have not been seen. By the time they get to the end of the 3 days, the acute symptoms that were presenting at that time may have resolved through the cases of steps that they have gone through, but they perceive that they have not received care. And so I would like to hear, what is it that is happening in this scenario? And how is it that we are going to improve both the perception and the communication in that case, and the reality of the care that they're receiving?
Thank you, Minister. It is correct. Your question, I'm going to shortly hand it over to Dr. Minister Brown and Dr. Williams, who has direct responsibility for it. But I think we hear complaints about A&E. A lot of them are justified. I don't believe that every one of them is justified. And it has to do, as you said, with communication. Persons should be told what is happening to them. I think most people don't understand the whole process of a triage and why you have a triage and how you see people as part of that triage and the level of urgency to be seen. Like most places, most of our people, I believe, are category 3 and 4, I believe. And those are not seen as, urgent. And they will speak about that later. If we look at the persons who have been assessed as 1s and 2s, triage level, it goes from 1 to 5, you will see a different story. I take the point that there are issues with communication, with flow. You get triage, you get some things done, you wait, and then if someone doesn't tell you what is happening, oftentimes it's crowded, you go in, you're seen, then you have to go back out because you're waiting for results or something else. And I spoke to earlier situations where persons have been seen in A&E and they're being referred now to a specialty, surgery, internal medicine, and then they have to wait for prolonged times for someone to come and assess them. And all of these are things that we're going to have to assess. I know that my colleagues will speak about it. We have to address the issues of of course, first of all, we need, the matter that I spoke about, the expansion needs to be completed. That needs to be developed. But the interim, we can still work on improving the flow, improving communication, and dealing with the matters of referral. I'm going to ask Minister Brown and then Dr. Williams to speak.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, through the chair. I agree with the Honourable Minister who just spoke. We cannot deny the issues in A&E with respect to the waiting times. I would, however, before Dr. Williams intervenes, the public needs to know, as you said, what it means to go through A&E, the step-by-step process. One of the problems we have, as Minister said, is that the A&E is not quite completed, so that leads to congestion in the area. two, and there are instances where we're putting things in place to address it. The majority of cases coming to A&E are in fact the non-urgent or the non-emergent cases. There are a lot of scenarios where patients show up at the A&E that do not need to be in A&E, that could be treated outside of A&E in some primary care system, polyclinic. So what might be perceived as an emergency or urgent matter is not often that in a doctor's purview. So they can often be seen on the outside. What we're planning to revive is what we call the minor cases unit, where if a patient comes in with what we consider minor, what they consider minor, that they're seen and discharged. They're seen, treated, and discharged, so that the event where a patient comes in with a heart attack, for instance, they're not pushed back to the back of the line. So that would ease up some of the congestion as well. One of the delays as well, and I would admit it here because it makes sense to admit it, is that the communication with respect to patients being in A&E between there and having to be admitted on the ward is sometimes a little not as ideal as we would like it. So there's a delay sometimes in getting the patient from downstairs to upstairs. Bearing in mind that we are now operating also on 3 floors of an A&E department, so the congestion comes there as well. So some patients are actually admitted, but still are in A&E. That happens in a few instances. But there are plans, for instance, to decrease the congestion, so we're moving the records department that exists in A&E to some other location. The capacity for the medical ICU intensive care unit, we're looking to increase, as was said in the briefing, the capacity of the MICU so that patients can be furloughed to those areas. But the triage system, let me get back there. That's basically a system where we assess and decide who is urgent, who is not urgent, who can wait a little longer, who can be discharged. It is not optimal as it stands, but the plans are to retrain and to train staff into getting that to work properly, or should I say more efficiently, so that patients can be seen and discharged or sent to another institution like the fast track, which we all know exists. That still needs some working out, something else to be added to that, but in the meantime it's there. So they can handle minor cases that may not need X-ray provisions and so on. It has been decided recently to dedicate 3 teams of staffing to deal with patients. So that, and it's going to be a color-coded system. Dr. Williams would expand on that a little better. So bearing in mind that not only that we are the only tertiary institution really that handles emergency, so every person comes in event to A&E. So unlike other jurisdictions that may have 1 or 2 or 3 hospitals, there's only 1. So you can appreciate the congestion there as well. But we're looking to get all of these addressed, but I want to hand over to Dr. Williams at this point to dig in a little deeper to what I've just said. Dr. Williams?
Shani Williams, acting DMS. Just to continue from what has been said, overcrowding does continue to plague the accident emergency department for several reasons. Many of the challenges we have to admit, and communication usually is challenge number 1. The process of a patient's journey through the emergency department, it tends to be a linear one, where we recognize that there may be bottlenecks at the phase of input, throughput, and output. And the challenges of the emergency department are a manifestation of health system challenges in its entirety. Minister would have mentioned some non-urgent cases that ideally when they present, we would have liked to defer them or refer them to other jurisdictions or other institutions, but because of the capacity to do radiology 24 hours a day or certain diagnostics, the only place that can be done is the emergency department. The emergency department doesn't have the luxury of diverting when we're full and overcrowding as in other jurisdictions, as we're the only one that is open 24 hours a day. So we do have what is well recognized as the triage system, using a Canadian version of the international triage system methodology, where on presentation, a senior nurse and occasionally a doctor may see, assess, and determine your level of urgency. And there are 5 categories, as Minister Walker would have mentioned. Categories 1 or 2 are the urgent ones, and those usually have a fairly short wait time. The emergency ones are seen within seconds to minutes. And then categories 3, 4, and 5, those are the ones that can spend several hours and occasionally a couple of days in our emergency department rendering care and treatment. We are operating currently on 3 floors, and that is one of the reasons why it's important to have, as part of the estimates, the consideration to finish the expansion so that we're operating on 1 level, because 3 floors has its inherent inefficiencies. The original plant had radiology on site, and as a result of us being in this construction phase, our radiology is now part of the main radiology department. So any patient that needs even an x-ray of their ankle will need to go to the main radiology department as opposed to getting their images on site. So that also contributes to the delay, as well as turnaround times for other services. Other steps in your stay include the referral to certain specialties for the admissions process. About 40% of our patients are actually referred. We admit about 25 patients a day. And these patients, due to the burden of chronic non-communicable diseases, we can spend several hours managing patients in the emergency department directly, whether it is active management of putting patients on ventilators, assisting with further care and treatment, or waiting for diagnostic results. It does take some time to manage persons with heart disease, strokes, kidney disease, and other end organ major complications that we're seeing in our emergency department. And then we do have a bed capacity issue if we do have elderly for care. We have currently 3 of those 9 elderly for care that I would have previously mentioned are housed in our emergency department, which is taking up valuable beds, plus the overcrowding of access to care and treatment on the inpatient side of things. So we do have occasionally patients who may spend those 3 days in our emergency department and may have seen several doctors, have had several investigations, but the word is that they're still in the emergency department, trying to access a bed on the ICUs, etc. There are many times we have 6 resuscitation rooms, and 4 or 5 of them are occupied with ICU admissions, trying to access our limited ICU beds. So to manage that throughput or the length of stay challenges of the inpatient stay, we're trying to increase bed capacity in our ICUs, both our medical and surgical ICU, as well as to restart the cardiac suite facility, which is a 10-bedded unit, to be on a 24-hour operation so that our critically ill patients can actually be removed from our emergency department's admission pool and free up beds to see the new patients arrive into the emergency department. So every step of the way, that should be communicated with the patient. Turnaround times for your blood results, communication about other services coming to see you, etc. And we do recognize that that is a service that is not sustained and consistent in our emergency department, and we try to remind on every occasion that this is a consistent service. In addition to that, we do have patient relations officers who are assigned to our emergency department, and their sole responsibility is to make sure that what is happening during the patient's stay is communicated with the patient. Of course, that has to be a 24-hour event, so we have to have the personnel to be there 24 hours a day. So there are things that we're trying to put in place and try to make it sustained. We mentioned the minor cases unit to see the categories 4s and 5s. We were trying to have at least a 16-hour day where we have dedicated staff to run a minor cases unit, as well as a see and treat service, so that we can deflect some of those patients from spending any extra length of time in our emergency department. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that comprehensive response. My last question has to do, Minister, with something you mentioned in your review, which is that, in your overview, which is this comprehensive review of mental health services that you have conducted. Now, mental health everywhere is connected to and associated with many other things. Here in Barbados, we know, for example, that it co-occurs with substance abuse issues. We know that many members of our unhoused population, or who we might refer to as homeless, are also struggling with mental health issues. I would say as well that at the constituency level and the officers who work in the sector may know that I have had calls myself to seek help on behalf of families who are struggling with mental health issues in their homes and either feel fearful, they feel, again, communication issues, that the level of care that is being received is not urgently resolving a problem because as we know, it is not something that you can necessarily take medication for and it goes away. In certain cases, medication is indicated. In other cases, talk therapy and other kinds of interventions are indicated. My question really is, what are the plans to be able to integrate mental health care with some of the other areas of care with dealing with the unhoused population, dealing with people who are involved in criminal activity, people who may have that co-occurring with substance abuse issues? What are the plans to really scale up and integrate in a way that we know now is important? Because there was a time where we used to see somebody would pass the street and we would say that person mad. We would put mad in front of their first name and refer to them. We saw the psychiatric hospital as a place that was scary and imposing and that there was a certain kind of people behind those walls. We know now that we have to make far more transparent what is happening there. While protecting people's privacy, we have to make it clear that this is not a case of a group of boogeymen and boogie women behind the wall, but that we are providing care in a humane way. So I just wanted to hear a bit more about what your review has showed you and what in these estimates you intend to do to be able to integrate more fully.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. First of all, let me say that in some respects it is almost like deja vu when we speak of mental health and modernizing it and community medicine, because community psychiatry. In the ministry, there is a mental health policy reform which was formulated in 2005, Dr. George, I believe. And it is amazing that when I look at the report from the PAHO consultants, they recommend a number of things that were recommended here in 2005 that we were going to do. It is clear that we need to look at the whole process and there's need for mental health reform. We need to look at the governance process of it. We need to look at the archaic legislation. We need to move away from the concept of custodial care in a hospital. The whole use of a psychiatric institution has to be reorganized. We have to move, and the movement has to be to community psychiatric care. That's why I spoke about it, that we are, in this year's estimates, we're going to get 3 additional psychiatrists and 6 psychologists who would be involved in this community psychiatric care, and also integrating it into the other, as part of the polyclinic, into the services at the polyclinic, so that there's not this separation. We also have to look at massive public education. Persons don't understand about mental health. We have to deal with the stigma associated with it. So this is needed. And of course, we need additional human resources. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm getting some this year, but more will be needed. As it relates to the persons who have certain habits, we have a collaborative process with Verdun and Marina House for males and for females, respectively, where again, we used to have persons with drug addiction, etc., being housed in these facilities. Minister Simmons is trying to get my attention because he knows that I always say that we should take it serious, because at least 40%, 35 to 40% of persons do manifest some sort of psychotic behavior, some sort of psychotic illness. So it is not something that we should scoff at. And of course, as we approach it, we have to look at it in a comprehensive manner. And I have Dr. McLachlan, who is a consultant psychiatrist at the psychiatric hospital, and Mr. David Leacock, who's the manager. And I'm going to ask them to speak to some of the new things that we're going to be looking at, the new processes, as it relates to the next year and the introduction of work-related mental health programs, school mental health programs, the parental and maternal mental health promotion, and the whole issue of suicide and suicide prevention program. I don't know who's going to go first, Dr. McLachlan or Mr. Leacock. You all decide behind there, I can't see. Who's there? Mr. Leacock.
Good morning, Minister. Thank you. David Leacock, Hospital Director, Psychiatric Hospital. Just to address the issues raised by the Minister, relative to the issue of transparency, as Minister would have mentioned earlier, the Commission would have had its first meeting last week, and a large part of their mandate would be to look at actual minimum standards for operations in the hospital and also on mental health in general. So we're hopeful that once we have those minimum standards identified, it would give a framework under which we in turn will report to the Commission and to the Minister as well. From our internal standpoint, we have just stood up our Patient Advocacy Committee. We were looking to ask persons who are either former clients of the hospital or outpatients or family members to serve as well as other persons from the community at large to identify issues as how we in turn operate and how those things impact upon those who are using the service. So we're hopeful that that program being in place, or that committee being in place, will also address some of the issues that persons might report as far as how they access care and how they feel accessing care from the hospital itself. You mentioned an important factor when you were discussing or giving context to your question, as far as persons sometimes seeking services and having some hesitancy because of the whole idea of it being the mental hospital and the whole stigma around that situation. And in our strategic plan from 2015-2020, as Minister mentioned, from his own experience back in 2005 and proposal at that point in time to address issues of stigma, a large part of it identified that we needed to actually have a mass education campaign for the general public so that we can change the concepts around mental health in general and also accessing services, whether it's from psychiatric hospital or from the polyclinics or otherwise. As Minister mentioned, we are proposing this year, and we have been given the funding to start new programs coming this new financial year. And a part of that also is to having the staffing to execute the programs that we want to run for this coming financial year. Including in that, the suicide program, prevention program, which looks at us working with some NGOs that currently run suicide hotlines, as well as working with schools and workplaces to create suicide prevention programs and more or less educate them on what to look for and how they in turn can intervene and assist persons who might be at a stage where they require help. Additionally, we've looked at a workplace mental health program. We have started the process as far as engaging some stakeholders towards looking at what can be done. We have had a call from the Ministry of Labour just last week, and we will hopefully meet with them and some other persons in the next 2 to 3 weeks to start to lay out the actual program for workplace mental health program. And again, this is looking at how do we in turn assess workplaces for the culture, whether that in itself is causing mental health stressors on the employees, and how we can work with the workplaces towards improving the organization and hopefully making it a more safe environment for persons to operate within. Additionally, one of the things we want to have is that every workplace, the same way you have persons who are trained in ACLS or BLS or first aid, you have a person who has that understanding from a mental health standpoint. If someone experiences a mental health challenge, then someone in the environment is trained to recognize that they are experiencing a challenge and intervene or step in to help that person to seek help or to direct someone else to assist the person in getting help. So we are trying to get that program at the workplace as well as at the DEOs, the schools, the fire service, the first responders, to train up those persons to not only be able to give life-saving interventions from a physical standpoint, but from a mental health standpoint as well. During the COVID situation, we recognized that not only from COVID, but also from ELSA, when persons went into the field to make assessments on the housing situations or those who had lost roofs and stuff, many times then we found that there were mental health issues that were being experienced by the persons 2 or 3 or 4 days post-event. and sometimes the persons doing the assessments were not equipped to make necessary interventions at that point in time. So we do want to upskill some of those persons at that level so that we in turn can have a greater cadre of persons out there to make the initial assessment and then refer, if needed, to Dr. McLachlan and other persons at that level. The other persons you mentioned were the roofless or the persons who are not, who have homes. Persons may say in society who sometimes are through unfortunate circumstances may not have a home to go to. We have recognized, as you said, that a large part of these populations do have mental health.
You have 10 seconds. You have already exceeded your time.
Okay. We are looking to have a mobile mental health unit to go out to places where persons are roofless and hopefully intervene at that level to give them care in the community at that level. Thank you. Brian?
So I'll be very brief, Kenneth George. I think one of the good things that came out of the COVID is that a lot of persons are much more willing to come forward with mental health. When I first came to the ministry, there were no NGOs associated with mental health illness. Now there are about 3 or 4. Many of these NGOs, at least 2 of them, are driven by young people, very, very engaged, who are really, really willing to come to the table. In addition to that, we had, as part of our discussions with the Ministry of Education, there's an opportunity for mental health awareness in schools, wherein teachers will be made aware of what to assess a high-risk child. And I think this is really needed at the moment. This morning I sent the correspondence before I got here to the permanent secretary within the Ministry of Education, because PAHO and UNICEF have agreed to contribute to this process. The other issue we have that came out of COVID and is now more commonplace is the concept of mental health first aid, which is important after not only COVID, but natural disasters, and the world is so uncertain now. So as Minister has indicated, we intend to give mental health a further push. And we have a very vibrant commission who is ready to hit the ground running, particularly with the issues surrounding legislation and policy direction for the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. McLachlan.
Brian McLachlan, Senior Consultant Psychiatrist, Psychiatric Hospital. Just briefly would like to speak about our schools. During COVID, I think it was recognized that young people were having significant difficulties in coping, and myself and one of the consultant psychiatrists, Dr. Sue, we became part of a committee that was chaired by the Ministry of Education, in which we looked to provide both education and support for both young people as well as teachers and ancillary staff in the schools. We've recognized now that things have opened back up that we're still getting quite a bit of persons being referred to the hospital, to our child guidance services. We recognize that the ministry and teachers are identifying young people who do have significant mental health issues and are referring them to us. And so we do have to rise to the challenge, certainly, of being able to see those individuals and be able to provide them support. Since the ministry does have staff, the Ministry of Education, I should say, does have staff, then we're looking perhaps at training or upping the training with regards to allowing them to do some interventions so that not everyone has to get referred. Because as it is, persons will get referred down to the psychiatric hospital, and we have spoken quite a bit about the stigma that's associated with that. Quickly, I'd like to just say also, we are hoping always that mental health be considered in much the same way as the non-communicable diseases and other physical illnesses. And so part of what we're looking to do this year is to, again, train up some of our primary healthcare practitioners so that, A, they can recognize mental health difficulties and be in a position to at least start treatment and really refer then to mental health services when, you know, the situations are a little bit more complex. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That's all from me. The only last note I would make is that in one of the key groups to engage in the training is police in terms of their response to make sure that they understand how to recognize and how to de-escalate situations where you are dealing with people who might have mental health challenges. Thanks very much for the response.
Thank you very much.
If I may, just a comment, and for that reason, we have the police included on the Mental Health Commission.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central. Thank you very much, Minister and team. I'm sure you are raring to go to give us some more information, but we have to break at this time, and we will be back after lunch. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, we say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 2:20 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 2:20 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 2:20 p.m. This sitting is resumed. Prior to the suspension for lunch, this honourable chamber was in Standing Finance Committee. We shall return to Standing Finance Committee.
Standing Finance Committee is resumed. Honourable Minister, I would just want to pose a quick question before honourable members proceed. We have spent, back in the year 2020, we have spent some funds on the COVID facility at Harrison's Point in St. Lucie, a wonderful facility. I had the opportunity to tour it, very much state of the art, so to speak. And at the back end of COVID, I believe, hopefully, we have a lovely facility which I am sure can be of some great and good use to this country. I want to find out, and I'm sure the rest of Barbados will want to find out as well, what are the plans for use of that facility?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I must tell you that it is still being used. There's still patients with COVID who are being housed there. And so there is still being used for COVID patients. And we have one or two, as was mentioned earlier, some persons who had COVID, who have gotten over COVID, but are still there, unfortunately. You are correct, it is a wonderful facility, and we are obviously looking at how we can use it. We believe it should be a health facility going forward. The decision is, will it be taken over, will it be...
Honourable Minister, members have indicated not hearing you well, so you can speak more into the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Certainly.
As I was saying, there are still patients being housed there. In addition to those patients, there's some who have got over COVID who are still there. This is a matter we discussed earlier today. You are correct. Millions were spent there. It is a fantastic facility. And it is, I believe government believes it should be used as a health facility. As to if it will be private sector or public sector, that determination is still to be made. I know that the executive chair of the hospital has been very much involved in these processes, and I'll ask her to speak to address your question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. We have been in discussion with a number of...
Would you kindly...
Sorry, apologies. Juliet Bino, Sutherland Executive Chairman, Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Thank you for the question. We've been in discussions with a number of agencies in the tourism sector, as well as the Ministry of Housing and land surveys and other sub-agencies about the use of the facility in the medium to long term. As I understand it from a policy perspective, as our Minister Walcott has indicated, decisions will be made about the long-term use of the facility and for health or health tourism or other related industry. In the interim, we recognize that having invested in an institution, the danger exists that if you do not utilize it, that you could have a situation where it begins to run to ruin because the lack of use of any healthcare facility actually creates that danger. As a hospital, we have put forward in our estimates that we can assist both the situation in A&E and improve the quality of care in certain areas by using it in the immediate to short term for areas of the hospital. A particular need has arisen, not just at the hospital, but across the health system for palliative care. Our Department of Oncology, Cardiology indicate that there are patients in the hospital for whom treatment modalities have come to an end and they're now in need of palliation. Where basically that is treatment to manage end of life and have persons have a quality end of life. And so many of those patients wind up being in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital on wards, which is less than ideal in terms of the end-of-life situation. So we've put forward proposals for use of the facility for palliative care, particularly in the area of oncology and in the area of heart disease and other ailments. We also recognize that there are patients, again, in the hospital who, after having orthopedic or other injuries, require long-term rehabilitation. Rehabilitation that is both for surgical interventions as well as for those who have respiratory ailments that need long-term interventions. The opportunity exists to co-locate at that facility, therefore, 38 beds for COVID, which we're currently using, and to utilize the other facilities as an immediate intervention to release beds at QEH and provide patients who are at their end stage of their disease, who need more acute rehab facilities with services at Harrison's Point.
Thank you. As I said, the decision has not been yet made.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member for St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I pose the two short questions which I have, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the partnership in health they have shared with the Ministry of Education over this long time. Whether it has been helping us to manage the school environment during the COVID pandemic, whether it has been the emergency health care given to students in crisis situations on an incident-by-incident basis, whether it has been the school nutrition policy, which we co-launched just a couple weeks ago, or whether it is the mental health awareness in schools, which is, I imagine, is going to be as important a program for the students as it will be for the teachers and the principals who themselves have been impacted in significant ways. And so as I ask my first question, I just wanted to say thank you. The polyclinic network is an important part of the primary care effort in community and near community that we have. Now, I know that we want to make sure that there's quality care that is accessible to those coming to the polyclinics. We want to make sure that the services are appropriately expanded. I heard the minister speak earlier that some of the services, including those for mental health, will be expanded through the additional resources that will be there. I also believe that the facilities in which this care and these services are delivered ought to have a significant amount of upgrade and maintenance on an ongoing basis. And this is the point of my question, and I'm just asking the minister and the team, what is being put in place in this coming year to help improve the facilities, particularly at the polyclinics? I speak for the people of St. Philip West, particularly at 6 Roads, where there has been significant challenges with regards to the state of that facility. And while I don't wish to be parochial in this regard, though these are the people who sent me here, I wondered what, from a general perspective, what is being done to assist in upgrading and maintaining our polyclinics at a standard where health is a part of the building as well as a part of the service.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You are correct. It's 9 polyclinics, and you will appreciate the most modern is probably the one in St. John, the David Thompson. Yeah. And I must tell you that even that one, we've had requests, we've had issues, issues as to do to maintenance and issues with environmental conditions for the staff. So the problem is noted. It occurs at all of our polyclinics. And every year, I believe the PS would bear me out on this, we are shuffling in the resources assigned to individual polyclinics, but also to the the technical management unit to do various repairs and projects, capital projects on some of these polyclinics. But it's always a problem of funds and spreading the funds. I know you said you didn't want to be parochial, but Six Rose Polyclinic is one that has been having a fair amount of problems recently, and we have been trying and allocating funds for that. Perhaps I may ask Dr. Comerbatch to speak, who is the Senior Medical Officer of Health South, as to some of the conditions and what is being done there.
Thank you, Minister. Ingrid Cumberbatch, Senior Medical Officer of Health South, and with responsibility for the polyclinics. As the Minister so correctly said, the St. Philip Polyclinic is undergoing a lot of renovations at this point of time. We know it's been disruptive to the catchment members there. We know that. But we are hoping that the renovations that, when they're completed, will be lend to a better experience for those persons who seek service at that facility. The services that have been disrupted at that polyclinic include the dental services. It includes some of the antenatal care and child health, but they're trying to maintain these services in other areas. But we know that historically we've had a lot of issues in terms of environmental issues at that facility, which have been very disruptive, not only to staff, but also to the clients. So that is why we're looking to try to upgrade that facility. In terms of the other polyclinics, we've been having incremental renovations, and the challenges, of course, is, as Minister has said, financial. For example, the Winston Scott Polyclinic is undergoing a painting. You know, everybody's familiar with that facility because that is where a 24-hour service is being administered from. And we know the state of that building, and they're now undergoing, we have funds, so we started a painting process for that facility, which has started today, actually. And hopefully, the whole environs for that facility would be improved for the catchment area there. This is an incremental and staged process. So we're trying to do these polyclinics in terms of upgrading the facilities incrementally. But as Minister said, the financial constraints are real, and we have to decide what we are and what we can't do at this point in time. The St. Thomas Outpatient Clinic, we've spoken of that already, and that is earmarked to be upgraded. We have upgraded the St. Joseph and the St. Andrew Outpatient Clinics in the past 2021, and those facilities are part of the plan that we would have had for the polyclinic system in terms of renovating. So that is where we are at this point in time.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask my second question?
Proceed.
My second question relates specifically to surgeries. Now, surgeries. Now, I have been receiving at my constituency office a number of persons from my constituency who have been waiting for years for certain types of surgeries. And the question is, I know that I heard earlier the minister speak about the improvements that have already been made in terms of reducing the waiting times and executing actual surgeries, but this still remains an issue, and I'm very interested in hearing what is the ministry and the Queen Elizabeth Hospital doing to be able to even further improve, in particular, the kinds of concerns that are coming to my constituency office on an ongoing basis are those related to cataracts, those related to joint surgeries, and those related to feminine, female, gynecological, and other types of surgeries.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I did touch on this earlier, and we are making, we have plans, we've started making progress. You mentioned, I heard you mentioned 3 types of surgery. The cataracts, there was a backlog, and we're working assiduously to deal with that. And I'll let Minister Brown speak on it. You spoke of the gynae surgery. And I mentioned earlier on that we have 7 theaters, and by the end of this year, we're hoping to have 9 theaters available. One of those is would be one in Ops and Guinea. They have 2 theaters, but one is functional now. We're trying to get the other one functional so that mechanizing the issues we have there. And certainly in general surgery, there are a number of improvements. And I mentioned some, and I'm going to ask Minister Brown to speak to that, and perhaps they did. Sorry, Dr. Greenwich, the CEO, also to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister, for the comment and questions. You are indeed correct. There have been delays over the last several years, I dare say, in several of the surgeries, including what you have mentioned. I will go through them one by one. The factors really lie in the fact that all of the theaters were not functioning. And I must say that during the COVID period, the theaters for obstetrics and gynecology were used for particularly COVID cases, general cases, not necessarily gynae. So you would appreciate the backlog there. Apart from that, the cataract surgeries, yes, there was a backlog over several years. The last numbers we had were close to 500 in backlog, but I'm pleased to say that by now, I think we have covered that number, or almost covered that number. So the drive now is to see the current cases that are coming in and to see if we can access any further of the backlog, because we recognize that there are still some people who have said that they were on the waiting list and were not addressed. I want to put a point here that 1 or 2 of the cases that we heard publicly, when I checked myself, they were not actually on the list for cataract surgery and were being treated otherwise. The gynecological surgeries, the backlog, and most people speak of fibroids, but it's important here to say that the gynecological obstetric theaters surgery list people are familiar with fibroids, and almost every female that I've ever spoken to had fibroids that knew that they have fibroids. So that is why it's one of the more common gynecological surgeries. There are some that come with greater priority cancer surgeries and so on, but we do appreciate the backlog, and one of the reasons being access to theaters. The last I heard, the gynecology, fibroid surgeries were backed up to about, I think, 8 months, but we're working on that. But I want to hasten to say that the percentages for obstetrics and gynecology, they have a good rate of 82% of their surgeries being performed, with only 18% being canceled for whatever reason. Sometimes the reasons are unavoidable. Either the patient is not prepped enough for surgery, for other reasons, blood pressures, blood sugars may be high, whatever. But we're looking into that. The things that we've instituted or are about to institute, we've already spoken about the backlog due to cancellation of surgeries. We found that one of the reasons was the late on-time start. The Chief Operations Officer will tell you a little more about that. But we've managed to improve that greatly so that surgeries have been started on time. Hence, you get more into the day of surgeries. That is one of the pluses that we have put in place. We also have found that with the launch of the pre-anesthetic clinic, where patients are assessed before surgery, along the lines of medical things that that doctors need to check before to give the okay for surgery, that has been instituted, and it has lended greatly to improvement in the operating, the cancellation of surgeries. The hiring of nurses from Ghana added to the complement of nurses in the operating theater, so we're seeing greater successes there. And we're hoping, as the minister said, to have at least 9 out of 12 theaters operational. Bearing in mind that the Lions Eye Care Center, they have 3 theaters that are dependent on the repair of the roof and ceilings to have those surgeries started assiduously. Despite the fact that we overcame the cataracts, we still need dedicated surgeries for ophthalmology, which include other surgeries. The joint care, because joint replacement surgeries, that is also something that has been in the media quite a lot over the last few months. After 10 years, I'm happy to say that we did a launch. We started them back in November and December. The last case being on the 12th of December, and as you know, the date for the cyber attack happened to be the 13th of December. And how it works in theater in terms of joint replacement surgeries, the honorable surgeon beside me can correct me, but that involves a lot of x-rays and so on happening at the same time as the surgeries. So with that, there were problems actually uploading the x-ray results so that the doctor who's doing the surgery can see what is happening to put the appropriate instruments in place and so on, joint replacements. So we're hoping to restart the joint replacements come April. Somebody spoke earlier about the costs, the attendant costs of that, but I can say that we have been managed to get a deal on consignment so that we only pay for what we used. So they're ordered particularly for cases rather than or the whole set that we pay for and then, nothing happens there. So there are steps being taken. The nursing complement is one, the doctors, the on-time surgeries. We would like to extend the theater times, but that is incumbent, and I think the minister spoke on that, so that we can have a more productive day of surgeries going longer. But at this point, until I remember more, I will hand it over to the Chief Operations Officer, Dr. Christine Greenidge. That is a fact. There's a lot in my head. Dr. Greenidge.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the utilization of I'm Dr. Christine Greenidge. I'm the Chief Operations Officer. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to just share the success, I will say, especially in the last year of the utilization of our operating theaters. At the beginning of 2022, I started my position February of 2022. I did a deep dive into the utilization of our OT service and our surgical services. At that time, we were doing approximately between 75 to 78 cases, surgical procedures of all different types per week. For the size facility at QOH, we should be doing at least 125 to 130 cases per week. So that was number one. The second thing is looking at the on-time start. On-time start in the OT consists of, our on-time start is 8 a.m. So if we don't start with that patient in that room at 8 a.m., it backs up every scheduled case for the end of the day. So what I found is that patients were pretty much in the holding area. Nursing staff was pretty much on board, but we had a problem with the tardiness of many of our surgeons. So 8 o'clock case fell into 9:30, 10 a.m. type of start. So we fixed that. We had conversations. I had the data to show the arrival time of our patients, our staff, our surgeons, and our anesthesiologists. So that helped brought, I thought, awareness to the necessity of really utilizing on time as the metric so that we can complete all cases scheduled in that particular day of surgery. The other factors is that in terms of cancellation, we were hovering around 35%, near 40% of canceled cases per week. That figure now in 1 year is down to about 22% overall, regardless of the type of surgery service. The other thing, it was factors related to the complement of nursing staff that we fixed in terms of our recruit from Cuba as well as from Ghana. So nursing staff is on board. And then we look at the last case of the scheduled day, typically around 4:30, and realize that there's opportunity to expand that surgical day at least to 6, 7 o'clock so we can accommodate more cases. The other factor was looking at surgery 7 days a week, inclusive of Saturdays and Sunday. Why not? There are a lot of patients, for example, private patients will love to come on a Saturday, especially same-day surgery, and go home. So then we look at the complement of staff around anesthesiology and their working hours to see what we can do to further extend having that anesthesiology on board. The success, I think, in surgeries, the success of cataracts, again, working with an ophthalmologist, looking really at what was needed, and them committing to their own metric, which from June to December, with a number working of 470, the team of ophthalmologists decided that they will try to do 90 to 95 cases per week to clear that immediate backlog. We did 90%. Per month. And we cleared that backlog in December with a 90% completion rate. Factors that affected the 100%, the month of August of 2022, we had some AC issues, air conditioning issues in the OT, and of course we could not proceed because the rooms have to be a certain temperature. Orthopedics, I think both ministers mentioned, critical conversations with our team, understand that 10 years of not having these types of surgeries really was unacceptable. And working now with them I really got to compliment our CEO for really bargaining hard with one of our vendors to get the consignment contract. It made the difference in terms of us having on hand the equipment to be able to be successful in these surgeries.
Thank you. So going forward, Honourable Member, we are going to bring back 2 additional theatres back into service. We have recruited additional nurses. We are going to extend the hours of surgery, hopefully from 8 to 6. Dr. Greenwich forgot we'll need additional manpower. We have requested, we hope this year to get additional registrars, both in surgery and anesthesiology, because obviously if you're doing longer hours, we need anesthetists to be there to do these cases. And in addition, as part of the CapEx, we are getting additional surgical instruments to ensure that we can do this. Thank you.
I'm encouraged that my constituents their situations will be addressed sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have just 2 questions. One is more parochial and relates to the Morrisburg Polyclinic. They've been, and I've been asked directly to raise the matter in this forum. The issue really relates to the access to dental services in the north, and the need for persons who need those dental services to have to go to the south when they used to be provided in the north. And the question is there any plan to have those services again provided in the north? Let me, not to soften the question, but just to indicate that in the north at Morrisburg, we are accustomed to working very closely with the polyclinic. So we provide things like television sets and benches and the sign that is outside the polyclinic we have provided. So we have a very good working relationship. But I sense that the persons who administer the polyclinic maybe would also want, along with my constituents, those who work there may also have an interest in me raising the matter of dental services.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I mentioned dental services earlier, and it is an area where we are having problems. The Morrisburg, you have 2 chairs, you have one is waiting on a motherboard. But that is not our main issue. Our main issue is the staffing, and I'm going to go through it. We have available currently overall positions for 1 senior dental officer, 2 dental officers part-time, 3 dental officers, and I'm going to go through this. Senior dental officer, a post not filled. 3 posts of dental officer, we have 2 filled. 3 dental officers part-time, 3 posts, none filled, 3 filled. Then 4 auxiliary dental officers, we have 13 posts, 6 filled, 4 of these 6 are working. 5 posts of 15 dental assistants. We have number of posts filled 5. We have number of posts filled 10. 9 of these persons are working. So in other words, if I looked at it, if I tallied it, we had 36 posts, and we have 21 filled, but 17 persons out of this 21 working. And we're used to carry out a service across 9 polyclinics. And obviously, this is an area where we're working assiduously to address, not only in terms of the parts that are required, but also in terms of staffing. And I'm going to ask Dr. Ingrid Cumberbatch to speak further on this matter. Thank you.
Dr. Ingrid Cumberbatch, Senior Medical Officer. As Minister would have so rightly said, and I can say in my estimation, for about the past 10 years, dental services being delivered by the Ministry of Health has been challenged. And over the past 5 years, and certainly exacerbated in 2020, 2021 during the COVID pandemic, the challenges to the dental services have gotten significantly worse. Now, what has caused these challenges? In the beginning, it was a little about equipment, but then the main and significant challenge became about human resources and the lack of human resources, and particularly a category of staff which is called the auxiliary dental officer. This category of staff is important because they're the persons that would do the majority of the screening when you bring the children to the polyclinic in order to do an initial assessment and also to go into the community and into the schools to screen the children's teeth. Now, Minister would have said that they have 13 posts for the auxiliary dental officer, of which only 6 is filled and 4 are currently working. And I can say to you that of these 4 persons, 2 of them are due for retirement within the next 2 to 3 years. The other 2 are due to retirement in about 10 to 12 years. But the other significant thing about this post is that the training for the persons who are usually in this post is no longer available. It's obsolete. So the auxiliary dental officer, which is the post that is there, we have no one to fill it because there's no one to train to put in it. So the Ministry of Health now has to work to see how we can get these persons who are auxiliary dental officers into the new era, which is a dental therapist hygienist. And this is a category of staff that has to undergo a 4-year training degree. The original auxiliary dental officer had a 30-month certificate, which was done by UTEC in Jamaica. But they have converted that program into what I call the dental therapist hygienist. The benefit of the dental therapist hygienist is also one where that person is not only able to do the function of the auxiliary dental officer, but they have the ability to do additional functions, hygiene therapy, and things that we don't do at present in the polyclinics. Because right now, our polyclinic adult dental care is only focused on extractions for adults. The hygienist will be able to do more dental procedures, particularly for those persons who have NCDs, and carry us into the future and where we would want to go in terms of what WHO and other international health practices are for dental clinic. So what we have done in the Ministry of Health at this point in time, and this is, I need you all to understand, this is just a temporary stopgap measure, is that we're asking for 5 additional sessional dentists in order to come into the system to help to provide the staff for the system. Because if we have those dentists, then we can get a service back up at Morris Bayer with the 1 chair that is available that can work, right? And we will be able to provide services at least maybe 5 to 6 polyclinics. I say 5 to 6 because before we were able to provide services at the St. Philip Polyclinic initially in 2022, but because of the renovations there, those dental services were disrupted, as the Honourable Member would have stated previously. So if you're able to complete the renovations, then we'll be able to get polyclinic dental services back up and running at about 6 polyclinics. The other challenges in terms of the other 3 polyclinics would be related to the equipment issues. And you would have heard already about motherboards being needed at Morris Bayer, but there's also need for a motherboard at the Eunice Gibson Polyclinic and the Brantford Tate Polyclinic, which is another area where there's a huge need for dental services, is that they need to have completion of drainage for the, what is that? What I'm looking for, a central pump, a central vacuum system that they need to work with the dental process. The other clinic that will be affected is the Randall Phillips Polyclinic, where the assembling and parts required for that chair need interface from and parts from overseas, which they're having challenges with getting. But the main thing I want to stress here is the fact that the human resources are where the major challenge are. And the conversion of that auxiliary dental officer to the dental therapist hygienist is important at this point in time. I'll stop there.
Thank you, PS.
Thank you, Minister. Good afternoon again. Janet Phillips, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. I won't be very long. The short-term measure that we've put in place is to ask the Ministry of Public Service to do a conversion where we use the post of dental officer and we get instead sessional dentists so that they will come in, persons from the private sector will come in and fill those vacancies on a short-term basis until we develop the training plan to get persons trained in Jamaica as hygienists, which is the training that's being offered now since the training for auxiliary dental officers is no longer available. So we're just waiting to get the concurrence to the Ministry of the Public Service, then we can do the recruitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The concern, and thanks for the explanation and for the identifying the measures. The concern impacts the older people, as all of us know, but what came to my mind just now, and maybe I say this in an effort to help lobby for you with the Ministry of the Public Service, to say that growing up, many of us only ever heard about or saw a dentist through, well, we used to call it then the health center. We had a health center in Speightstown. We weren't sophisticated then with a polyclinic. But that was a child's exposure to the dentist. And if we don't catch the children, we can have a lot more extractions and other things when they become adults. The second question I have has to do, second and final really, to do with psychological intervention with respect to persons who have suffered traumatic injury. Now this comes from a reflection on sitting with a family where a member lost a limb in violent circumstances. And I am concerned, maybe because of my older daughter who is into mental health advocacy, so I'm learning a bit from her, well, learning a lot from her. I was concerned in speaking to the family and to the young man that while there is good attention paid to the physical, stopping the blood flow but not blood flow, the blood loss and all the other things that you physicians know, I began to get a little bit concerned that the psychological component may not have been addressed in the same way. And I'm wondering, I don't know if that is true or not, that's just based on the conversation, but I'm wondering if there is, given the increased recognition of the importance of addressing mental health issues, if there will be, or if there is already, some process, some system, some structure within our healthcare system that addresses the psychology while addressing the physical.
Thank you, Minister. As you were speaking, I was thinking back, and I remember years ago, I was in a different place, in a different role, that when unfortunately you had to do amputations, that in addition to physio, there was some counseling. I'm not certain if this still obtains. I'm not certain. Perhaps the executive chair could speak to it. But also, I mean, we spoke earlier, I don't know if you were here, about psychological first aid and how the ministry is going to be pushing this into society. But perhaps I'll ask Juliet, Mr. Sutherland to speak to it, sorry. And after that, perhaps I'll ask Dr. McLachlan to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet Bino, Sutherland, Executive Chairman. I may need some assistance from Dr. Williams, but Honourable Member for St. Peter, it's an absolutely astute observation that in addition to treating with the trauma, immediate trauma, and then the recovery and rehabilitation, which is generally focused on the physical and clinical needs, that we recognize that there is a significant gap in the treatment of the individual and then also of the family, because the family is going to have to make the adaptation also. As part of our estimates, we recognize that psychiatry, psychology is an area of our hospital services that needed to be built out, not just in this area for what we call liaison psychiatry or this area of psychological support to individuals and to families, also because of the increasing number of children who are affected by. So we have included in our estimates for psychologists. I'm going to let Shani amplify a little bit because it is definitely a gap area, and you've hit on something that we are investing in as an institution, and I think Shani's leadership has been critical in this regard.
Shani Williams, Acting Director of Medical Services. Yes, we've recognized that mental health support is needed not only for the patients, but also for our staff, especially having navigated the last 2-3 years of this pandemic. And so one of the things we would ask for is support as it relates to a clinical psychologist as part of our team, not only in the psychology department, Department of Psychiatry. We needed support in the Department of Pediatrics as well as the Rehabilitation Department. Unfortunately, at this time, we only have 2 sessional psychologists, and their focus mainly is on the suspect child abuse and neglect service that we offer through the Pediatric Department. Persons who, as you mentioned, cases with major life-altering events and traumatic injuries and so on, we try to rely on the services of our multidisciplinary team, so the clinicians themselves and surgeons offer some level of support where possible alongside the nurses. And in addition, the rehabilitation, occupational therapists and other rehabilitation support specialists will try to offer some support. We recognize that there's a gap where that is concerned, and that is why we're asking for the additional resources.
Thank you, Shannon. The only thing I wanted to add, Minister, with your permission, is that some areas of our hospital care, we recognize we have to have partnership with civil society. And this is an area that we are increasingly looking to partner with NGOs, the amputation group, any mental health expertise, because the state cannot do it alone in many instances. So we have an excellent model with Cancer Support Services, who works directly with C12 and our oncology cancer patients, which shows the extent to which, when we partner directly, make referrals for support for our patients, that we get it redounds to the benefit of how they deal with and cope with cancers and other illnesses. And we recognize that this also will be an area that we're going to be seeking civil society partnerships to be able to strengthen the resources available to our patients and to our staff by extension.
Thank you very much. And what I can do as, in response to that, as Minister with some responsibility for engaging with civil society, because we do have civil society partners who are those who are trained, properly trained, appropriately trained, who are anxious to partner with government in providing services from the faith-based organizations. They use the term tithing time, so giving back. And it is something that I will share with them, an area of need, and depending on the interests, then I can put them into contact with the QEH. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Peter. Honourable Member for St. John.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. My questions are going to revolve around the David Thompson complex. Statement first, the AC at that facility is not working well for a number of months now. It's impacting both staff and the clients who go there. Minister, my first question to you is in relation to the gym at that facility. I've been asking for years now to have that particular gym open. Still no word on it. I'm prepared to have the National Sports Council work in partnership with you if that is possible. Can you give an update on the status of the gym?
Thank you, Honourable Member. First of all, as it relates to the air conditioning matter, I'll ask Dr. Cumberbatch to speak to that. As in relation to the gym, I believe I'll ask the Minister Brown to speak to that, and the PS, sorry, to speak to that, because I believe there is a proposal from an entity that you're familiar with, which is expressing an interest in working on the gym, but it has not yet reached me. Dr. Cumberbatch.
Ingrid Cumberbatch, Senior Medical Officer of Health. Honourable Minister, in relation to your first question, in terms of the AC and the AC not working, that has been a problem not only this year, but it has been a problem almost from the inception of that facility being completed. We've been having ongoing challenges with the central air. And what the Ministry of Health has been seeking to do is that they are putting in split systems incrementally in order to address that problem. So yes, we are aware that there is a problem with the central air that is affecting both the staff and clients, but we are seeking to address it incrementally through the putting of the split systems. And that work has been commenced since last year. That's one. I think the other part of your question was respect to the gym. Yeah, I believe that PS will speak to the gym. Thank you.
PS will speak to the gym.
Janet Phillips, Permanent Secretary. Before I speak on the issue of the gym, if I could add in a bit of context in relation to the central air system, it is really, really expensive to fix, and right now we don't have the fiscal space to do so, and therefore we're going to the separate units to give comfort while we can, so that we can stay within our budget. Secondly, in relation to the gym, we do have in office a proposal with respect to the National Sports Council. Taking over the management of the gym is supposed to be an arrangement between, an MOU between ministry as well as the National Sports Council, but because Minister has not had sight of it yet, we are still looking at it at the lower level. I didn't want to go into details, but he gave me permission to speak, so it is on the table to be considered.
Thank you. Maybe you can just pass it over to your right so the minister can see it. Chair, the other questions I'll ask both together. There's a situation where I have a lot of elderly folks in St. John that are going to the polyclinic. It would be good if on mornings that whoever is opening the facility can allow them to come inside and sit if that is not a major issue, because there's nowhere outside for them, and it's like 20, 30 persons every day that you will see on the outside, and people are walking around on the inside. My last question, I know there was a move at some point in time to make the facilities there a 24-hour facility. Can there be any update as it relates to that?
As relating to the matter of persons going earlier, it is something that could be considered, but bearing in mind that early for some elderly people it could be 6 o'clock in the morning. And I don't know that we could ask an officer to be there at 6 o'clock in the morning. So there could be some flexibility. Regarding the extended hours at the polyclinic, I'm not certain that this ever really happened, did it? I don't believe it ever started. And so perhaps it was approved in cabinet, but I don't, from what I'm seeing, it never started. And we're looking to do that, but I'm not sure where some of the staff is now. Some of the staff apparently have been deployed. So I'm not certain, but it's something that I'm looking at. It was approved in cabinet. I don't think it was ever implemented. I guess COVID came right after that. and staff were diverted. So it is something that we are looking at.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. John. Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I want to begin by sincerely thanking this team, the Ministry of Health and all of the other entities that worked so hard with us during COVID. It could not have been easy. And now that the bulk of the weight is off, and I thought you were having an easier time, I now realize that you don't have enough staff, you don't have enough equipment, so I have to thank you again. I really appreciated the answers that were given in relation to the issue of the surgeries, because that is a major problem for some of my people in St. James South, where surgeries are constantly delayed. And in some cases, people are unable to go to work until they get the surgery, and that complicates their financial position during this very difficult period of COVID. I will not comment on the fact that there's no polyclinic in St. James. I know you can't do anything about it. We will try to live with it as best we can. But let me remind you that there are 23,000 people who live in that parish, just to let you know. I want to go back to the issue of mental stress. One of the reasons for that is that I was confronted with a person, strong, vibrant, young person. But the pressures of COVID, of pending unemployment, of the bills piled up and all coming in within a week, led this person to the place where they were in such despair. They wanted to call the psychiatric hospital to see if they could get some help because they felt they were sinking. They could not understand where their emotional strength had gone to. And this is multiplied many, many times over in my constituency. I'm sure everybody here can tell you of the stress and the helplessness that they don't have a solution, and we don't have the resources to really respond to it. And I took a quick look at what they say on the world stage about those mental pressures and the anxiety and the increased risk of depression and despair. And another statistic that came up was the fact that 45% of women experienced violence in their homes during the COVID period. So there was an added stress. My concern then goes to our children, because when you have those mental pressures bearing down on the heads of the home, it leaks down to the children. It affects the relationships, the emotional relationships in the house. And the end result is that our children lose twice. They lost in terms of their schooling, but now find themselves in an at-risk environment, an environment that is sharp and stressful with parents who are stressed out. And so it becomes unsafe for them. So I was very happy to hear the response earlier to the fact that there are a number of things that you are planning to do in order to help in terms of the reform, the legislation, trying to reorganize your 3 psychiatrists and 6 psychologists.
You may want to pose your question.
I will. I just want to give them where I'm coming from. The mass education, etc. My understanding, based on all that I have heard, and with the limitations that you have on resources, it will take a little time before you can actually roll this out to have an effect. The challenge is that there are a number of people suffering now. I want to know if there is a possibility for a quick, short-term approach. You have pastors and people in churches who've been trained in counseling. You have lots of people who study psychology but may not have a job in that area. There are people who've been trained in mentorship. I am just wondering if it is at all possible for us to mobilize those persons in a volunteer effort to help provide some outlet that we can use in the homes and in the schools, etc., to help relieve the stress of that mental pressure.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It speaks to one of our plans that maybe have been involved in training persons in psychological first aid, and certainly the recommendation that you made to utilize the faith-based institutions and other entities is welcome. I would ask Mr. Leacock to speak to this.
Good afternoon. David Leacock, Director, Psychiatric Hospital. As Minister would have outlined, during the last financial year, we would have trained 160 persons in psychological first aid that address fire service personnel, police, DEO representatives, as well as some persons from churches and the schools. This year, we're hoping to double that number as far as training in that area is concerned to capture a wider cross-section of persons in the society. Relative to the issue of how do we in turn engage NGOs or FBOs, we have over the last year been working to develop an actual guideline to share with churches as it relates to how they in turn can identify mental health issues and how they can serve as resource persons for those persons as well. So we're hoping that within the next 3 months to actually send that out to the churches and hopefully have those persons come on board as well.
Thank you very much. 3 months. I'm counting. The other area of concern is the area of the inclusion of the diaspora and the returning nationals. In my constituency, I have a fairly large population of persons who are returning nationals and skilled people. A lot of them have been in nursing or some form of medical training. And from time to time, they would ask that they would like to be included in some of what you want to do. And so I just wanted to find out if you have a program where we can include them because they want to have an opportunity to give back to Barbados. They're home all day, you know, needing something stimulating to do. They don't want to do something every day of the week. They would not mind giving a few hours.
Thank you. It's an excellent question, Honourable Member. And we don't have a program in place, but as you speak, Dr. Greenwich, the CEO of the QH, is a returning national. And I'm sure she could be a focal point for something like this. I'll ask her for her thoughts.
Christine Greenwich, Chief Operation Officer, born and raised in the wonderful parish of St. Philip, left the island of Barbados at the age of 9 and retired last year out of New York City Health and Hospital Corporation. It was always my dream to come back to where I was born, to give back. And so that was my impetus for my early retirement out of that system. I think, though, in returning here as someone, I left at a very young age, but I can tell you that my family and friends in New York said to me, "Why are you going back?" And my response was, "Why not? I have something to give, and I want to give." But I think, though, that many people fear not being accepted. And I think over the years, traditionally, in our country, that was the experience of many. I found the experience very engaging. I've heard our Prime Minister, I've attended many of our forums years ago in Brooklyn, in New York, whenever she came up, and I can tell you that she always made the appeal. And in 2019, I really got more of that from her when I attended that town hall. But it's the whole concept of the fear of not being accepted. And you know, that old saying that I heard as a child, you know, they're coming back here to tell me what to do. and not recognizing the plethora of opportunity and skill sets and competencies that people are willing to work and give back. So I was recently approached, I want to make sure I have the right name, but one of the ministers called and had a contact with someone out of South Carolina who wanted to come back. And this person worked in the community in health. And I'm in conversation with her, partnering her with Monique Edwards and members of the Transition to Care program to get whatever they can give freely. This is not a job for me. This is a passion, you know, and the hip thing was part of my experience as a 7-year-old child with my grandmother in St. Philip and St. Martin's. This is her friend, Miss Ida, I remember, my hip, and I mocked her saying my hip, realizing now that she needed a hip replacement and the pain that she probably went through. So I think that if we send the message that here's your home, welcome back home, we want you. You're not an outsider. You know, I'm not an outsider. I may have a different accent, but I'm not. I know my culture, I know my people. So I think if we send a strong message, I'm doing my bit. I have lots of family recently retired. I've said, come down for 3 months. You know, you're a nutritionist, you're a physical therapist, you're a respiratory therapist. What are you retiring doing? So I think that is a mindset shift at both ends. We got to get out of, you know, them coming back here to tell me what to do type of thing, and recognize that the opportunity to give back. Thank you.
Minister, sorry, with your permission, I just wanted to add that at QEH, we do have a structured volunteer program that people can enter. Because it is a health facility, we want to ensure that, you know, there's certain processes, people have certain vaccinations, et cetera. But I wanted to say that we actively welcome volunteers. During COVID, we would have had people come from New York State and across the Eastern Seaboard to participate, retired as well as active nurses coming. So we do have an open arm policy to members of the diaspora, both in terms of recruitment for positions, and we do have vacancies, some vacancies that we've not been able to fill for audiologists, for radiographers. I can continue for areas. Yes, the salaries will not be the same as salaries in other parts of the world, but but what we do have is the fact that the opportunities are in Barbados, where the cost of living is lower, and where it's an opportunity, as Dr. Greenidge is saying, to give back. So we do have employment opportunities, which we can structure around part-time and other kinds of engagements, as well as the opportunity to volunteer. And that is an active program that we have in place.
Wonderful. I will be at your door with the list and you all can speak, but there are people who are really keen on giving back. But again, as you rightly pointed out, the hesitancy of how you will be accepted. So I really appreciate that. My last question has to do with the issue of the NCDs. This is of great concern to me when I learned of the impact, the economic cost of NCDs on the economy, on productivity, and the spillover into other areas. A family member has to stop doing what they're doing to care for you, diverting resources to deal with that. You can't put the resources to things maybe that younger members need. So I know that there has been an effort to help us do some adjusting in terms of our salt and sugar intake and so on. I also know that y'all are tasked with working with us on the front of package labeling, which is going to be very, very important in terms of that education to help Barbadians to be able to manage and regulate themselves, because that's what it is at the moment. What I wanted to know, I thought there might have been, but I've never heard it formally. Have you been working with the restaurants? Have you been working with the manufacturers? Have you been working with the fast food places to look at gradually, and I emphasize gradually, reduce some of those the salt and sugar so that Barbadians don't rebel against it, but gradually their taste buds do some adjusting.
Thank you, Minister. I mentioned this earlier, that we've done the school-based one, and we now have to focus on the other areas, the non-food-based, the restaurants. Historically, the ministry has worked with the fast food, certainly with trans fats, and obviously they'll have to do it now with salt and sugar. And I'll ask Dr. Phillips, who has responsibility for NCDs, to speak to that a bit more. Because as he mentioned earlier, there is the strategic plan, and it speaks to some of these things that you're mentioning.
Thank you, Minister. Arthur Phillips, Senior Medical Officer, NCDs. So in response to the question, yes, there is need, and we have been working with various stakeholders. Some individuals, the questioner included, would be aware of the meeting that we had on the 17th and 18th of October that looked at sugar and salt reduction and included stakeholders from across the various sectors, including manufacturers, restaurants, etc. What has come out of that is a recommendation for a mechanism that would include these stakeholders and that would manage the implementation of, or oversee the implementation of these measures. So that is part of the process going forward. That's a recommendation that we've made. The trans fat issue, Cabinet would have agreed for the elimination of trans fats from the food supply, essentially treating trans fats as a food contaminant. We are in the process of finalizing the recommendations for the regulations to support that and to manage the process for the elimination. Certainly, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Division in particular has been a partner with us in discussing these issues, and the issue of front of package labeling is one of the issues that we've been looking at. You may be aware that there's been the idea of a regional approach to front of package labeling. However, there is not yet agreement, and it is unlikely that there will soon be agreement that supports what we want to achieve from a health perspective. So we've started discussions around the feasibility of Barbados going it alone. I know this has been a challenging issue because we generally speak about the small size of Barbados and the feasibility of us going it alone, but I believe discussions between Ministry of Health, Foreign Trade Division, as well as colleagues in Ministry of Energy and Business can look again. I know some recent discussions between our colleagues in civil society and Ministry of Business may suggest that there may be some possibilities that we have not considered in terms of navigating that. The business of gradual reduction, I think, is important. One, in terms of feasibility from the implementation side, and two, in terms of acceptability by the general public. So I think it is the way that we need to go. And as I said, the process, as we are recommending, is one that will include the stakeholders in the oversight of it. So it is not the idea of Ministry of Health imposing on industry, but Ministry of Health partnering with industry and other stakeholders in looking out for the health of Barbados. So we certainly look forward to the continued support of the Foreign Trade Division and the other stakeholders in moving this process forward. Thank you.
A quick follow-up question would be, we have new entrepreneurs coming on board who are looking at products. When you go to AgroFest, when you go to BMA and so on, they're putting out new products for consumption and whatnot. I was wondering if any thought has been given to providing guidance to those new business people in terms of their formulations. Because I think if we can do that now, before they get established in a bad habit and then have to do a reformulation, if there's any way that you could have a seminar for new producers and begin to work with them to develop and devise better formulations. And in addition to that, outside of the fats and the sugar and so on, the whole issue of healthy foods and healthy snacks, we actually need the medical input in helping people to identify how they can take products and turn them into healthy food that we can begin to consume. So I look forward to that. On the other side where I work, that's where we will collaborate on making something like that happen. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not often I get 2 bites at the cherry, so I'm very happy that I get to come around again. On this occasion, though, my questions are, I'm afraid, a bit more parochial. On the, or not, on the QEH matter, and we've heard a lot about resources, an absence of resources or posts not being filled and so on. But I do have to confess that sometimes I'm not clear on the HR approach to the staffing of the QEH. And my question is coming from a place of feedback from constituents who are sometimes on a relief basis. So they're coming in to cover for someone. And then they have this temporary employment and they go off again, and then they're waiting for a call. I know of an individual who has had that status for 12 years. Now, I know that there is a sense, or there's an extent to which people want to give people a chance at working. And so you say, well, there's a notion that you kind of want everybody to have a chance. But here's the thing about a chance when it comes to short-term employment. We as human beings establish consumption habits, right? We start to work, we start to cover our basic needs like food and shelter and utilities and so on. And then we also start to, to do other things that all of us would like to have the opportunity to be able to do. Maybe make repairs to our homes and maybe take out a small loan and that kind of thing. I'm trying to understand on behalf of my constituents and perhaps others who have this kind of status, what is the HR approach at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital when it comes to the filling of posts or when it comes to the management of employment? Because I seem to keep hearing a lot of these situations where people have this kind of insecurity in their work and they do not understand. So please help us to understand.
Thank you. I'll ask the Executive Chair to address you, and also the Director of HR, Ms. Reeves, is here.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Cattle. It's such an important question because it reflects so many, and it's been a historical challenge at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, transcending government administrations. The basic issue is that the hospital is made up of essentially two types of positions that are established in the permanent establishment, a number of posts, and then there are posts that are temporary or relieving posts. What is happening over the years as an institution, the approach has been taken not to fill all of the all of the vacancies in the established posts and instead rotate persons in a limited amount of vacancies. So let me give a specific example. So suppose in the orderlies department, for instance, you have 70 established posts. You will have perhaps about 65 persons who are established and appointed. If the Queen Elizabeth Hospital takes the route of filling the additional vacancies, you're going to fill those vacancies essentially with 5 persons. Over the years, what has happened is that a policy decision or a policy approach has been taken that to give the opportunity for several persons to get work, they take those 5 available positions and they essentially rotate several persons into those vacancies. You're correct. What it does is create uncertainty, instability. It is not really an ideal form of work. And essentially, because of the culture of the institution, when a person gets one of those relieving posts, and they could be in those posts for a number of years, they're not able to qualify for appointments because they're not working consistently and steadily as would happen in other areas. Most hospitals, modern hospitals, approach this situation very differently. They establish their HR needs by way of permanent full-time employment and then part-time. So they may cover evenings or weekends by way of part-time employment. So you'll hear when you talk to people overseas, all of our relatives across the globe, I work full-time, but I have a second job, part-time in this, or I'm a nurse and I'm working evenings, 2 evenings at a particular hospital, because that person is working in a category that's accepted of part-time. But what happens over time, because some of these persons develop specialized skills, they get called regularly. So a policy decision has to be taken at the board, and I would dare say at the policy level as to exactly how we're going to satisfy our HR needs at the institution. Because we could make a decision as an institution that we're going to fill the vacancies, but that in effect would remove a category of staffing of persons who are now relieving, and the number of persons who are relieving over time essentially has grown. So it is a decision that has to be taken. I actually have done an informal poll of persons who work in that category, using the same example. Would you prefer us to fill those 5 vacancies, or would you prefer to work? Many of them have said to me, because it's really become now part of our organizational culture, they're fear that they won't be one of those 5 who are selected. But in this scenario, they're working, they'll get called maybe 6 or 7 months out of a year. So that's why, Honourable Member, that we are going to have to make it a policy decision as to whether or not, as an institution, we're going to fill all of our permanent established posts, reduce the numbers of persons who are substituting and relieving, and instead convert some of those requests into part-time or sessional or those kinds of arrangements. And I've been very, very direct with you in my answer.
Susan Rees, Director of Human Resources acting.
Thanks.
Pardon? Susan Rees, the Director of Human Resources acting. And within our HR policy, what we always look to do is to ensure that we do a bit of job sharing. That job sharing helps with a lot of persons being engaged in a particular area. Just to expand onto what the Executive Chair had responded to, we would have 5 vacancies. Instead of filling those 5 vacancies with 5 officers, we would share that with maybe 15 officers. And what we would do within that, at least 15 homes will be provided some kind of financial resources. Unfortunately, it may not be the ideal type of recruitment for persons who would want a job on a longer level. And for those persons, we do understand that it's a bit difficult. However, to engage other persons, the other five persons within that 5 vacancies, what we do, we have maybe, let's say maybe those persons, instead of working 12 months in a year, those persons will work 3 months in a year until we have some type of attrition going on where persons will exit the organization. So when persons exit the organization, then those persons will be engaged on a more continuous basis, and then you will have less persons being rotating within those positions.
Thank you for those responses. I have to tell you that I'm grateful to the Executive Chair for your response that acknowledges that this is a suboptimal situation. When a person has established consumption habits, and I'm using a fancy term that economists use, but it's really eating and drinking and paying for your bill. When a person is able to do that for 3 months and then can no longer, where do you think they're going? They're going to the welfare department, they're going to the other agencies of government, and while it may disappear as a problem for the QEH from an HR perspective or from a development perspective, it reappears as a problem for the other agencies of government. And so I'm encouraged by the thinking that the Executive Chair has done on this to start to think, well, how do we create a part-time or sessional approach to this? Because while people may tell you, well, I prefer, in your poll, I prefer to hold on to the little pick, it's because they haven't been offered anything else. And so when we measure employment in this country, and we say we are at 7% unemployment, often we are counting people that are not always working, and we are calling them employed, and they're not employed because they are otherwise depending on the services of government, the social services of government. And so that brings me to my second question. The Queen Elizabeth Hospital is a hospital in a community. And the minister is smiling, but it is a hospital in a community. And I discussed with the University of the West Indies about its community and its constituents, because all institutions have constituents that are not geographically based, but people that you have in your sphere of influence. But when I look at where the hospital is, its immediate community, its immediate residential community being Delamere Land, Bannister Land, across into Halls Road and Ellis Village, and there isn't much residential activity for Bridgetown on that end. But it brings me to the notion of how we are developing people around us. We say to the private sector all the time that as companies, you need to engage the people and the communities where you live, to engage them in whatever is the process of development, whatever is the stream of labor and labor needs and skills that you think you will need. How are we developing those people? So that when the people that you have right now in temporary work, when you tell them, okay, well, we don't need you now, is there some program to further engage or develop them in some way? Or are they then going to be waiting for the next 6-month call to come back in custodial duty or in some other type of, is there any attempt at all to be able to develop the skills and engage with the people in those areas? Because really, I mean, when I look at the scope for economic activity, for further skills engagement, right there in the community that is opposite you, there's tremendous scope. And there are people that, you know, that grow up seeing an institution in front of them all the time. They may have aspirations of working there. They may have aspirations of being otherwise involved in the life of this grand institution, but they are right there looking across the road and are not really engaged, and there's tremendous opportunity to do that. As I close the question, I will say that, you know, we have a situation now where many posts are closing, so many positions that people have held that were temporary are coming to an end. We have the ASH workers in the MTW, we have some of the COVID-related healthcare workers in the Ministry of Health. The ASH workers were on a week-on, week-off program. Other workers had been temporarily engaged. If we had taken up the opportunity on people's week off to otherwise try and upskill them as we're trying to do now, perhaps we would have had a more relevant pool of labor. And similarly, if we had taken the opportunity with this many years that the executive chair described, of these temporary people who have 3 months of work out of 12 and had otherwise engaged them in some community development activity, perhaps we would have a more ready, relevant pool of labor. So my question is, what is the effort to engage and help develop and have programs that directly benefit your immediate community?
Thank you for an excellent question. I'm going to ask the executive chair to respond to it. What I would add is that in part of the capital works that I spoke about earlier, there's provision for kiosks to be built. I assume that some of those kiosks are for people within the immediate surroundings. So I think that there's still some opportunities, but I'll ask the executive chair to respond. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And your interests and your commitment to your constituents are laudable. And so I'm in suit, I say to you that we have changed policies over the years in our approach to training. There used to be an approach where we only trained persons at the institution that were established or permanent. It was a kind of like old civil service model. But we recognize a significant proportion of our staff at the institution are in that category of temporary relievers. And COVID, the pandemic, saw, as you would appreciate, an explosion in the number of relievers. I would say Harrison's Point, Ingrid Corey and the team there really led the way in ensuring that, let me correct, Ingrid Cattle Rowe and Dr. Corey Ford, the most honorable, really led the way in recognizing that we had to prepare and equip those workers for roles in the institution that were multifaceted. So Harrison's Point essentially led the way, and you saw teams at Harrison's Point, individuals who came in as orderlies and eventually trained to do aspects almost like pharmacy technology, client aids, client assistance. So we developed a model that started at the Harrison's Point through the leadership of those individuals. And that model also, honorable representatives, we have brought into the Queen Elizabeth Hospital that we no longer just invest training in individuals that are appointed or established. But I would not by any stretch of the imagination want to give the impression that we're doing a fantastic job at this. We're taking baby steps. I believe that I can highlight Harrison's Point because you can see concrete data where we're able to show at Queen Elizabeth Hospital, it is much more incremental and limited in some of our ancillary services and the work that we're doing in those areas. So what I would say to you, what your recommendation to us is to look more critically at this. Like your recommendation that we take on pharmacy delivery, which we credit to you in all of our talking about we do. Once again, you're challenging us as an institution to be much more creative creative, much more intentional. That is what you're asking to do, is how we train these individuals and equip them to work in more than one area of the facility. So I give you assurance that it has started, the model exists, and what we have to do is do more of it at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and we take your recommendations. Minister Walcott is correct. The kiosks and other areas of work will provide opportunities for persons in the area, but we also want to look at employment and improving the employability of individuals, because there are lots of opportunities at the facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those thoughtful responses. A very quick last question that has to do with your revenue model. I'm afraid there's a bit of a QEH session here, but so we've heard, especially since COVID, kind of new approaches to being able to earn as a healthcare institution. Health is a tricky one because we are aiming to provide care as far along the spectrum as we can at the lowest costs to clients. And certainly there's an expectation that healthcare remain as low cost or as close to no cost as it can, although there is a cost. It just happens not to be borne by the Barbadian person or resident, people living here. And I recall there was a effort some time ago, or a suggestion some time ago, to be able to create an invoice, even though you're showing a zero balance, but to say this was the cost for your care. And I think that if we as Barbadians were able to see that, we would understand the cost that is involved in some of the things that we come to readily expect. But I asked about the revenue model because there are other ways to offshore user fees so that it's not your immediate Barbadian resident population that's paying, but through things like telemedicine and so on, you can earn resources offshore, so you can export those services. Is there any plan to strengthen that revenue model at the QEH or perhaps even beyond the QEH in the health sector in general?
Thank you. We are looking at telemedicine, but initially, I don't believe as a revenue generating at this point in time. It is something that we need to improve the health services, the health care. You are correct. The model for QEH is interesting financially. We depend on the consolidated fund. We now have the National Health Levy, and the QEH, although it provides a social good, it is still expected to generate revenue, and it is told that it has to generate revenue. So it is an interesting balance. We try to get some assistance philanthropically, but you can never determine the quantum of that. So it is something that I know that they have been looking at. In the wider ministry, we have been looking at the whole matter of financing healthcare services in Barbados. And it is something that will be discussed. Certainly the consultants, the international consultants, I believe have delivered a report, and there's one where they recommend certain things and certain policy changes. Of course, this will have to be something that would have to be discussed at a government level to determine those policy changes for the Ministry of Health. But as it relates to QH, perhaps I'll ask the Executive Chair to speak a bit more on that, but it is a challenge.
Thank you. Minister, with your permission, I'd also like the finance manager to come forward, so just in case my figures are off. Our model as an institution really relies heavily on the subvention from the government of Barbados. That is supplemented next, I think it's about 75%. 75%, Adrian? Subvention? Yes, about 75. percent of our revenue is subvention. The other percentage comes from the health levy. And private revenue, private fees also are a significant source of our revenue. We have been placed on the commercial schedule of the Public Sector Management Act. So as Minister Walcott has said, it is expected that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital will be a revenue earner and contribute to, and I think the overarching position of the government is that state-owned enterprises, like the hospital, have to become more independent and self-sufficient in how we are able to do this. So you're correct that we are going to have to find additional sources of revenue. The areas that we're looking at are improving our billing. Right now, we bill basically persons from overseas, and many of them carry private insurance, international travel insurance. So we're making sure that we're able to correct and bring in the claims basically from those international insurers. So that is an area that you're going to be seeing an uptick over the years in terms of our revenue and our budgeting. We are also looking at the area of improving in the area of philanthropy. In financial year 2022, our philanthropy intake was in the region of about 500,000. This year, up until February 28th, yesterday, we've already raised through philanthropy, both donations and in kind, $841. A big bulk of that were $841,000, thank you, ministers. So that's two major donations that came in ambulances. So philanthropy is going to form a significant platform for how our hospital, in fact, many hospitals around the world, help to finance and offset their the financial burden placed upon them. But you are correct. We are going to have to look at areas that we can generate revenue. The ophthalmology department has approached us and said, ophthalmology is one of those disciplines where you can stay in Barbados and through the use of telemedicine, do the examination of eyes from Barbados within the Eastern Caribbean, and some of our ophthalmologists actually work in some of those countries. So it is not beyond our imagination for us to be building into our financing the institution outreaching in this area to generate revenue, because it is a requirement and a mandate that we have, but we're carefully balancing this demand or requirement for being revenue generating with the social good that we have to provide for patients who are not able to afford it. And the cost often cross-subsidizes of our revenue generation, subsidizes what is happening in the areas where we may be under-resourced. I hope I've answered your question. I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
That's everything from me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to go to my question first, but I thought it is important that I speak to what I have recognized over many years, and I've been here on this earth for a very long time, where persons have insurance policies and they go to the hospital and get free care, whatever surgeries, whatever. And then the hospital foots that bill. The claims from the insurance, I believe, persons are doing it otherwise. And I would want to know if there is any further plan, because for years we've been hearing that persons will be billed for the services. And what is most astounding is that some of the, I would say, doctors or surgeons who are performing those services are using a critical surgery area. I'm not sure what the name is of where that will happen. While ordinary poor people sometimes have to wait for a year and longer to have personal matters done, referring to persons who may be suffering with fibroids and all that, and they're postponing and postponing. Other people come, and access is given to private persons who then do the surgeries, do whatever they have to do, and the poor people are still waiting. I want to know if the hospital has got anything in its plan now to be able to make sure that those who have insurance policies pay the money to the hospital, because when they have the surgery, they seem to be able to access the funds through the insurance, and the hospital is left out there, and taxpayers are paying and paying and paying. I've paid taxes 54 years of my life. And I have not had anything free at the hospital, and I don't want anything free. But I'm saying they're poor people. Why isn't that policy looked at more seriously if it is not? To make sure that those who benefit by those private doctors who give surgery, who offer whatever, and then poor people are waiting for a year and 6 months and 3 years and so can't get the surgery. It really is a sad experience in my society. And poor people have a say. They're the nation builders, especially the old people, because you know that's my mantra. The old people are the ones who are suffering most, but poor people, and I have a difficulty as well, because I have a sister, otherwise, who has been to the hospital a year or so ago, and waited so many different times to have an opportunity for surgery. And then when she got in to see, what do you call the doctors in charge? The persons who would talk to, the consultants, the specialists, whatever, just whisper to her, I can do the eyes for you in my office, but it costs you $5,000 though. This society is going, and who are the persons suffering? The most vulnerable. And I'm not saying poor people like me, because I know what it's like to be poor, but so many thousands of Barbadians out there, problems with the feet, problems with the teeth, problems with the cancer, and they're not getting the services that they deserve as a result. I would like to know if the hospital authorities are making any other efforts to be able to stymie what is happening there, because it is not what is expected of my society that is supposed to be a just society, reaching out and helping everybody, but in particular these poor people. I would like an answer on that if there's any, please.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You're asking about the insurance and recouping the costs, or you're speaking about people not getting surgery on time? Or is it two questions?
But you can call them two in one, because I have two more. I don't know how much longer I'll be in here, so...
I will ask the financial controller of the hospital to respond to the question as it relates to the insurance, and if we are recouping anything from the insurance. And after that, I'll ask Danny Gill, who was involved in some work looking at this and how we can deal with this. Mr. Hurley and then Mr. Gill.
Good afternoon, Chair. Adrian Hurley, Director of Financial Services, QEH. At the moment, we do work with the local and international insurance companies with our private patients to recoup costs of surgeries. Most patients who have insurance do allow us to assign the insurance benefits to us, to the QEH, when that surgery takes place. That is more on a private patient case. However, for those patients coming through our A&E who have local health insurance, we are working on getting that process in place with the A&E and our medical records team, so that we can access also the local insurance for those patients coming through our A&E for free care.
Thank you. Mr. Gill, I know you were doing some work on this, some research. Okay.
Danny Gill, Healthcare Finance Commissioner. For some time now, the government of Barbados has been looking at healthcare finance. And as the member rightly said, what has been happening over time is that more and more persons have been paying out of their pocket. In fact, the last survey that was done indicated that it was as high as 47% in Barbados. What this means is that when you present yourself to an institution for care, you may have to find the expenditure, and it comes direct out of your pocket. For instance, I know of a case right now in Barbados where a gentleman, the wife is sick, I think it's a type of cancer, and he has had to go to the point where he has had to sell his home. And the wife is under treatment and she's overseas. Based on this, one of the things we've been looking at is the possibility of having a national health insurance program in Barbados. And with this insurance, if it is put in place, because it has to be agreed to by the government of Barbados. One of the things that it would do is that a person now can present him or herself at an institution for a service, and that service would be covered under the national health insurance. We would have developed a paper in relation to this, and I don't know if the minister wants me to deal with this now or maybe in another session, and we had a group of international experts that came down. They looked at our paper. They have now provided us with a report, and I'm not sure if the minister wants me to talk in terms of the report.
I spoke about that today, sorry. You don't need to go into the details of that. I said it's a matter that would now have to be considered at a different level.
Right,
Okay,
but in that too, what it would also do if you put a national health insurance program in place, it will force the public institutions to position themselves to provide the kind of care in a timely fashion. And it would also force what are the other elements to look at efficiencies and the various other things. One of the things that we would have to look at, though, is how this program will be financed. And as I said, that is in the report. I'm not sure if that answers the member's question.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
Thank you, sir, for your answer. I also want, Mr. Chairman, to reiterate a need for synergies in every governmental department. For what we are witnessing now, it says that everybody is in their own silo and doing their own thing. And I've had the privilege to see where we could collaboratively work together. I'm going to honor the elderly again, where thousands of Barbadians are aging and they have challenges. Housing is a big problem. But where's the housing ministry working in collaboration with the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs? The hospital, meaning health now, that is another critical area. Where is it happening? We have youth commissioners who are on the ground. They look after the youth, but their mandate, as far as I remember from the 1990s, is also to report challenges with the seniors. And that is not happening. And there's so many other agencies, even associated with over 300 social workers, I believe, in Barbados. And some are at education, some are in people empowerment, some are at health. They're all over the place, but there seems to be no meeting of ideas to see how we can dispense of the services that are available. That is an area of concern, because I am seeing where this collaborative effort could work, and we can merge the use of these humankind as well as the resources. There's mental illness, homelessness, serious drug abuse, abandonment of people. So many young people involved in challenges, mental disorders, and so where they're planning to commit suicide. So many things are happening, and there's so many policies and programs we have, but I'm not seeing things coming together. I even talk about the Albert Graham Center, where there are children up there who have educational needs, but most of the children who are in the Albert Graham Center are children of poor people who cannot afford to give them take them to get the kind of therapy and services that they require. But how are they merging with education, that their educational needs can be met? Because a child who may be challenged in that way may be so great at music and its development, or doing craft and all that. I am seeing everybody in the corner where the funds are going, and they're not reaching people in a holistic way. And I want to know, what plans are there for us to be able to get that kind of psychological support, to bring in volunteers? We have hundreds of nurses and other health personnel who have come in from England back home to live. Are we using them as volunteers? Are we drawing on our own people, young people in the community through community development? Are we doing it through the other agencies? And unless we get that collaborative approach happening across the country, we are losing out on so much. I am appalled with those young people and others who are living over in what used to be the old Treasury building. What are we doing about that? When you call our ministry, they say not for our responsibility, it is X's ministry. And we are not getting anywhere. If we care for humankind, we can make a difference with the millions upon millions of dollars we're spending in this country every year. And this siloism has to go out, because who is suffering at the end of the day? The same sick people, the same poor people, because persons who have funds can pay for their children to go into institutions. They can send them overseas and nobody has to know they have a mental problem. But poor people's children remain here and are suffering. We need, as a government, a mature government at that, all these years of independence under our belts, to change what we are doing now to make that difference in the lives of Barbadians. And so I wish to hear from the honourable member and members and their teams here who have been working really assiduously, really, really hard. But we're still not meeting our targets. I would like to know what's happening, please, and how it can be done to change it. The substance abuse people are not involved in a lot of areas. Where are we now in this respect, please? And what are these estimates reflecting as to the way forward in this new dispensation?
Thank you, Honourable Member. You have covered quite a number of areas. Some of them we have covered already today. But I will still try to respond to all of your queries. As it relates to the silo effect, I think this is something that pervades government in Barbados. In the Ministry of Health, we've certainly been we've heard earlier, have been working with the Ministry of Education. We've had meetings, and meetings are planned with the Ministry of People's Empowerment. I'm sure that the minister can speak to that, and there are plans for further meetings. As it relates to the Albert Graham Center, which you mentioned in passing, we recognize that we provide some aspect of care, but more holistic care is needed. And it is a discussion that we've had also with initially with the Ministry of People's Empowerment, and a meeting is to be held with the Ministry of Education. And this will all obviously fit into the plans that the Ministry of the Education has going forward. You mentioned mental health, and I thought that we have dealt quite a bit with that today. And you clear again, I'll reiterate, our concerns that the whole manner of dealing with mental illness in the country has to change. There needs to be a transformation in the approach to it. The need for more use of the communities and more outreach programs for meeting people in the communities. You've mentioned care of the elderly. I spoke earlier as it relates to the plans that we have for geriatric care. And in my part where I dealt with the new hospital, I spoke of the plan to have community-based care, and also be pushing the daycare for elderly people to be brought there to interact and with other people and to evolve in skills or whatever at that facility. You mentioned also on fairness as it relates to access to health care for persons and mixed up. But I got the impression that you were speaking to the fact that some people can pay and get earlier dates for procedures at the hospital. I assume that's what you were speaking about. It is something that it has been happening. There's no need of denying it. It's something that we have been trying to deal with. But you would recognize that people have choices. And if someone feels that there's a waiting list for a particular procedure, and they believe that if they speak to the consultant and they offer to pay the specialist, and the specialist will facilitate them getting done earlier. It is a difficult task. It is something that the hospital has been trying to address for years. But we must understand that when we employ consultants to the hospital specialists, that they are entitled to private care. And it goes back to the fact that you said that the hospital has to be revenue generating. And when private cases come, there is revenue generation. Of course, there is a downside to that, and I know that the executive chair would know what I'm speaking about. Persons then come to the hospital and pay perhaps sometimes less than the cost of the procedure to get it done in a semi-private arrangement. And these are things that need to be dealt with. If someone is going to go to a specialist to have a procedure done and they're going to be coming to the hospital, I think we need to ensure that the hospital covers at least the consumables in that process. And that is all, of course. All of this can be wrapped up into your initial question about insurance and health insurance. I believe, Honourable Member, I've answered all of your questions and queries. Thank you.
Just one comment, Chair. I knew it before, just refresh my memory on the percentage of private to public cases. We are now seeing 75% public cases as compared to 25% private cases. So the majority of it are still, despite what the public thinks, the majority of cases we are seeing are mainly public cases.
Can I ask my final question, then, sir? Final comment?
Yes, Honourable Member.
Okay. I hope that when they come back here next year, if my life is spared, that the things we are discussing here today, some of them will be addressed, because these are long and drawn out. And I have a lot of information in my head regarding the queries I'm making now. I've had the experiences. My final one, sir. Everybody has got deaths in their families or in their neighborhoods. I want to find out in my short question and the final one, what are the plans for the disposal of bodies from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital morgue or any other morgue that is a private one in Barbados? The possibility of decomposition, and we hear a lot, I don't know all the truth, I know of some, is really one that has some concern, leads to concern. I know that it is costly for persons to bury their dead, especially during COVID time. The rich, the poor, the young, the old, we had deaths across the country. There were over 500. And a lot of the families just could not bury their dead, poor people in particular. And of course, the Ministry of the People Empowerment working through welfare came on board to assist. I would like to find out what comprehensive plan there is in Barbados for the disposal of those bodies and bodies of poor people whose families agree that they will want to go the route of cremation that is so much cheaper. The welfare department would have paid hundreds of thousands of dollars last year and the year before in order to help families to bury their dead. What is the plan of this government in the Ministry of Health for the disposal of those bodies that would have been there for years that families have not claimed, when we have a lot of attorneys at law who can work with families and help to guide them through the process of disposing the bodies, and when the cremation happens, give them an urn that they can hold it in memory of their dead. I would just want to put that on the table and to thank all the honourable members and the officers in the Ministry of Health for their guidance and the advice they have given to us, and the assurances to see that going forward, we can change the whole culture of what is happening that is so costly and causing us to be drained of the funds that we could dispense of them in another meaningful manner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You're correct. This is a long-standing problem that is going ongoing between the. You're correct. It is a long-standing problem dating back to your time and beyond that and before that. And it is a matter in which when someone died at the QEH and the next of kin could not be contacted, or no person able to conduct the business on behalf of that person, the QEH would normally inform the welfare department to further investigate and or facilitate burial. And where the welfare department was unsuccessful in doing this, they had the responsibility of paying for this to be sorted out. Over time, this has resulted in tremendous costs to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And there have been new arrangements which have been put in place. The suggested protocols to be followed are as follows. The welfare department will retain responsibility for collecting from the QH morgue anybody that is not claimed within 7 working days after death, keeping the body in search under their arrangements with the funeral home of their choice, and conducting the requisite assessment to establish if a next of kin will claim the body. If the welfare department fails to collect the body within 7 working days, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital shall simultaneously A, notify the said department of its intent to dispose the body, and B, issue public notification of its intent to dispose of the body. If in 2 weeks following the public notice, the welfare department's assessment concludes that the next of kin or proxy cannot be found or cannot afford burial, the QH shall so be informed, and a recommendation be made for disposal of the body via cremation arrangements. The QH Medical Records Department will ensure that verification of next of kin proxy consent to bear responsibility for the patient's body in the event of death is included in the hospital inpatient admission. So this is something that they're expected to do when they're admitted. Disposal costs covering transportation, and it goes in to speak about all the other things that can occur. But the bottom line is that this is how the process will going forward if they're on claim. Bottom line, cremation will be done. If relatives come forward, they will pay the cost of the cremation. If not, that is it. And the QH will no longer incur the bills of hundreds of thousands of dollars per year, where you're paying one funeral home $35 per day for refrigeration, and another one for remove the body at $96 per round trip if it is between 8 and 4, and if it is between 4 and 8, $45 per day for refrigeration. If it is after night, $140 to transport it and then to refrigerate it. And these are the costs that we are paying because of unclaimed bodies. So I thank the honourable member for the question, and the matter is certainly being dealt with. Thank you. Or the last time I believe it was 42. The number stands at 42. We pay up to $40,000 a month.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to, first of all, say that I would like to think that with 2 doctors leading the Ministry of Health and Wellness, that a number of the perennial problems that we have not only inherited, but perhaps in some ways also contributed to over the years, that they would be able to bring a laser-like approach to this ministry to address a number of the problems that have been raised here, certainly in these estimates. I start, Mr. Chairman, from a point where I'm hearing the echoes from a number of my other colleagues, particularly the member for St. Thomas, as well as the member for St. Michael South Central, addressing the issue of what I consider to be the voiceless in this country. We speak oftentimes about the poor, we talk about the most vulnerable, And in both of their presentations, they've sought to raise the issue of those persons who do not have the opportunity to go outside of Barbados in the event that they're sick. They've sought to raise the issue of the persons who are frustrated with a system that for decades has not met the basic requirements of the delivery of health care. Now, many of the persons who are in the well, I have had the opportunity to request their intervention on many occasions. They're probably tired of hearing from me asking for assistance or an intervention to be able to assist persons who feel as though the services at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in particular, or even at the polyclinic, has not certainly been meted out in the way that they would like. And I must say that I get good responses, but I also often say to them that it should not take the minister or any minister to call and to make the interventions that sometimes we have to make in order for the delivery of health care to be fair and in many cases just to the people who deserve it most. Many people in this room, if they take sick, I'm sure some will go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, but many also have the option of going abroad. And therefore, I speak this afternoon for the ones who don't have the option of going abroad, the ones who only rely on the current healthcare system that we have across the country. And in particular for the ones that certainly I have lost over the course of the last few years. Many of you know I was diagnosed in 2018 with breast cancer. I have, on every occasion, I think that I've spoken in the estimates, raised the issue of the approach to healthcare, the issues that people face when they receive a diagnosis, whether cancer or otherwise, how we deal with people, how we speak to people, how we walk people through their fears, how we explain to people the type of service that needs to be delivered, how we comfort them when there is bad news to be delivered. And I am not sure that even though we have heard the cries, we have heard the pleas, that we are yet in a place where we have been able to address the simple things that can make a difference between someone who is scared as hell about what they're about to experience, or someone who is having, for instance, to go to A&E and having to wait long hours without sometimes being seen, and unsure as to what is going to happen to them. I had a young man yesterday who went to the hospital. I think he went in about 1 o'clock. He was never admitted to a ward until about 6 o'clock this morning. Now, while the argument could be that there was a time when it was probably 3 days he might have to wait before he actually got a bed, I want to say to this chamber that it was still an inordinately long time before that person could be seen. And therefore, my questions are a bit mixed, because I really do feel that the minister and his team perhaps need to address themselves to the issues of whether we are actually fit for purpose. Are we delivering in the way that we ought to, particularly for the most vulnerable in this country? As it relates to whether it is cancer or whether it is diabetes, are we taking the steps to be able to walk people through process? Are we doing it in a humane way so people feel that the persons on the other end of the line understand what they are going through? And what efforts are being made presently by the team to be able to work on that patient advocacy, that patient intervention, and even use some of the technologies that were used during COVID, because sometimes it seems as though we forget that COVID existed and we had to do things differently. But things like telehealth, are we using these mechanisms that became kind of par for the course during COVID to strengthen our ability to speak to the patients, to reassure them, and to certainly deliver the best health care that we can? That's the first question.
Thank you, Honourable Member. A lot of what you said, we are in agreement with, and we've said so at various times during the course of the day. As it relates to the A&E, I think we've been through that twice already, in terms of recognizing that there are issues there. I myself went through and spoke about the flow part, the patient flow and the issues that need to be addressed. We spoke of the need for the refurbishment. If you're looking, if it's saying that we cannot wave a magic wand and everything will be solved overnight. It is not going to happen like that. We didn't get there overnight, and we're not going to get out of it overnight. A lot of heavy lifting has to be done. The staff is committed. They recognize there are a number of deficiencies, and there are some areas where we do well. It's not all criticism. But as I said earlier, there are a number of issues to address. We have to deal with the expansion, which is long overdue. We promised to put this over, it's almost 2 years now, I believe, and that hasn't been done. We're looking at the matters of, in the short term, we spoke earlier, so dealing with the elderly for care, how we've had some success with that in getting those people out of accident and emergency. We've admitted the issues with the triage and the patient flow thereafter, and the issues that occurred there and how we plan to improve them. The referral where persons are often seen and have to wait for long periods of time to get results or to get x-rays done because the refurbishment is incomplete. You can't get x-rays in any, you have to then go to the journal, up to the journal, the main radiology center to have those, and those things could cause delays. Then sometimes after you've gotten the results and you've gotten the x-rays, then there's a referral, a process of referral to whichever specialty might be necessary. And then you have to wait for the person who you're referring the person to come to see the person, to assess the person. Sometimes they come and decide that this is not medicine, this might be surgery, this is not surgery, this might be gynecological. All of those things happen. And they're not unique to Barbados, but you need to have certain protocols in place. And this is something that I believe the A&E has accepted that they need to put protocols in place. We need to address the patient flow. The triage system works well most times, but needs to be improved. We've spoken obviously of the need to equipment. That is sometimes an issue. And we're working of that with the CapEx that I spoke about earlier. Communication, vital. I believe Dr. Williams spoke about it. And we, in response to a question from the other honorable member earlier today, that the issue of patients just needing and relatives needing to know what is happening, what is going on, why am I here sitting down still, things like this. Of course, you will have people who believe that once they go to A&E, that they must be seen right away. And we went through that as it relates to the triage system and how we deal with that. And that, unfortunately, the majority of people fall into category 3 and 4, which is not urgent and which is not necessarily life-threatening. That is the reality. People who are in category 1 and 2, who are in critical state or extremely serious conditions, tend to be seen and to be dealt with more swiftly than the others. And that is the reality wherever you go. But there are things to be done, and we recognize that. And I can say that we are working assiduously towards that in the estimates. I spoke about the CapEx to deal with the equipment. I spoke about the refurbishment and completion of the expansion. And I didn't mention earlier about the increasing, we were going to get some increasing numbers of staff to help with the situation. There's a matter of the cardiac care unit for chest pain, people with chest pain who we suspect to have heart attacks, where we're going to set up a chest pain unit within the A&E, stabilize people who will then be transferred to the cardiac suite for treatment. We spoke about the expansion of the MICU, so that so oftentimes we have persons who are on monitors, who are ventilated, staying in the staff room and occupying space because there's no space on the medical floors. And of course, then there's the issue of congestion on those medical floors, primarily, where they're overcrowded, again, from some of the issues, not necessarily only because of elderly for care, but because of patients who have long-standing chronic issues, have difficulty in controlling their heart failure or whatever, indeed sometimes their diabetes. So these are all of the myriad factors that play. We admit that the Accident Emergency Department should be doing much better. And the efforts are there to ensure that this happens. But we're just asking to bear with us. Thank you.
While I appreciate, Minister, the expenditure on capital expenditure, I mean, the truth is that during COVID in particular, the QEH and certainly Ministry of Health has received significant amounts of financing to be able to help us through that very difficult period. I don't think you answered the question as it relates to the human resources in terms of, because you can spend all this money, you can expand the A&E as we've seen, you can build out all of the facilities, but if we are not dealing with people, and I think the member for St. Michael South Central raised the issue, you have a lot of disgruntled people who are within the hospital, who because of the overworking, because of the lack of equipment, they are frustrated. And I am just curious whether, I haven't heard mention of a strategic plan perhaps as to what the hospital focuses on. I think we accept you can't do everything because we just don't have the resources to do it. But as the Prime Minister often says, who is coming to work to make sure that the international partnerships are taking place, that the NGO collaborations locally are being, strategically aligned on a regular basis because we recognize we can't do everything? Are we going after institutions outside of these shores to make sure that those services that perhaps they have excelled in, that they can now be transferred in terms of knowledge to the island? Because without that strategy, the poor people, the most vulnerable in this society, are the ones who will continue to make the calls and express their frustration about the long waits, the attitudes of people when they speak to them, and the inadequacy of perhaps the bed availability and those types of things. So I think the strategy is perhaps what I'm trying to get a sense of. We can, again, build all of the buildings, but if we are not dealing with our people, I think it was the CEO who mentioned earlier that the model that is currently being used in order to be able to employ persons is fundamentally flawed to some extent. If we are trying to modernize the hospital, then I believe that deconstructing the existing way in which we fill positions for the hospital has to be one of the first things that we start to look at. What does a modern QEH and polyclinic structure require in order to function? And perhaps those conversations need to be had a little higher, because obviously all of us across all of the agencies have to deal with conversations of rights of workers and labor and with unions. But I think these are conversations that the country needs to have, and perhaps in this discussion in the well need to take more center stage. I'm not here to pat the Barbados Labour Party, this administration, on its back. I deal with real issues on a day-to-day basis where people have challenges getting access to services. And I do feel that rather than us constantly coming here and talking about all the problems within healthcare, that we do need to put the issues of health financing on the table and the various models that are available. We need to get to a point where we look at the delivery of patient care, we look at the strategy. What will the hospital focus on and what will it outsource? And are we getting those persons to sit down and really pull it apart and to try to figure out what we prioritize?
Thank you. As it relates to A&E, that's where you started, we've also had the input of the Northwell Group, and they've made certain recommendations in relation to patient communication, behavioral change, and these are things that obviously the hospital will have to address. I mentioned earlier when I spoke earlier today about the improving nursing communication and things like this that needs to be addressed, and that we were going to implement a training process to deal with that. I think we also have to be mindful that in the hospital, it is a part of Barbadian society. And society is not what it was 30, 40 years ago. This is a society that we approach each other differently. And how we relate to each other is different. And the staff of the staff, like anywhere else, come out of this society. Okay? And so it is a process. If you want to bring about change in attitude and how they relate and interact with each other, with their fellow men, then that is a process. It is something that we recognize within the QH that has to be addressed. I know that the executive chair can speak to it, but I know that they have made overtures and made plans as to how they're going to address this. So they see it as being very important. Relating to health finance, as was said earlier by me today and then by Mr. Gill, the consultants came in, they have met with our people, and there are certain recommendations and proposals which, will be discussed and have to be discussed within the ministry and certainly within the cabinet of the Barbados. That has to be done. It is not something that is, the consultants have made recommendations. It is not so, it is not that we must follow everything that the consultants recommend. And we are addressing, looking at the matter of healthcare financing. This is, as I mentioned, is one of the issues that we have to address when I started. So I take your point, I understand. I don't see it as beating up on us. I believe that all of us have the same concerns as it relate to the poor and ordinary people within Barbados. I don't think it is. I think we all see this. All of us, I believe, come from humble backgrounds. I believe I'm looking around. I know some in front of me might not have been in this, but I'm looking around. And I think we feel it. I mean, I feel it because I worked in the health system in Barbados for several years. I know that things happened then, and it was different. The matter that I'm speaking about of operating theaters running for 10 hours a day was standard. We enjoyed it. We did it. But that has changed. And of course, that was decades ago. Things have changed. And I think we need to get back to that focus, that mindset. I'm going to ask the executive chair to speak to it a bit, because I know that this is something that they have been engaging in the meetings of the executive directors.
Yeah. Dr. Christine Greenwich, Chief Operations Officer, and thank you so much for highlighting some of the challenges that we face. In terms of a strategic plan, part of the feedback and observations in general when it comes to the AED is for us to identify what standard work ought to be in the AED. Standard work is a process where, regardless of resources, we have put in place certain standards that we intend to keep. Most of the complaints from any ER AED stems around two main principles. One is communication between the healthcare team, our patients, and their families. And the other very important thing is the waiting times, complaints around waiting times. So in the A&D, last year we did something called a huddle. We implemented a huddle. A huddle is just that we stop what we're doing, assess the current situation, look at actual and or potential crises that we will have to face in terms of urgency. It's a technique that comes out of another concept called team steps. We are now about to send 9 of our across the facility to Norfolk to be trained in a tactic called team steps, which stems from, again, communication with patients and also team members be on the same page, right? So for example, the AED, we can't have 3 different titles doing the same work. It is redundant, it's a time waster, and it's taken away from the ability to keep our current assessment of the volume in the A&D current. Another issue in terms of improvement strategy is the whole process of triaging, which is someone coming into our facility and the quality of it. Studies have shown that if we can put 2 nurses there consistently, or even 1 nurse, 1 physician, consistently at standard work, that the process of the throughput and any other bottlenecks that may come up during the course of a patient experience is better facilitated. So the team in A&D, I think, are on a very good improvement process in looking at those 2 main things. It's not 100 things, but if we don't talk to patients, let them know that what is going on, or speak that grandma is okay. Or, one strategy at my place we did during COVID, a simple cell phone. Everybody has one of these pretty much. Even grandma have them. A simple call for face-to-face with someone on the outside of the A&E, being able to see the loved one and have a conversation just by utilizing a tablet or FaceTiming in terms of reducing that that stress. So I think that there are things that are not cost-related, simple things that we can do to improve and or enhance the experience of our patients. So I would have to say that the team have identified those things that are very much. Another thing that maybe the DMS can mention, we figured that people are very sensitive to colors. So something like an armband in the A&E using the stoplight technique of yellow, red, and green. Identify right away, my reds are my very critical patients. The yellow are moderate, and the greens are one that really should leave, see and treat. So, we're implementing that, rezoning location of the criticality or the critical level of that patient so that the staff can see better. We're very compressed because of space, but there are visual things that we can do to enhance that experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, you asked a fundamental question about whether or not we were thinking strategically about what it was going to take to make the Queen Elizabeth Hospital fit for purpose. Just going back to your original question, how can it meet the needs of Barbadians and respond to the kinds of complaints? Well, we recognize we're at the end of our strategic planning period and about to embark on another 3-year strategic cycle. And already we've had the opportunity of Oliver Jordan and Tracy, a group looking at state-owned enterprise reform. And this was an initiative out of the Ministry of Finance, which looked at what we were doing financially. We've had Northwell come in and do a deep dive. And we've had our own efforts through accreditation at looking at how we fared in meeting global and international standards. And it's really come down to 5 things that we believe will fundamentally transform the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, that we have to focus our energy and investments in, and are reflected in the estimates here today, or our borrowing portfolio. The first thing is investing in our human resources. We've talked about it, around it so many times this afternoon. If we do not invest in human resources, creating the number of new subspecialties in oncology, in medicine, we've just introduced a vascular surgeon. We've just brought back in a hepatobiliary and oncology surgeon. But in many instances in Barbados, we have 1 cardiothoracic surgeon. We have 1 or 2 neurosurgeons. And we are expecting with these numbers, these critical small numbers, to respond to the population needs. And it is extremely difficult, and hence the waiting lists. For instance, our Dr. Mo, who is doing pacemakers, he has a waiting list of 45 persons. Today, March 1st, is the first time since 2017 that the people of Barbados are going to benefit from a cardiac suite being open for 24 hours. This is a major milestone for Barbados. It comes out of the It comes out of the initiatives of the cardiology project. Our Prime Minister would have had engagement with regional cardiologists, which highlighted where we were in cardiology programming, and we have really had the wind in our back from the leadership at the most senior level of this government to push forward. So human resource development, human resource capacity is going to be key to our ability to respond. We have to get more people, more subspecialists in nursing and in medicine. We also have to do more in terms of providing the staffing that's required to run the hospital over 24 hours. That we don't have. Our housekeeping services end at 9 p.m. So therefore, it's only the accident and emergency that has 24-hour housekeeping. So these are the kinds of issues that we have. We still are not a 24-hour functioning hospital. So the last thing under HR development also is around communication and how we communicate. Our Prime Minister recently challenged us, and she said, You know, why are you bringing people in to communicate when communication is fundamental to what nurses and doctors should be doing? So unless we invest, and that's why our Team STEP initiative, the team that are going off on April the 15th, Team STEPS is the state-of-the-art approach that hospitals across the globe are using to encourage a culture of communication and transparency across the organization, paired with a concept called a just culture, which is encouraging people, we are starting at the hospital, to really report errors, near misses, to be open and transparent so that we do not have people really hiding and dodging when errors are made. The second thing that's going to transform strategically the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is technology, both in terms of information systems and medical technology. We have to be able, our CapEx plan, our 5-year plan, which we would have developed over the past year and a half, now give us a full repository of what is needed in every single discipline, Honourable Prime Minister, from oncology to cardiology to radiology. What does it need to bring the hospital to first world standard? We're no longer guessing about it. We know exactly what is required. It's approximately $135 million, $45 million in the first year. So we have that drilled down. This is significant investment that we have to be aware of. The third thing that's going to be sustainable financing. The introduction of the health levy. The people in the Ministry of Finance who conceptualized that we needed an earmark fund to be directed into health systems was perhaps one of the most significant and innovative interventions that were made in the first 3 months of this administration. And that health levy has performed remarkably, and it is now increasing and performing beyond our expectations. And finally, sustainable finances, that being important, paired with reducing costs and finding efficiencies, which we know all the areas. The Minister Walcott highlighted our dead body phenomena. And lastly, because I know my time is not unlimited, engaging better with patients. We recognize sometimes people fundamentally do not understand if they're in the public place, if they're in this private space. So we are working actively of having patients involved and working with civil society. Treatment doesn't just end, and I know you know this, Deputy Prime Minister, with a clinical intervention. Care and support is equally important. So we have an MOU with Cancer Support Services that started out just focused on cancer patients, that now we're rolling across the hospital to ensure that all of our nurses, physicians have the ability to deal empathetically with people and the situations that are encountering. So I'll stop there because I recognize my time is limited, but I wanted to say to you and give you the assurance, Deputy Prime Minister, that we are very, very clear on what is required, the level of investment that is needed, and we know as an institution that we have the support of the government to achieve the goals that we've set.
I want to thank you. I'm getting a message in my ear as to ask you when you are starting the 24-hour program.
The
24-hour program across the hospital. The negotiations.
Yeah, staffing. Yes, yeah, it's a staffing issue. Yeah, it's mainly a staffing issue and a costing issue. Yeah, we will discuss it with the Ministry of Civil Service.
No, and the unions.
And the unions, yes.
Prime Minister is cutting into my time, Mr. Chairman. I just want the
Yes.
House to be aware. So I'm asking her questions, but she will have her time shortly to intervene. I thank you for the clarity in relation to what the hospital is doing. I think it is very important to take the time to walk the country through what the challenges are, but also that, you know, the hospital is not standing still, that there are things happening. I think we just have to make sure that we connect the dots and we allow people to still feel, while we are doing all the strategizing, allow people to feel as though changes are happening. Okay, I don't think the public is unreasonable. You touched on, and I'll lead into my last question, you touched on the issue of cancer support services. Now, for the last few years, we've heard about the cancer plan. I know the former, Lieutenant Colonel Bostic would have been leading the charge on that at one point. I am just curious, where are we with the cancer plan? And of course, I take, this is very near and dear to my heart. As I said earlier, I've lost a lot of people since my own discovery of cancer. A lot of people who I believe, if they'd had the right intervention from an early stage, perhaps could have had a different outcome. A number of people who did not have the opportunity to undergo genetic testing. They didn't have the opportunity to undergo a PET scan. It is very expensive. It's not even available here on island. I know that there are some plans through the private sector to be able to provide that, but I'm simply asking the question, what is the hope that can be given to the next generation of persons who may be diagnosed with cancer, that if they can feel comfortable that something is on the horizon, as opposed to feeling as though the only way that they might get a few extra years is if they leave Barbados for treatment. I think we need to really address this, because there are too many, just like diabetes, we're having a number of people who are not getting the intervention from an early stage in terms of early detection, and then by the time the results are known, they're at stage 4, which is end of life, and therefore they're not able then to be able to have any interventions to save their lives. So just if you can speak to the cancer plan.
I'm going to ask Dr. Phillips to speak first, the cancer plan, and then I will speak perhaps definitively to some of the things that you've raised.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Thanks. The deliverables for the cancer plan have been folded into the NCD plan, but I think it's important for us to talk about what the cancer plan comprises of and how we are delivering on this. So the cancer plan includes the issues we've been discussing, public education, guidelines and protocols, clinical pathways, continuing professional education, integration of palliative care, and of course, management of data, making sure we have research and monitoring and evaluation. In terms of the preventive component, certainly we make the point that over 40% of cancers are preventable with the basic NCD interventions, the nutrition, physical activity, avoiding tobacco, and reducing harmful use of alcohol. Additionally, the issues around early detection are important. There are many of our cancers, certainly our top cancers, are preventable in large measure. When we talk about colorectal cancer, this is common in both men and women, and through simple or relatively simple measures, we can do screening of stool samples and prioritize individuals that need to have further investigations, including colonoscopies, where polyps can be removed and early stage growths can be identified for surgery. In terms of our cervical cancers, which are an important component of the cancers in women, we have our program in terms of pap smears and the guidance in terms of the frequency and the management of different types of abnormalities. We also have our HPV vaccination program, which offers boys and girls an improved chance of clearing aggressive HPV types, which we are exposed to through sexual activity, and which put us at risk for development of abnormal lesions and cancers. So the HPV program within Ministry of Health is a key component of our cancer prevention efforts. In terms of breast cancer, that's the next area where we are commissioning a guideline in terms of screening, and we need to support that with a call-recall system. What we do not want is a situation where only those who are most concerned or those who are presenting late are the ones who are seen. We want a system where we don't have over-screening of a particular group and then nothing happening for others. So a call-recall system where individuals are reminded, where they're prompted to have their screening tests done, will be an important component of the cancer prevention effort as well. So we've just completed the draft of our colorectal cancer screening guideline, and we're moving on to the prostate and breast cancer, which are common in men and women. In terms of the palliative care component, this is going to continue to be important because there are a number of individuals across the NCDs, but particularly individuals with cancer who, as they face life-threatening illnesses, will benefit from palliative care support. So palliative care, not just the hospice component, but palliative care in all of its elements, supporting the social, the spiritual, the financial, etc., as well as dealing with symptoms and intervening in areas where there can be improvement in terms of clinical features, that continues to be important. Ministry of Health certainly is supportive of the efforts in the private sector and the NGO community of developing facility-based hospice care. There's also community-based palliative care as well. And we believe that this is going to continue to be important because there is an element of care that is often not best delivered in a hospital setting, but needs to be delivered because individuals should have the comprehensive package of care to deal with the features that they see in terms of end-of-life care. I believe the speaker is my time up?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Phillips. Honourable Member, I believe that you also wanted to get into the actual processes for investigation and treatment, the whole matter of genetic markers, genomic sequencing, genetic sequencing, the issues of treatment, targeted treatment, linear accelerated treatment, PET scanners to determine if there are metastases present. If you want me to say, you said for 12 persons in the next 10 years, certainly I would say that before then, we should be in a position to offer these services. You alluded to the fact that the private sector, there's some interest in linear accelerators and indeed PET scanners. So we have not included it, obviously, in the CapEx for reasons of size and population, and if we really need to have 2 or 3 linear accelerators in a country this size and a population this size, unless, of course, we're going to be marketing it to services to the Eastern Caribbean. As it relates to that, we've known about the Best of Santos lab and how well it has done. And in this financial year, I believe we're going to start in this financial year, the refurbishment to start the Barbados Living Lab project. And this is something that will work in a cluster of innovation with the Best of Santos lab. In the first phase, we're going to be looking at the incorporation and utilization of genomics in research on NCDs and cancers and some infectious diseases. We'll be looking to do this with the recruitment of graduate students, and indeed, we will obviously have to hire some research-oriented and dedicated scientists. And this mission, coming out of this, will come the whole process of genetic markers and genetic sequencing and that within Barbados. And this mission is to establish a unique modular laboratory with both iterative and scientific research and innovation as core drivers. and obviously to help to create the sustainable bioeconomy that we have been speaking about in Barbados. So as it relates to the person with cancer in the future, the next 5 to 10 years, I will say that all of these things, these services should be available within these shores. Thank you.
I look forward to that, Minister, and to the team, and I hope that you guys can continue to do the good work that you're doing. I know it's very difficult, but I am encouraged still by some of the things that I've heard. And I certainly, while I call often, I certainly will convey some of what is happening to those who I interface with who are concerned about the delivery of health care. With that, Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do now report. Yeah, I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House for 5 minutes to 17 past the hour.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended for 5 minutes. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended for 5 minutes. This sitting is resumed. We revert to Standing Finance Committee.
This House is in Standing Finance Committee. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me start off by thanking the members of this ministry who, I would have had a unique opportunity to work with between 2020 and the end of last year as we managed perhaps the most difficult period of this country's post-independence existence over a 3-year period. It was not easy, and it placed unbelievable pressure on all of you in your different capacities. I want to formally yet again, and it will never be too much, to register my own personal appreciation, but also the appreciation of this government for the work that you were able to do in conjunction with your partners in the private sector and in the broader civil society to be able to help bring this country safely over the course of that period. I've indicated on many occasions, as recent as Saturday, when I was touring AgriFest and the press asked me some questions, that when we came to office, it was our judgment that healthcare and agriculture were the stepchildren of post-independence Barbados development. In other words, they were there. We admitted publicly to loving them, but we didn't have the level of support and care and nurturing necessary for them to flourish. And that this government committed that it would do all within its power, in spite of being in an IMF program, to remedy this situation. Because with an aging and declining population, it becomes even more important for us to ensure that those in whom we have invested much as a nation can live the longest and best life possible. We've been lucky in that we do have generations before us that have lived long, and that Barbados has one of the highest per capita incidence of elderly population in the world, centenarians in particular, and akin to countries like Japan that have really excelled in this area. It is in no small way due to, one, an excellent public health legacy, two, a strong commitment to primary health care, and that is at both the nursing level and the level of doctors. Three, a strong sense of personal responsibility, much of which may have been imposed on previous generations because of their lifestyle, in terms of their diet, and in terms of their level of activity. I would like to believe that the investments that we continue to make in our people will go the longest possible distance. And the longest possible distance, therefore, requires, one, and the executive chairman would have spoken to the 4 or 5 things that she believes from a hospital perspective. But the Honourable Member for St. Philip North has been given specific responsibility for allowing us to fight the battle against chronic non-communicable diseases. And it is deliberate because we accept that a key part of that is individual responsibility. I'd like to hear some more, and some of it you may have said already because I've been in and out of the House, as to what is being done in this respect. I'm going to come back and I want to hear on the government's program for antimicrobial resistance as well. I'm just giving people time to prepare themselves for where I'm going. Because as you know, I cannot co-chair the One Health Global Initiative, have the meetings that we had as recent as 3 weeks ago in Barbados, after 3 years of virtual meetings, have as many people that I know personally die from AMR, and not be true to the position and office that I've accepted on behalf of the WHO, UNEP, OIE, and FAO with this respect, to ensure that Barbados can run its course fully in minimizing the incidence of death in this area. Thirdly, I'd like to hear the minister specifically speak to the question of ensuring access to the most modern treatments for oncology. He spoke about the genetic markers and the genetic sequencing just now, but he has responsibility for building out the pharmaceutical industry beyond where it is. Barbados has a proud history with Collins Limited, I think, operating, over 100 years? And the question is, we are seeking to carry it to the next level, but not just to earn foreign exchange and to get jobs, but to improve access for our people in the Caribbean and Central and Latin America with respect to the most modern oncological treatment, whether through mRNA technology or monoclonal antibodies or whatever else is put there. And finally, I'd like to hear the executive director executive chairman of the hospital make the case for the capital program in 12 to 18 months rather than the 5-year horizon that she has put on the table. Because once the government settles the funding off balance sheet, then there is no reason why you should be waiting 3 to 5 years to execute. And secondly, you can't really be telling me about a shortage of skills in this country to constrain the functioning of the QEH, when the QEH has had a distinguished history of bringing in on short to medium-term contracts the skills necessary which are not immediately available in a small island. Recognizing that it is our intention to offer opportunities with free tertiary education, as we do, to every possible Barbadian. But even if we did it for everyone, there will still be some areas in a population base of under 300,000 that will remain lacking, and therefore think, and the minister will know them better than any of us perhaps in here, of the numbers of people who have served at the QEH in short-term contractual arrangements that are no longer in Barbados or have moved on in Barbados to private practice, but are not originally from Barbados or having been trained in the Caribbean. So I've laid out a number of questions, and I hope that that will carry us safely over the next few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I ask Minister Brown to lead off with the NCDs.
Thank you, Minister. All right, as I understand it, the Honourable Prime Minister wants to know what is happening with the NCD since my being here, correct? Okay, let me begin.
I think I know, but I think through me, the public wants to know.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Let me begin by saying that over the last year or so, since being in office, we've been paying special attention to the NCDs, and you would have noticed several public engagements. We have all heard the statistics that some 80% of the NCD patients are dying because of the situation, and we recognize the urgency with which we need to tackle the problem of NCDs, first by tackling, well not first, in tandem with tackling risk factors for prevention of NCDs, and then dealing with the present cases of NCDs to lower the public health burden, as well as the economic burden on the island. Since I've been here, earlier Dr. Phillips spoke a lot on the NCDs and what we're doing, but since I've been here, we've been going in a public health perspective. We had discussions, and we are still working in tandem with agencies like CARFA and PAHO, WHO, the NGOs, Healthy Caribbean Coalition, Heart and Stroke Foundation, all with the same goal of bringing awareness to the NCDs, tackling the risk factors with an effective decrease in the burden. Over the COVID pandemic, we all realized that the focus would have been on COVID, or was on COVID mostly, and NCDs took a middle or back burner position. It is now, in my mind, to the front of the burner again. So we saw an increase of cases of NCDs, especially appearing at the hospital, because services were basically, as I said, put on the back burner in the primary care setting, where the patients were scared to go to the primary care physicians, including the polyclinic. But some of them were rationing tablets, I know that personally. Some of them were stretching their appointment time. So the things like diabetes and hypertension and cancers got out of whack. We saw maybe stage 4 cancers increasing in terms of presentation. I had a few at that time, increasing in presentation because of the delay in seeking treatment. We recognize, and I hope I'm not wrong, we recognize that physical activity and diet play a major part, apart from tobacco use, alcohol overuse, and diet in terms of NCDs, and hence we assisted the Ministry of Education in rolling out the school nutrition policy, which was launched not so long ago this month. So that meant guidance to the Ministry of Education in working with the curriculum of the school, working with the school meals program in terms of the offerings of food, and making them not only palatable, but falling in line with the levels that we want to see with sugar and salt content. Those numbers are still to be ascertained before we can go even higher in the fight with salt and sugar. We met through partnership with PAHO, we met with some of the stakeholders, and the buy-in was really good in that conference in October, was it? In October, and that was a forum where we discussed possible reformulations, what the private sector, including the fast food agencies, were willing to do. We were to meet on that again, but things got in the way, like estimates and so on, so we were meeting on that fairly quickly. I think one was supposed to happen to Friday, and it was delayed. So that was enrolled, so we were to sit and decide, one, on the levels of salt that are acceptable, as well as sugar. You would know, Prime Minister, through the chair, that the increased tax on the sugar-sweetened beverages was added. The focus now will be to see how it has impacted in terms of the quantity being used by the public. So that is one thing. The minister and I, substantive minister and I, were involved in the recent discussions with the small island developing states on NCDs, including mental health. It was a very healthy discussion, and this will go forward to go to the ministerial conference in June, and then again in the high-level meeting in 2025. So the whole focus, not only with Barbados and the region, but the rest of the world, is to put, especially with the small island developing states, which probably are more impacted than the larger countries who can stand on their own, will be to put forward suggestions and protocols, etc., to tackle the NCD problem with the few resources as compared to the bigger countries that we have. What else in NCDs? Well, we realize that the hospital, as I said before, is inundated with the burden of NCDs. because of the escalating, the morbidity was increased, associated morbidity with respect to the NCDs. The hope now is to increase the capacity for the primary care setting, i.e. the polyclinics, all 9 polyclinics, so that we can get back on board and to ensure that the risk factors are addressed, people are educated, from the smallest to the oldest. So the plan now is to involve these schools even more. But leading from the school nutrition policy that was just launched, the plan is to go forward to do a national policy that involves non-school entities. So in terms of putting things like diet ahead, I know the hospital, the kitchen area, the food supply there have been many complaints, and people were basically saying that during COVID, the outsourced entity was providing tastier foods, but what a lot of people did not know that our onboard dietitians in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital actually provided the recipes for that process. So that tells me that it can be done within the QEH unless the higher plan is to outsource the provision of diets and food within the hospital. What else has been going on? I'm thinking.
I think that has given us a good summary.
Okay.
Suffice it to say that I do think your last point with respect to ensuring that the quality of meals, and I think that the executive director of the QEH knows how I feel about that the quality of meals has to be first and foremost appropriate to the health profile of the patient, and then second, tasty. And because if it tastes bad, people ain't gonna eat it, however much they need it, and we all know that. So I think those 2 things, we want to make sure that we are fully on top of that, because there's no excuse for us not to be. And I look forward to hearing you on that separately. I see that Dr. George wants to speak.
Thank you, Most Honorable House Kenneth George, CMO. So there are some additional things I will mention. We have a strategic plan, 5-year strategic plan, that has been costed and is coming to Cabinet shortly for, and once they accept, we will get cracking. We have taken the approach that we need to standardize the care for our common NCDs like diabetes and hypertension. So we have adopted the HEARTS program, which is a standardized form of care that ensures that the outcomes are better than if individuals choose their own methods of care. And the polyclinics are engaged. The commission recently met. The commission has not met for a very long time, which is sad. But they started back in earnest, I think 1 week ago, and they are willing to hit the ground running.
I'm not sure that 1 week ago is in earnest, but they've started.
They've started. So let me say that we are coming out of COVID, and we realize that the Mental Health Commission and the NCD Commission are important moving forward with respect to our programs. Finally, you heard if Barbados becomes trans fat free by December 2024, that will be an outstanding and transformational type event. We have always said we need data to make good policy decisions. So we are trying to work for a low-cost online NCD survey very soon, using some funding that we have identified as savings.
Will this also include a Caribbean calorie counter? Because I think that there is a partnership potentially with the commercial sector. When they came to complain to me about the excess fees that we put in the last budget for sugar, I put on the table that rather than complaining and asking me to ease back, could they please finance a Caribbean calorie counter? Most people are unaware that a roti this size probably has close to 1,000 calories in it. And if they knew that, even if they wanted to taste the curry or the flour, they would eat half of it instead of the whole thing. So that this level of public education and the calorie counter, the NHS in England can't have a calorie counter for cuckoo, and Barbados don't got one. So I really, really want to urge the ministry, and we will work with you to make sure that by next year, this time, just as we worked with you on the cardiac project, that the executive director has shown that we now have the 24-hour support services, we will work with you on it. Because if the minister, the honorable member for St. Philip North, is to be successful, then the first thing people need to know is what it is they're eating and what the impact of it is on them. And as you talk about trans fats, I'm not a doctor. Break it down, sir. Break it down for ordinary people. What is this trans fats that you're talking about? Because my constituents need to know what they should go for and what they should avoid. And if the trans fats are found in things that they are buying now, then if they want to look like the honorable member for St. Michael South or the honorable member for St. Michael South Central, both of whom like to be fitness aficionados, then they need to know what to stay away from.
A trans fat is a hydrogenated trans fatty acid.
I think that this is the first occasion, Mr. Chairman, through you, this is the first occasion in 30 years in this institution that someone has, in fact 32 years, that someone has sought to explain things in a simple format by making it more complicated.
No, I will try to be real simple. So we have fatty acids which are critical in our body. And if you add a hydrogen onto it, it has the there's no other way to say hydrogen, people. Right. And that adds, that causes the arteries to be hardened, to be thickened. It's all about arterial buildup of plaque. So we...
Break it down. And when that happens, when your arteries get clogged, that's the word you want?
You get heart attack and stroke.
Thank you. And the level of heart attacks and strokes that we're seeing in the country
is way too high.
Directly attributable to this type of eating. Right. In other words, eating a lot of foods that fried with what?
Oils.
What kind of oil? Because there are good oils and bad oils.
So Bajans just talk about lard oil. The oil that gets hard.
That's why I want you to talk, because you're only talking to us in here, you know.
The
you're
oil that
everybody
gets,
who listening at 5:30 in the evening.
Right. If you cook a meal that if it gets, not even putting it in the fridge, you see like lamb, you get a thick crust over.
In other words, the oil is clam up fast.
Right.
Right.
That
or clog up fast.
That is a possible indicator that
you shouldn't use that oil. Right. And that basically you want to avoid it, because if it can clog up fast out there in the atmosphere, imagine what it can do inside of your body.
Right.
That's what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Lord bless you. Thank you. The other responses, and we've made the point, and that's why we want to support you, Dr. George, that the country is facing a diabetes epidemic in real terms. And we may be laughing and talking and thinking here, but diabetes, strokes, heart attacks, we assume that people know what we mean when we say chronic NCDs. I've learned the hard way that a lot of people don't. And therefore, I want us to break down the language, because if we are to be successful, we need to bring people on board. And as Bajans say, one blow is kill all cow. So if we have to reduce the language where people understand what we're talking about, you understand? Then we need to do so, even if it means talking about a Passover and different other things. All right?
Understood.
Please.
PM, I wouldn't want it to go out there that the only risk factor is trans fat, because there are others out there.
No, that's not the only one.
And I said earlier that 80% of Barbadians are exposed to them. Tobacco, alcohol abuse.
That's why I stopped smoking.
Alcohol abuse, lack of physical exercise, and poor.
Agreed. And that's why I stopped smoking, start exercising.
And of course, genetics.
And I hope that people will only use alcohol in modest amounts as well. But all of these things do count, yes.
I'll ask Dr. Best to speak. He's the lead person on AMR in the ministry to give where we are and our plans for the next year.
And when he's finished, I'd like to hear from Dr. Ford as well, who has been helping me internationally.
Ford. Andrew.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to say a few words on antimicrobial resistance, which the Prime Minister has asked us to talk about, given her role on the global stage where antimicrobial resistance is concerned.
Best, we know who you are, but
Sorry.
you need to register your...
My sincere apologies. Anton Best, Deputy Chief Medical Officer. So antimicrobial resistance, in a nutshell, we have microbes which cause problems in human health and in animal health, whether it's bacteria, fungi, parasites. The problem that we are facing now is that there's an increasing rate of resistance to antimicrobial agents. So the agents that we customarily treat these microbes with is becoming, not necessarily becoming stronger, but the microbes are becoming more resistant. And part of the problem from a pharmacological perspective is that we're not investing in the level of research and development to come up with new agents to be able to treat microbes. So Barbados has long had a program in antimicrobial resistance. However, given the recent increases and attention at the global stage, there's more attention being paid nationally to antimicrobial resistance. So we have an action plan. The first iteration of the action plan that I remember was in 2017. But in recent years, the action plan has been revised. And in fact, we are updating the action plan and implementing key elements of the action plan. And I'm going to touch on some of those key elements. In terms of governance, we now have within the Prime Minister's office a Global Leaders Coordinator, Liaison Officer. So basically the hub of the national response to antimicrobials has been moved out of the Ministry of Health and within the Office of the Prime Minister, but of course working in collaboration with us in the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the QEH. In terms of health promotion, we need to sensitize the public of Barbados what antimicrobial resistance is about and what their roles and responsibilities are in terms of addressing this potentially next pandemic of an issue. We also have to resensitize our healthcare providers, and I'm talking about nurses, doctors, I'm talking about pharmacists, about antimicrobial resistance, and of course their roles. It also makes us look at the protocols for how antimicrobials are to be dispensed. So one thing that we should not be doing is going to the pharmacist, for instance, and saying, I have a cold, can I get some penicillins, can I get some antibiotics? First of all, a cold, if it truly is a cold, is a viral infection, and antimicrobials, or antibiotics rather, are not indicated in that setting. So that's the responsibility of
I would like you through, Mr. Chairman, for Dr. Best to repeat it, because this is perhaps one of the biggest problems among ordinary households in this country. People feeling that, oh, I got a cold that lasting too long. I could get antibiotic, please? Please.
Absolutely. So the problem is twofold. So the problem starts arguably with the patient who demands it from a pharmacist. Now, notice I have not said anything about a doctor. So the existing law is that you can only get, or you should only get an antimicrobial once it is prescribed by a registered medical practitioner. But we all know that one of the practices happening in Barbados, and it's not isolated to Barbados, is that persons can go to a pharmacist and say, I want an antibiotic for this particular problem, and the antibiotic is given. So that's a no-no. So we don't want the demand for it coming from persons in the community. We also need to remind pharmacists of their duty that they should not be dispensing antibiotics in the absence of having a prescription from a registered medical practitioner. So we also have to resensitize the pharmacists, as I just mentioned. We also have to sensitize and educate doctors about the safe use of antimicrobials, when they're to be used, etc. In the hospital, we have something called the Antimicrobial Stewardship Program. Within the National Action Plan on AMR, we have articulated the need to expand beyond just the borders or the walls of the hospital and have an AMR stewardship program at the district hospitals as well as in clinics in the private sector as well as the public sector. There are other aspects of health promotion that the action plan speaks to, such as the infection prevention and control basic strategies, such as hand washing, for instance. Once again, we always talk about hand washing to reduce the spread of germs. We focused a lot over the last 3 years on the importance of hand hygiene to reduce the likelihood of COVID. It also has a benefit for the reduction of spread of other microbial diseases out there. And of course, if we can reduce it that way, we then have a lower dependence on the use of antibiotics. So those are some of the key strategies that we are implementing. I just want to end off on talking about two things. One, about surveillance. Surveillance is in a nutshell, the acquisition of information on the burden of antimicrobial resistance out there, and it starts in the lab. So we've strengthened not only the lab at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, but also the Best of Santos Public Health Lab. But those are the medical or the health laboratories. The labs in the Ministry of Agriculture, for instance, and the private sector labs also have a key role in addressing surveillance needs for antimicrobial resistance. We've also looked at the equipment needs that are required. So in the estimates for the upcoming financial year under the Best of Santos Public Health Laboratory, we've identified the additional equipment that is required to do the surveillance that is necessary for antimicrobials. One key point to make is that we have a One Health approach when we talk about antimicrobial resistance. It is not just human health that we have to have in mind. We have to have animal health as well as environmental health, because you will be able to detect antimicrobials in different environments, and also what happens outside of the human health arena also has an impact on what happens to us in the community. So that's why we have to have the heavy engagement of the Ministry of Agriculture, for instance, in this AMR effort. On a final note, I just want to mention some collaborations. Just yesterday, the Ministry of Health would have met with the ambassador from Argentina. And just before COVID, through the Argentinian government and in collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization, a program to strengthen antimicrobial resistance testing in the Best of Santos lab was started in collaboration with the government of Argentina. So in meeting with the ambassador, we did express our gratitude for this collaborative effort and hope that it can continue for this foreseeable future, an excellent example of South-to-South collaboration. We continue to work with the Pan American Health Organization as well as the World Health Organization to build capacity to be able to address AMR not only locally but regionally. And we also are looking forward to working with the Caribbean Public Health Agency based in Trinidad to address the AMR. So with those 3 words, thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know whether Dr. Ford wants to add anything to that, given the work that we've been doing, and then the CMO.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honourable Prime Minister and all the honourable members sitting here today. I am Dr. Corey Ford. I am an infectious disease doctor, but also the clinical director for clinical and diagnostic services. I just want to add a few key things, especially to all in here and to all who are listening on today, which I think is strategically important. The World Health Organization, as it is, has really defined, and to get your idea and the concept of what Dr. Best was speaking about, it's really defined by 2050. We talk a lot about NCDs, but by 2050, the most common cause of death globally is expected to be as a result of antimicrobial resistance, of sepsis, and infections. I'm sure everyone in the room knows somebody who's had an infection. But even at this particular point, there is a death every 6 minutes or so from some sort of infections referred to as sepsis in general. I think there is a big connection between NCDs and antimicrobial resistance, and I think that needs to be mentioned in this room today. Persons who are diabetic, hypertensive, even who have cancers, are a little bit more susceptible to death from antimicrobial resistance, and I think that's important to mention. The QEH in itself, in 2016, has started an antimicrobial stewardship program. And within that antimicrobial stewardship program, that is a group of persons, infectious diseases, an infection control team, and we're able to gain one person during COVID, we were able to train another person with infection control. He was an orderly, but now he's an infection control individual. In that group as well, we've also coordinated to work with the Best of Santos laboratory, so they also join our rounds as well, and it involves the physicians, predominantly the ICUs, in this particular program. This program is targeted at efficient and appropriate use of antibiotics in individuals. What I will inform you today, and I was only talking about this during the lunch period, I think is important, is that only within the last year or so, I'm going to say post-COVID, hopefully, what we've actually seen is a rise and increase in the amount of cases, for example, of presented to the hospital from the community, and this is very important, with organisms causing infections for which we have a minimum amount of therapies for in Barbados. This is a strategic point and really has led the team to decide that we need to do a bit more within our communities and move this whole idea of stewardship just from the acute hospital care setting to move it into the long care setting. We expect to really work with the geriatric hospital in that in our first phase. But in the second phase of what we plan to do in terms of improving antimicrobial resistance through this stewardship program is to move this to the community, to the average Barbadian on the ground. I think the education of people in the use of antibiotics is important. Antibiotics are not for everything, but also education of pharmacists, education of doctors as well. I think that's also strategically important. So I think those are all the phases we're going to. So I think as a hospital in an acute care setting, it's important, but I think we also need to move this whole idea of preventing infections in the community. And then the last leg of this, before I complete what I'm saying, is the infection prevention control. So there's a point where you can use antibiotics to treat infections, we also need to stop the spread of infections. This is where the infection control team comes in. You'll see in the request a need for infection prevention control, but a very important part is the need for antimicrobial stewardship / infectious disease pharmacists. This becomes strategically important, not only within the hospital setting, but fighting that fight against antimicrobial resistance. And ultimately, everything really comes down to leadership, and I think we have that leadership coming directly from the Prime Minister's office, which is unique for many countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank all of you for supporting us, not just locally, but internationally in this effort. I think Dr. George wanted to
I'll be real quick. We are very fortunate in Barbados. Many people may know that millions of people die a year from malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV. And one of the key drivers of that is the resistant strain throughout. On the brighter side, we got information that there was a pandemic fund, a pot of money floating around which Barbados could have tapped into. I hope that this can be used for our antimicrobial resistance program. In addition, it can dovetail into adding technical assistance for accreditation of the Best of Santos Public Health Laboratory.
Thank you for that reminder through you, Mr. Chairman, and to simply say that in the same way that we have managed to raise significant grant money for the Barbados Water Authority, I don't think this country has ever gotten $80 million in grant from anybody since independence. I look forward to the Ministry of Health putting together the paperwork, you and the PS and the Minister, and my working with you to make sure that we can leverage access to this. You've gotten it already? How much?
No, we did the expression of interest.
Well, the expressions of interest, this is the one that Dr. St. John sits on as well. The head of CARF, I should say. Yeah, I'm aware of it. So I look forward to our being able to continue to benefit from these grant funds wherever they can. We have already placed enough in the international community for us now to start getting something back. The next question, the minister was asked about his role with respect to the pharmaceutical industry and making oncology, medication, and therapeutics more available, the more modern ones, I'm told. I think Mrs. Hines had indicated to me that we don't have access to all of the modern therapeutics necessarily. And to the extent that we can develop a pharmaceutical industry, it's not just Barbados, by the way, I should say the Caribbean and Central and Latin America as well. So that is why the government is driven to ask you to lead the effort on the pharmaceutical industry, and maybe you just want to speak about it briefly. Thank you.
I may say it came essentially, as I think most honorable members are aware, out of the visit initially of President Kagame to Barbados in April 2021, I believe he was here. And during discussions, we heard of this new venture which was about to be launched in Rwanda, using the mRNA technique that had been developed, and out of that had come the AstraZeneca vaccine.
I think it's April 2022. That's how much work you've done in less than a year. You're shortchanging yourself.
Perhaps. Perhaps. Anyhow, we got interested in this, and he invited us to the launch of the project. This was in June 2022, I think it was. Unfortunately, you weren't able to attend. But however, we've had discussions. We have a group here, Dr. Bess, Dr. Miriam Hines, and others have been involved in the process. Prime Minister, you and President Ali of Guyana and President of Rwanda, Kagame, met on the side and margins of COP27 in November last year to discuss further in the whole issue of pharmaceutical equity for global public health. And present, I don't know if it was coincidental or incidental, was the European Commission head, Ursula von Leyen, also President of the Investment Bank, European Investment Bank, Dr. Werner Hoyer, and of course, Director General of the World Health Organization. And the key recommendations coming out of that meeting were obviously that there was need for intergovernmental South-South cooperation, an initiative aiming at the development and manufacturing by 2040 of 60% of essential pharmaceuticals for the populations of Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. And this was we call it transatlantic bridge. And it was intended that the focus of cooperation would be on the next generation of oncological drugs, recognizing that with the whole issue of genetic sequencing and the mRNA techniques, you can use these for oncology, treatment of cancers. And also looking at preventative and therapeutic vaccines, as well as specifically for Barbados, an interest in modalities for women's health. This process is moving on, and I believe that we are seeking to establish pharmaceutical manufacturing in Barbados, and it will require significant work. I should mention that Dr. Bess, Dr. Hines, another person, visited Rwanda in December last year to Dolores to look at the entire project as it comes to dealing with the regulatory framework and the sort of things that we will have to do in Barbados. It is the government's intention to proceed on that. Of course, there are certain requirements. It needs, obviously, you'll have incorporation, the selection of the recommended possible locations for pharmaceutical manufacturing, the hiring of consultants is required, preparation of briefs, etc., sourcing of potential investors, and Prime Minister, perhaps you would know that there's going to be a visit potential in 2 weeks, I think it is, potential investor in this project to Barbados. So Barbados, in joint collaboration with the government of Rwanda, is hoping to piggyback on their technical knowledge and expertise to see if we can establish this pharmaceutical manufacturing entity and process in Barbados. We'll have to look for location, obviously finance, the issues of water, supply, transfer of knowledge, and of course, energy. And the emphasis on this entire project, it must be 100% clean energy. So that this is a substantial work that we as a government are undertaking at this point in time. Hopefully emanating from it would be some new and wonderful drugs, pharmaceuticals coming out of Barbados. That's it in a nutshell.
And then I think I asked the executive director some questions that I hope that she will ball back a York at me so that I can take it for 6 to the boundary.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Prime Minister, you had asked us how can we essentially fast track what we articulated as a 5-year plan to a much more truncated time frame.
Only because it does not depend
Yes.
on government's cash flow.
Definitely
if it
so.
is off balance sheet. And I'm aware that the minister in the Ministry of Finance has been facilitating discussions between you and members of the local financial community, I think the credit unions in particular, to be able to take care of that. And secondly, to have a person who is the Minister of Housing vest the property that the QEH is on, which ironically has never been vested in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and still is state lands and hence is not on your balance sheet. But continue, ma'am.
Prime Minister, you stole my thunder a little bit.
No, because that's not your thunder. That's the context in which you're
Right,
operating.
so that
I
is-
need to know from you
Yes.
whether the $135 million in equipment
Yes.
is equipment that you need now in the next 18 months or not.
No, definitely.
If you don't, then I understand the phased approach, because if you're saying that you're replacing equipment that still has 3 years life in it or 4 years life in it, I understand the phased approach. But what I want this honorable chamber to understand is that so long as we can move it off balance sheet, there is no reasonable reason to be able for us to put it off. And I believe that the minister has been very strong on wanting to have the complete capital arrangements. I am equally strong on wanting to see all 12 surgical theaters operating, even if we make 3 or 4 of those theaters immediately available to the private sector, because Barbados's health services is not only governmental, but it is always best when it is government plus private sector. And to the extent that we can give them access to assets that are sitting now idle, we increase the opportunities for people to benefit. But continue, ma'am, please. Because
Yes,
you have
Prime-
the fine details that
Yes.
we don't have.
Yes, Prime Minister. The reason why we are of the clear appreciation that we should go for a more holistic approach to bringing in the CapEx funding in a larger tranche as opposed to phasing it over 5 years is because we recognize that the practice of medicine and how we work in the hospitals, that the things are interrelated. So for instance, if we, as we're currently doing, strengthen our cardiology department without at the same time strengthening our radiology department with an advanced CT technology, then the cardiologists are still going to be functioning with one hand tied behind their back. So we had phased it only in our initial planning to just make it manageable, but with the investment that has been made in creating the opportunities to leverage finance through the Ministry of Finance of what you're doing with the land, and with the fact that we would have had debt removed from our books within months of coming into office, it means that we have been preparing, or the Ministry of Finance have been holding our hands throughout these past few years to get us exactly in this position. So in each, when you look at our CapEx plan, there is a direct relationship between the needs and requests that are coming in the different disciplines and the areas in which they're cross-cutting clinical and diagnostic services. So we believe that we are in a position, we know what are our immediate priorities, CT scanner and other initiatives, and we are in a position, if we're able to get the funding, to really move much more faster in making the hospital fit for purpose in terms of equipment. So yes, because we're aware of what we need and we know the relationship between the pieces of equipment, we're ready, Madam Prime Minister.
And on this last one, Minister, the government of Barbados does not have $1 billion to build a new hospital. But the combined capital works expansion that you are doing, do you believe that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, with those combined expansion works, the upgrading of polyclinics like Randall Phillips and Winston Scott and Morris Bayer, can deliver for the country its needs in the next 15 to 20 years, combined with the private medical hospital proposals, of which there are now 4, I believe, 3 for sure, and a 4th one came on the table 2 weeks ago for me to meet with them in 2 weeks' time, which is based on medical tourism plus domestic usage, as opposed to just medical tourism alone. Perhaps this is an opportunity for you to use your considerable experience, not just as Minister of Health, but someone who set up the Caribbean Public Health Agency, someone who has been a distinguished fellow surgeon. Give us your honest opinion as a Barbadian, and for the record, as a Barbadian who knows what it is to have grown up and worked their way up the pan, and to know that I know your heart, and I see it every day, is in helping people who would not otherwise be able to be helped.
PM, you're asking me to answer that question now?
You are returning to me what I told the Swedish reporter. Yes, I am.
Well, with all the capital investment going around the QEH and within, and I'm going to be a little greedy, I don't know that you can just refurbish 3 or develop 2 or 3 polyclinics. I think it has to be a global thing. This is where we were 15 years ago, perhaps, that we need to upgrade our polyclinics and the hospital at the same time. We reduce the burden on the QEH. We allow it to get on with this business. So it can be done in 10, 15 years once we have the resources and once there is that spirit and conviction that it can be done.
And you accept that where there's a deficit in skills, that we import skills while building skills among Barbadians. Yes?
We have to.
Thank you.
And it allows us to train more people need more resources, nurses, etc. here again.
Well, I will end by telling you that while I have no children, I have adopted children, not stepchildren. And health and agriculture have become my children since 2018. Thank you.
Thank you, too, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I do recognize the hour is late, and I will truncate my 3 questions to 2. I won't speak about the dental problems that you're having. I think that those have been answered pretty well. Suffice to say that it is clear that you need people with dental experience, and you need even more people with oral surgical experience. Enough said on that. But clearly, clearly, no, it's not a question. I've said it from kin to 2.
No, I
but clearly,
I heard that you were interested in professional dentists.
I will leave that. I will leave that by, let that go by. I wanted to drill down because you, Minister, there was some mention of HPV vaccination and its role in preventing cancers. You know, I talk about this all the time. And I wanted to get some more information as to what actually is your penetration of the vaccination. How many people are you getting to vaccinate on an annual basis, boys and girls? And if you're not getting the numbers that you want to get, are you doing any public service announcements and other means of getting more people to buy in on getting the HPV vaccination? Clearly, it is demonstrated that this is a preventable cancer, a preventable way of preventing cervical cancer. And I think more and more people need to understand that this is an opportunity for them to prevent a cancer that is, I think, third or fourth most prevalent in Barbados. So that is my first question. What is your penetration? And if it is not the maximum, what are you doing to get to the maximum?
Thank you, Minister. You would be aware that in the last couple of months ago, Cabinet did approve a paper that spoke to, focusing on the HPV distribution and a one dose, and also focusing on boys. You mentioned cancer of the cervix, but it's also cancer of the cervix, and also things that occur in your throat as a result of HPV. I'll ask Dr. Ingrid Cumberbatch to speak to that because she follows these matters.
Thank you, Minister. Ingrid Cumberbatch, Senior Medical Officer. Thank you very much for that question, Minister, because it gives me an opportunity that I've been looking forward to. And the HPV vaccine, as Minister would have said, we were able to get a policy change where that vaccine is now a one-dose vaccine from November 2022. We got that approval for that policy change. And that policy change was based on the recommendations of SAGE WHO body, who we follow in terms of best practices for immunizations. To answer your question about our penetration or our coverage for HPV, I'm going to speak about the HPV one dose. The coverage for 2022 was 47%, and this includes both boys and girls. And our cohort that we target is the 11 plus cohort, as you would be aware. This compared to 37% in 2021 and 63% in 2020 and 67% in 2019. So what are we planning on doing in order to improve the coverage? Well, one of the first things that is important is letting persons know that the HPV vaccine is now a one dose, because that was one of the main challenges that we were having where we had a two dose and expected persons to come back. It was certainly a challenge for the person who had to come and get the vaccine in terms of the parent and the child, and also a challenge for the healthcare worker. So with the vaccine being a one dose now, we intend through Vaccine Week of the Americas, that is coming up at the end of April, the 22nd to the 29th of April, to send out PSAs reinforcing what I just would have said to the public and encouraging them to have their children to be vaccinated, both the boys and girls. In addition, the other plan is that when it comes to the 11 plus exam, just a week or so after that, because that is when we start giving our 11 plus boosters, that we reinforce that public service announcements again. And of course, through our polyclinics and our pediatricians and the other members of our fraternity who are part of what we call the expanded program of immunization, they also are telling the clients that we are having the HPV vaccine as a one dose. So those are some of the initiatives that we're looking at doing at this point in time.
Of course, you would agree that that coverage is not the amount that you want at all.
Certainly not.
And you definitely have to improve that coverage substantially. So I look forward to hearing the public service announcements, and to then maybe I'll be here when you come back in the well another time, and I'll be asking you a similar question, and hopefully you'll be telling me the coverage is 85, 90% and not 47%. Oh.
But I should just caution, it used to be 12 and 13 at one sense. I agree with you, it is not where it should be, but we are getting there.
And my second question has to do with the cardiac care project. And I applaud first the success that you've had. You would recall that it was mentioned in the well, and that cardiac care project was first discussed right here. And my question has to do with, now that you have it going, what results have you been able to achieve from the program? In other words, have you achieved better survival rates than we had before? Is it measurable? Have you started to measure those survival rates? And then secondly, what improvements in terms of the care of the training and the equipment has been made available for the paramedics? Because at the end of the day, they are the first responders. I heard you with respect to what is happening in the hospital, but what training and what additional equipment has been made available for the paramedics as the first responder? And then, of course, what measurable results do you have? What actual measurable results from the program do you have?
Thank you. First of all, there are no measurable effects right now. You recall it has 4 phases. The first phase dealt with the public education, the agreements with the private sector providers so that they could administer the private analytics. You also had a phase that dealt with the ambulance, the paramedics. I believe they went ahead of the whole process because they were trained, and now they need to be retrained because we've been talking about this for 2 years. Then we finally finished the MOUs with the private sector providers. I believe there's one emergency service that provided that opted out. And now we're moving ahead, getting the necessary equipment and the staffing. But what the QH has done to push the process forward, have already identified a location, a space, the chest pain unit, have had meetings with the cardiologists to push the process forward. But I'll let Mr. Harris speak to this because he was the one who was managing the entire process and would be in a much better position to speak than I would be.
Good afternoon. I'm Anthony Harris. As Dr. Walcott said, Mr. Walcott, Minister, I was in charge of leading the charge for this program. And yes, I absolutely agree with you. In fact, the first step we took was to look carefully with CDRC. That's the Chronic Disease Research Center, the George Allen Chronic Disease Research Center. As you know, they manage the Barbados National Register, which looks at the data for 3 diseases, that being myocardial infarction, stroke, and cancer in Barbados. So they were our data collectors, our data analyzers, and we brought them in right at the beginning to ensure that they were measuring exactly what we wanted. As Mr. Walcott has pointed out, they have, I think, sometime last year, early December, has released some data which showed that there was some improvement, a hiccup in the COVID period, and hopefully it would continue with a downward trend thereafter. But those data trail what we are trying to do. The other thing we did was, to keeping it scientific, was to just look at the workload that the cardiology department was facing, and using this PAHO provided software called WISN, which is, I don't remember what the acronym is at this time, but use that to determine what our staffing levels would be. And quite generously, I think the Cabinet of Barbados agreed to that and passed those numbers, and we have been grateful for it. And it has certainly led to what the Executive Chair announced earlier, that we were able to get the staffing for the cardiac suite, and we continue to work to get the other professional posts in place. Yes, there was an agreement with the urgent care centers because data provided by the CDRC had demonstrated clearly that as much as 30% of Barbadians and visitors were seeking care at the urgent care centers. So I'm quite happy with this because it really demonstrated a private-public cooperation, and we were able to get MOUs, which basically allow them to be able to deliver the care needed for heart attacks in a very timely fashion, because normally what would happen, the persons would go to the urgent care center, they would be diagnosed. The urgent care center is staffed almost well-staffed. I think certainly a large number of their staff have had emergency medicine training, and they're more than familiar with diagnosing heart attacks. But they would put them, diagnosing and treating, but they would put them in an ambulance and send them to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And we were finding that that was adding as much as 2+ hours to their thing. And in the management of a heart attack, we are hoping to get it within as soon as possible. If you can start treatment within an hour, you save myocardial muscle, and you almost have no lingering side effects. If you don't do that, after that time, there is gradual loss of heart muscle. So obviously, in a time-sensitive situation, we want to be able to put it out to the field that people can do. In the developing countries where an ambulance drive might be long, as much as 45 minutes, they're actually being done by the paramedics. So that brings us to the other thing, working closely with the ambulance service headed by Dr. Beyer. We have been able to get the ambulance personnel trained. We have recognized and urged the ministry to lend a voice for the restart of training of paramedical personnel. And also we have been able to bring, using the specialists at the hospital, ensure that the training of these people in emergency cardiac care was provided. The minister has suggested that they went ahead and did it quite quickly. They would need to be retrained, but I don't see that as a negative because I think this is a training that is going to have to be continuously provided and redone going forward. And also, I would like us to take some credit for the constant in the areas that we need to increase the number of ambulances. And I now believe that we have a fleet of 9 ambulances with a further ambulance to come to bring that up to 10. We are sneaking very closely to the ideal of 12 ambulances. So anywhere between 10 and 12 means that we should be able to have better response times and stuff from our ambulance personnel. But not only that, the ambulances themselves have been outfitted with sophisticated monitoring equipment that gives the potential for transmission of medical data from the field straight into the accident and emergency and other areas of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Long before the person gets there, they can be prepared for and stuff, which should make it very possible, and hopefully, yes, it has happened, where they can know what is coming, get ready for it, and therefore be treated with alacrity. So those are the things. And the other piece...
Yes, Mr. Harris, you will wrap up.
Well, so there have been some successes, and those are the numbers. What is left now is for us to go out there and have the public awareness done quickly. And I will just say that we were guided again by having, getting a consultation from the Carefield School, UWI, Professor Dwayne Devnish, to let us know what exactly were the gaps in people's knowledge of how to recognize themselves or family members having a heart attack. And that has guided us with we have developed a strategic program to be implemented in this budgetary year going forward for increased public awareness and stuff. But I would warn that this is not going to be something that's going to be a 1-month program or 6-month program. What our overseas consultants are telling us is that they have done it, and it takes a long time. So we will be
Mr. Harris,
going for that.
What I'm telling you is that you have exceeded your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris, for that wonderful response. And I have too, watching the time, just to say that one other thing that I would like to see added to, because I'm not sure if you've added it, but the proliferation of those defibrillators that are available all across. I specifically asked that it be at Cabinet Office, but you know what? Only now we have Cabinet Office somewhere else. So, and also to the Clerk of Parliament, I'm not sure if you have, but it's something that we should have in these halls, is those emergency defibrillators, because you never know. You never know. And I think that that is something that we can add to be able to have that, and then the public training for that. But I thank you very much. From what I hear, you are on the right track, and I have no doubt that at some point we'll be hearing very good and very positive, measurable results from that cardiac program. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Just let me advise honourable members, we want to wrap up this head, so I'm asking, we have 2 more honourable members to speak. I'm asking you to be very brief. You pulled your questions together one time, and the member and his team will answer. Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. Coming out of COVID, we would have seen the proliferation of technology, new innovations in a number of different sectors. I know that many other industries had the opportunity to pause, recalibrate, and to strategize, whereas the health sector was forced to double up and increase efforts. However, lessons that were learnt, many would still apply to the health sector as it relates to technology especially. I know that it was alluded to here this evening on one occasion, but how, I'm going to inflate 2 questions into one. How has the QH, the Ministry of Health, embraced technology as it relates to patient care and the proliferation of such things as the member for St. Michael's South alluded to, telemedicine, telehealth. How are we integrating such technologies into the deliverance of health care for our people? And I also want to go in the opposite direction, since I'm conflating these questions, sorry. In the past, we would have had community-based community nurses. We would have seen, certainly in other ministries, the benefit of having persons allow the dignity of, in other cases, aging in place, but there's also a concept of healing in place, where persons would rather have care at home. And in the past, community nurses would have been responsible for going into certain communities, some of which might have been underserved, and treating to those persons who, for whatever reason, do not come to our medical facilities. There are men, and this is a known fact in Barbados, who are literally afraid to step foot in medical facilities, in doctor's office, and even in the hospital, unless they absolutely have to. And in many cases, at that point in time, it's too late for them. Can you share with this honorable chamber any plans as it relates to the revisiting or the expansion of your community care program, or as it relates to your use of technology in the hospital?
Thank you, Minister. I am going to take the last question first because this is easy. I dealt with this at length earlier today. I don't know if you were here. I don't believe you were here. As your colleague asked specifically, and I spoke about how it was obtained in the past and how I felt about it. And we have embarked on training 3 cohorts, I believe, in the first instance to resume the whole process, to give us the human resources we need to do this, because we've certainly moved away from community nursing. It was one of the strengths of Barbados' system, back in the 70s, the 80s, as I said earlier today, to repeat myself, that we were second only to Cuba as related to community care. And we certainly need to get there. Take your point with persons who find difficulty in getting to clinics and to health institutions. It is necessary. So it is something that we are working towards, but we have to build the resources to accomplish that. Your next question, I'm going to toss to the QEH. It's an interesting question. Perhaps I will come in at the end of how they have benefited in terms of advances in technology, etc., in the light of COVID. So I'm going to ask, I don't know, perhaps Dr. Williams?
Want me to do it?
Shani Williams, Acting Director of Medical Services. You're correct, Honourable Member, about how COVID has taught us a lot. And there are several things that we have used pre-COVID, but more heavily during COVID as it relates to the engagement and commitment to technology. So we do telemedicine, where some clinics are actually run virtually, if not fully, partially. The psychiatrists do teleconsults remotely. Most of our diagnostics are available electronically as well, so we can do computerized order entry, and the radiologist can do remote interpretation of imaging and reporting. We're also working on some of our departments have a limited electronic medical record capabilities, our staff clinic in particular, and the radiotherapy oncology departments. So we're hoping again, as our asked during estimates, for the investment into the technology so that we can be more widespread as it relates to a hospital-wide information system. There are some other innovations that we will do. Mr. Harris would have talked about the Bluetooth and teleporting of ECGs and other images from pre-hospital into the emergency department so that we can view your heart rate readings and tracings prior to the arrival of patients. So those are just some simple examples that we're trying to bring together to be one comprehensive package with a health information system and the reliance on technology.
Thank you.
You're going to okay. The executive chair to speak briefly to it.
Sorry, just adding just two more points onto Shani's. We also have or know the capability of doing pharmacy online pharmacy delivery that more and more Barbadians are increasingly taking up, which was an innovation of COVID. Or help desk, we're one of the only help desks in the country that's actually manned by physicians and nurses. And as a result of that, we're able to do tele-triage, case management, a lot on the telephone because it is a service that is available to the public of Barbados. And lastly, the new frontier is you're familiar with Barbadians coming to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital just to set up an appointment. We're in the process within the next few months of establishing an online system that people can, just like the US Embassy and other agencies, actually make their appointments and not have to come to the hospital and see that congestion. So you're correct that COVID has provided the opportunity to move the hospital very quickly in areas of technology, and we're working on building out the infrastructure around it to be able to do it efficiently.
Thank you. And just one last...
I'm sorry, there's just one thing that you mentioned in terms of using technology. One of the biggest opportunities is for nursing documentation using a tablet in real-time assessment so that that information can be transferred throughout our facility. Right now they are documenting their findings, their assessments on paper, but the use of a tablet with giving them the opportunity to document electronically is something that we can certainly look at in terms of the timeliness and the relevancy of the assessments that they're doing in the community.
Yes. And my final question, it is, one of a parochial nature, but I could not live with myself if I did not ask this question. And it relates to the St. Andrew Outpatient Clinic. May this year will be 2 years that we have seen the reopen of that clinic. The people of Belle Plaine and people of St. Andrew are eternally grateful for the reopening of that facility. However, we were promised at the time that the opening days would move from 3 days to more days, but that has been reduced to 2 days, 2 half days. So in essence, it's really just 1 day. So I'm asking if, going forward, if there are any plans to perhaps look at these St. Andrew's Outpatient Clinic with the view of increasing the number of hours, or at least the number of days that persons can be treated at that particular facility.
Thank you. Honourable Member, I understand your concerns, but at this point in time, and as it relates to the resources, you would appreciate that we take nurses from Eunice Gibson, I believe, polyclinic to cover these 2 days, and then we're having issues of complaints of it affecting clinics at that polyclinic, persons' appointments, etc. So it is a matter we are aware of, and again, we need the additional nurses, and doctors, I believe. So that is the issue right now. And unfortunately, there's no provision has been made in this year's estimates for that. It is something that we want to look at, but certainly not in this year's estimates. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief, I promise. My first question is in relation to HIV and AIDS, because I haven't heard much about it during the course of this conversation, and I do not think that Barbados should keep that off the table. And in a conversation with health, it should really be one of the things we discuss. And I say this because I know during COVID, and I know COVID has consumed a lot of our resources and professionals, but during COVID, it was difficult to get numbers in the ministry for HIV and AIDS. And so I want to pose the question, where are we really in relation to the fight against HIV and AIDS? And we are reshaping in the ministry the HIV Commission to include other behavioral changes that we think are necessary. But I do not want persons who are probably, who have HIV in Barbados or who are potentially exposed to HIV to feel as if Barbados has abandoned that fight. So I want to know where we are with HIV and what are your plans in that regard?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I believe you weren't here this morning when I spoke about this, but I did say that it was affected during 2022. We had breaks in the provision of diagnostic testing and viral load testing and CD4 testing, all wrapped up with the issues of COVID. And I am saying that we recognize that this was indeed a problem. And I want to tell you that within the last 3 to 4 months, the capacity of the Best of Santos lab to do these tests has been restored. I also am going to mention now, since you've expressed your interest, the WHO has recommended the use of a new drug, dolutegravir, and as a preferred first-line and second-line treatment for all populations, including pregnant women and those with childbearing potential. And I'm pleased to report that we have began to make the transition, and 12% of our persons are currently on this preferred first-line drug. Also, we have restarted the pre-exposure prophylaxis, so the use of antiretroviral therapy among persons not infected by HIV to prevent its acquisition. This was initially done at the LRU and Equals Barbados, but we've now extended this to the St. Philip Polyclinic and the Barbados Family Planning. We'll resume our STI clinics, and we plan to go into the community again shortly. I'm going to ask Dr. Anton Best, in the absence of Dr. Bob, who has responsibility for this sub-program, to speak, to respond to the rest of your questions as pertinent to this.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Chair, Anton Best, Deputy Chief Medical Officer. Thank you very much for the opportunity to just say a few quick words to add to what Minister Walker would have said regarding our efforts in the Ministry of Health and Wellness pertaining to HIV and STI prevention and control. We have a comprehensive program in place. Just last year in April, the Lady Mead Reference Unit would have celebrated 20 years of being open. And this is critical because the public health world and the world of HIV has recognized that HIV treatment is at the center of being able to control this epidemic of HIV that is still occurring globally. But please appreciate that when I say that treatment is at the center of it, that everything can't be about treatment full stop, because you still have to find ways to get the most vulnerable people aware of the fact that these services exist. You still have to find ways to overcome the barriers and the obstacles for persons to access the treatment that is required. And of course, before accessing treatment, persons need to be tested. So yes, Minister would have touched on the testing aspects of it, what the Best of Santos Public Health Lab is doing in terms of the diagnostic tests and the tests to support the management of persons living with HIV. We had some unfortunate setbacks during COVID, but the testing has resumed. I also need to state that frequently we forget to talk about the other sexually transmitted infections. And I'm going to mention that the rates of chlamydia, which remain about 13% in the adult populations, the rates of gonorrhea, which remain about 2% of all of those persons being tested are positive. And then the rates of syphilis remain unacceptably high in Barbados. And this is important because it is indicating to us that more people are vulnerable to HIV because of the high prevalence of sexually transmitted infections. And the previous paradigm that we can change behaviors and people are going to wear condoms and people are going to adopt safe behaviors and reduce the incidence of HIV, we have to move away from that paradigm. It is all about testing people, getting people diagnosed as early as possible, and getting them into treatment. So please see sexually transmitted infections in the context of a comprehensive program for HIV and STIs. There's not much more I can mention that the minister hasn't said. He would have talked about the combination prevention approach. So I would have talked about aspects of that in terms of the testing and the importance of getting people into care, and then other treatment and modalities such as the PrEP program, which started in 2018. And PrEP, just to reiterate, is the provision of antiretroviral therapy to HIV-negative persons who are at risk to reduce the likelihood of them acquiring HIV. So we are on the ball in terms of the treatment modalities. What we need to strengthen, however, are the services that we provide, the supportive services that we provide. We have taken a hit since COVID, and these are issues that we have brought to the attention of the Minister of Health and senior officials within the Ministry of Health. We continue to work with the HIV Commission, which as it stands right now remains the coordinating agency of the national HIV response. However, I would argue that the lion's share of what we do comes from the public health approach, and I would have talked about what the public health approach entails. I hope that satisfies your concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Best. I noticed that you mentioned HIV Commission, but you didn't. I believe that we need to have a meeting with the Ministry of People's Empowerment at some time regarding the relationship between the HIV Commission and the HIV program. I know that you didn't mention it, but I'll mention it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Minister. I trust you could thank me later for giving you the opportunity to elucidate and to allow your team to add further value to your initial contribution. My second question is really in relation to policy, the health policy and research. I know that there was a very active policy or research unit, I'm not so sure what it was properly called, but busy with research and driving the research agenda. I'm just wondering in relation to all of these issues that we've heard today, and there have been several that are facing health, whether in Barbados or globally, in relation to the way things are evolving, even in relation to dealing with COVID. And I don't just mean technology, I mean dealing with a pandemic. What is happening with the policy or the research section of the ministry in relation to being able to give us that kind of empirical, research-based information that would allow us to make, I think, better decisions. Only because I'm thinking of the care gaps that we're talking about, the treatment to patients or of patients, the various social determinants of health, even as they too have evolved. What is the relationship and in what is the role for driving the thinking in the ministry in relation to research and that unit?
Thank you, Honourable Member, and you raised a very important point, a concern of mine when I was last here too. I believe we were working out the percentage of the health budget that should be directed towards research. It is very important, and especially homegrown research is absolutely important. The living lab that I spoke about earlier brings some research, but I see the research that you're speaking about in terms of NCDs, etc. Right now, we have a collaborative relationship, or we pay for services from the Barbados National BNR, the National Registry. But I get the impression that there's a paucity of actual research within the Ministry of Health and Wellness. I understand the circumstances. We have short staff in several areas. Staff are stretched out. Certainly, come during COVID, it would not have been possible. But I take your point that this is the opportunity for us to start doing some in-house research. I'm sure that Dr. Roth would agree that we can do some stuff as it relates to vector control, the insectary, the type of mosquitoes are here, looking at vector-borne diseases. Some simple stuff I believe we can do. So I take your point on that. I'll answer CMO. Perhaps he will want to bring his experience to this.
So thanks, Minister. Yes, a research agenda is absolutely critical to drive policy. A couple of reflections. Research, if not done well, and if done shoddy, will lead to false information. We have mentioned in this room that we are trying to do NCD survey, which is a telephone-based survey to get some very basic information.
Sorry, Chair, I don't mean to cross you, but I cannot hear you.
I said that our research agenda is tied to a couple of things. This year, we're hoping to do some NCD risk factor research, and that has been budgeted for. It's a low-cost intervention. Minister mentioned the BNR, which is the registry, which gives us information on many chronic diseases, including including hypertension, stroke, cardiovascular disease, and cancers in Barbados. So the point I was making, research is expensive, and frequently, if we're going to do it, we have to collaborate with other agencies. We are willing to do that, but I don't want the chamber to believe that research is extremely expensive, and we in the ministry, we deliver services, we are a regulatory body, so many times we don't have the wherewithal to do in-depth, credible research.
Mr. Chair, I don't think I have to tell anybody that planning without action is futile, but action without planning is fatal. And I'm not convinced that I've heard. I mean, I've heard from the senior minister, which is helpful, but I am not convinced that I've heard what is the real role in terms of the research agenda, the unit. Is there still a unit within the ministry? Has it died? Where are you?
Yes, there's a research unit. It is not staffed the way we want it staffed. We have some vacancies which we have to fill, and right now we're looking at doing a restructuring in that regard. And yes, you need research to drive policy. I totally agree with you, Honourable Minister. What the CMO neglected to say is that in the next financial year, we are going to be doing an NCD risk factor survey, and it's over a 2-year period, and it's not a quick and dirty, as he might have alluded to, but it's actually a very comprehensive research agenda that we're going to be undertaking on. We're getting assistance from PAHO, and our health planning unit will work with PAHO, but we're also going to be working with the George Allen Chronic Research Center as well. Over a 2-year period, the project will cost about $450,000 CMO. And so therefore we have to tackle it over a 2-year period. We're also going to be working on our national nutrition policy, which is being coordinated not only by Ms. Dr. Phillips, who's the SMOH for NCDs, but along with the focal point will also be in our planning unit. So the very few people that we have that can count on one hand, which is responsible for a very multifaceted healthcare sector, are the ones who are working to enable us to have the research that we need for policy, but we always work in a collaborative way with our healthcare partners, especially PAHO and the University of the West Indies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, you can now wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to thank you all the honourable members of this chamber for their questions and their suggestions. We have taken note. We understand your concerns. We have shared with you the challenges which we face and the plans that we have going forward. I want to say that the Ministry of Health and Wellness will certainly continue to move the health agenda forward as we work towards the goal of universal health coverage. And I simply want to again thank the staff of the Ministry of Health and Wellness and of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital for the good work that they have provided and continue to provide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And with that, Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Head 86 stand part.
Made a second.
The question is that Head 86 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, say aye. All members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the sitting until Friday, 3rd of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until Friday, the 3rd day of March 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until Friday, 3rd day of March 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.